Chapter 26. The East is blossoming. After I found out where I stood with the government, the silent friends who had come and gone so frequently from the Ishimoto home produced plans for various meetings. In each one the address was to a particular class which did not mingle with others: commercial, educational, medical, parliamentary. The Kaizo group were intensely disappointed that I could not deliver the lectures I had prepared and for which they had invited me to Japan. As a compromise we agreed that I should have to focus my war and population talk around Germany and the Allies. It was going to be difficult, because I was not satisfied with the European facts and figures I had. My first meeting was at the Tokyo YMCA. Shortly before 1 o'clock I was escorted with great ceremony into a room behind the auditorium, pungent with smoke from a charcoal stove. Then I was presented to a gathering of about 500, prosperous-looking men, well-dressed women, students, a number of foreigners, a Buddhist priest or two, and a liberal sprinkling of the Metropolitan Police to make certain my audience thought no dangerous thoughts as a result of my speech. Most of the auditors apparently understood some English, because while I was speaking they leaned forward attentively, laughing in the proper places, but when I paused for the translation they relaxed, rustled papers, and whispered to each other. I had discovered that the 5-hour clause in my contract was no mistake and no joke. Standing from 1 until 6 was a frightful strain. The lecture with interpretations took 3 hours, although I could have delivered it in 1, and questions took 2 more. Many of these were on subjects entirely alien to my own. What do you think of missionaries? What do you think of Christianity? Are you yourself a Christian? This last was naively posed, and, thoroughly aware of the significance of what it meant truly to be a Christian, I replied, "I'm afraid I'm not a very good one." My questioner put out his chest and said confidently, "I am." I seem to recall my adolescence when I had exacted the last ounce of righteousness from every breathing hour. Many of the Japanese converts had this spirit. They were trying to change their ancestral ideas of morality and, instead, adopt wholesale the Christian code without having had time to assimilate it. The most painful experience I had in Japan was in addressing the Tokyo Medical Association. The volunteer interpreter was a young doctor who had been on a 3-week tour of America, and his command of English was correspondingly slight. From the attitude of the audience I could tell whenever he was not conveying my meaning as I had intended it, though I did not always know what specifically was wrong. The Baroness, unable to bear his mistranslation of prevention of conception as abortion, which she knew would distress me intensely, finally rose and attempted to correct the erroneous impression he was giving. But the meeting was over before she could make it clear. Nothing had been said about remuneration. I expected none. But the next day an army of 10 rickshaws appeared. The officers of the society, laden with packages and bundles, presented themselves. One by one they offered boxes in which I found an elaborate kimono, an embroidered table cover, a purse, a fan, a cloisonné jar, and, in conclusion, the president offered me the smallest package of all. Wrapped in tissue and tied with a paper tape on which were the characters wishing me health, happiness, and longevity. Opening it I found crisp new bills in payment. This delicate gesture was typically Japanese. At other meetings we usually sat on clean, fresh mats. The room might be chilly, but a little charcoal burner was beside you and occasionally you warmed your hands over it. I liked the service and the food which the maids silently brought all at once on a tray, covered over and steaming hot. After sake in diminutive porcelain cups the group was ready to converse, and it was cozy and interesting. Often we did not get away until midnight because, although the discussion was carried on in English, each remark was translated for the benefit of those who did not understand. The Baroness always went with me, and it was a revelation to them to have one of their own countrywomen present. I had heard much talk of the elder statesman, but nobody at the Peers Club, where I gave an afternoon address, seemed to be even elderly. They were curious to know why women were divorced, whether they wanted more than one husband, whether they really could ever care for more than one man, the nature of their love for children, how long it could continue. They were like Europeans in the frankness with which they regarded the relationship of the sexes. Yet they were not satisfied with the accepted Japanese tradition, on the one hand geisha girls who played and coquette and amused them, and on the other wives whose place as yet was definitely in the home. They asked, is it not true that the American woman can be all things to her husband, his companion, mother of his children, mistress, business manager, and friend? I agreed with them that this was the ideal, but had to confess that by no means every American wife fitted into this picture. Many of the Japanese had themselves forgotten that in the heroic and epic days women had enjoyed freedom and equality with men. Only with the rise of the powerful military lords in the 8th century had this most rigid, most persistent, and most immovable discrimination arisen. The Onna Daigaku, the feudal moral code, counseled. A woman shall get up early in the morning and go to bed late in the evening. She must never take a nap in the daytime. She shall be industrious at sewing, weaving, spinning, and embroidery. She shall not take much tea or wine. She shall not visit places of amusement, such as theaters or musicals. She must never get angry, she must bear everything and always be careful and timid. The resultant upper-class Japanese lady, exquisite and decorative, was a living work of art particularly created by the imagination of numberless generations of men. My original conception of all Japanese women had been fashioned out of romantic fallacies, partly by the 3 little maids from school who simpered through the Mikado, and to no small extent by the gaudy theatricalism of Madama Butterfly. The unrestrained exoticism of Pierre Loti and Lafcadio Hearn had strengthened my illusions, as had also the color prints that had aroused so much enthusiasm towards the end of the century. But I soon found the cherry blossom fairyland was being destroyed by the advent of machinery. In Yokohama and Kobe you heard factory whistles and saw tall smokestacks, new shipyards, and great steel cranes. The Industrial Revolution, accomplished in our Western countries gradually, had invaded the island empire with an impact and a shock the repercussions of which were still evident. It had not brought freedom to the women whose low status was admirably suited to the purpose of manufacturing with its ever-increasing demand for cheap and unskilled labor. Practically half the female population, some 13 millions, were engaged in gainful occupation though few were economically independent. In the mill districts mothers scolded their small daughters by threatening, "I'll sell you to the weavers." These keiko, or bought ones, served as apprentices generally from 3 to 5 years. Modern Japanese industrialism had been able to take advantage of an ancient Oriental habit of thought which placed slight value on the girl child. I spent half a day as the guest of the Kanagafuchi plant, the largest cotton mill in the empire and the ideal industrial institution which was to be a model for others, comparing favorably with one of our best. But Kanagafuchi was the exception. On the average, employees in other mills worked a 12-hour shift, day and night, amid the deafening roar of relentless power engines. Dust and fine particles of fabric fell like minute snowflakes upon them. Their growth was stunted, their resistance to infection and malignant disease broken down. In a silk spinning mill at Nagoya conditions were only slightly better. I found over 700 girls, some no more than 10 years of age, swiftly twirling off the slender threads from the cocoons and catching them on the spindles. They were pathetic, gentle, homeless little things, imprisoned in rooms with all windows closed to keep them moist and hot. A quarter of their $7 a month wages had to go for board. Only by the graciousness and charity, in a sense, of the upper classes were the household servants saved from institutions. When the Baroness, for example, had married, some of them, cooks, maids, and nurses, had stayed with her parents, some had gone to another sister, some had come to her and been set to training the new ones. With her they had a home for life. This system accounted in part, at least, for the fact there were no beggars or mendicants in Japan. Essentially conservative, essentially the product of a strange and scarcely understood past, the Japanese woman in my opinion did not possess in her typical psychology any strong leanings towards rebellion. This was true even among the many women writers on papers and magazines. Those who interviewed me were intelligent, but I was constantly amazed at their ancient and domesticated outlook. I did not believe the woman of Japan would discard her beautiful costume or sacrifice her aesthetic sense upon the altar of Occidental progress and materialism. The kimono was her chrysalis. Outwardly it was often of some thick serviceable goods, dull brown or black, shot through with threads of purple or blue. Yet underneath were silks of the brightest and most flaming hues, formalized for each particular occasion. Only a fleeting glimpse was caught of these as she walked. They were symbolic of her present position in society. From the lowest serving maid to the finest aristocrat, certain indelible traits immediately impressed themselves. First of all was the low, soft, fluttering voice, like art and music combined. They were too modestly shy to talk out loud, you could scarcely hear them in a small room. Perhaps one reason men did not take their opinions seriously was because they did not speak up. I heard on every side of the new woman, but I never saw her. Only those who had turned Christian showed any signs of thinking independently. To be a Christian seemed to imply being a rebel or radical of some kind. They told me it with great secret pride. This was the single place where I had found men rather than women responding to the potentialities of birth control. The former wanted to learn and thereby make of themselves something better. They were more and more in touch with the ideas of the Western world, and were broadening themselves through travel. I was confident a shifting environment was going to extend the masculine point of view and, if birth control could be proved of benefit to them, they would practice it. At that time I did not agree that East and West could never meet. Japan was undoubtedly a man's country. Wherever we went, Grant was Exhibit A. He was a tall, dark, rather gawky youth, with adolescent manners but always cheerful. In private houses butlers and maids paid him much attention, and, in hotels, as soon as we entered the dining room everybody, because he was a man-child, rushed to anticipate his wishes, to see that he was made comfortable. I straggled on behind. At our first appearance in one of these, the little girls who were being trained as waitresses and whose duty it was to bow the guests in and out were obviously confused. When we were seated at the table the proprietor apologized, "You must excuse them because they are so young, and they have their minds too much on this young gentleman." The Yoshiwara, to which some missionaries escorted me, was certainly an integral part of this man's world. First we visited the unlicensed quarter, winding in our rickshaws among alley-like streets lined with small houses. The dark eyes of the girls peered out through slits in the screen walls. Working men were standing in the muddy roadways, chattering, scrutinizing the prices which were posted in front like restaurant menus, so much per hour, so much per night. A door opened to admit a visitor. The light in the lower story vanished and soon another twinkled upstairs, or a light went out above and reappeared below, the door opened again and a figure emerged. Hundreds of lights behind paper windows seemed to flicker on and off constantly, low to high, high to low. The sordidness, the innumerable, shining eyes made me shiver involuntarily. After we crossed a bridge to the licensed quarter the scene changed immediately. The wide thoroughfare, with a row of trees down the center festooned with electric globes like a midway, was clean and inviting. The amply built houses had an air of spaciousness and luxury, their lanterns sent out a soft, alluring gleam, and carefully cultivated gardens produced a profusion of flowers in the courtyards. This part of the Yoshiwara appeared a delightful place. Its attraction for the girls was obvious, they would rather seek a livelihood in this fashion than in the dismal factories. Nor was it odd that they should find more romance here with many men than drudging for one all their days as the incompetents they became after marriage under the domination of their mothers-in-law. Through portals as broad as driveways the patrons, much better dressed than those in the unlicensed quarter, strolled up to view the photographs of the inmates, posted like those in the lobby of a Broadway theater. In some frames was only the announcement, "Just arrived, straight from." No time for picture. The clients did a great deal of window shopping. Newcomers from the country might have 8 or 9 visitors an evening, an older one but 2 or 3. Many of the girls came from good families, frequently to lift their fathers or brothers out of debt. They sent their earnings back and, as soon as they had accumulated a sufficiency, often went home, married, and became reputable members of society. But in spite of the Yoshiwara's artificial glamour, the crowd of men swarming like insects, automatically reacting to the stimulus of instinct, was unutterably depressing. We walked home at midnight through the sleeping city, mysterious and quiet, not like a city at all, no jumping signs or illumination, but more like a nice, low-ceilinged room trimmed with old, brown-stained oak, and only here and there a glow. Nothing else in my travels could compare with that month in Tokyo. The language was strange and unfamiliar. The bells and the shafts of the rickshaws, ringing for pedestrians to get out of the way, added a bizarre note. The queer, clicking sound of the wooden geta was different, although somewhat reminiscent of the clop, clop, of the Lancashire wooden shoes, which also were taken off at the door and exchanged for slippers. All the smells and the sights were quite new, even the signs on the shops were unreadable. In Europe, you could usually guess from some root word what kind of merchandise was for sale within. But not so in Japan. One day I stopped, totally puzzled, to inquire the whereabouts of a store the address of which had been written down for me. I showed my slip of paper, but nobody there could help me. I went on. Fully 3 minutes later the pattering of hurried steps behind me caused me to turn. Here was one of the clerks. He had gone to the trouble of looking up the address I had asked for and had come to act as guide to make sure I arrived. Throughout Japan the custom of greeting you and seeing you off was touching, and gave you a charming remembrance of a world where friendships were worth time and consideration. When a Tokyo doctor heard I was leaving Yokohama 18 miles away at 8 o'clock in the morning, he presented himself at 7 to bring me a box of choice silk handkerchiefs. He must have risen at 5 to do so. From the window of the train for Kyoto the faces of the old men trudging along the road looked curiously like the drawings of them. Everywhere were small village houses and, since I could see through from front to rear, I wondered where the peasants and their numerous offspring ate and slept. The former capital was fascinating. The shopkeepers appeared to esteem their visitors more highly than the goods they had to sell, though Kyoto blue and, more especially, Kyoto red were like no other colors anywhere. If ever you see the latter, buy it if you can, cherish it among your treasures, save it for your children, because it is the most beautiful of all reds. It was now April, the festival of spring and of the geishas, the jealously guarded and chaperoned entertainers, singers, players. Everybody was anticipating the flowering of the cherry trees, and with the rest of Kyoto I went to see the enormous, spreading, willow cherry, then in dazzling white blossom. It was several hundred years old, its limbs which grew out and drooped towards the ground were propped up with care, and around it was a superbly groomed landscape garden. The proprietors of hotels near such trees erected unpretentious tea houses, temporary in character, where hundreds of people kept vigil. You could not help having respect for a people whose love of a tree brought them from miles away and who waited day and night throughout the duration of its brief blooming. They paid deference to it as they did to a great artist who they knew could live just so long. The Japanese designed their gardens with the mood of the individual in mind. Some were filled with music, water, birds, activity, and there you could go to be cheered when gloomy and despondent. As soon as I entered the Golden Temple grounds its influence fell upon me. Everything was planned for thought and concentration. No color, no noise, no rushing of water, no singing birds distracted the attention. Only at certain hours could you even walk about, because movement was disturbing to meditation. Japanese hospitality reached its finest flower in Kyoto, and the supreme day of entertainment was offered by a generous and considerate doctor. On inviting me to luncheon he said he would call with his car at 10 in the morning. This seemed a bit early, but it appeared he wanted me first to visit the Museum of Art. Here was no wandering through miles of rooms so that the eye was wearied and no lasting impression was gathered. Instead, I was shown only the one most prized specimen of paintings, porcelains, and rare screens. Afterwards, I was ushered into the library to see a collection of precious manuscripts, then back through the city for a few especially renowned views, and finally at noon to the doctor's home. His wife and 2 daughters greeted me and I was introduced to the guests. Little short-legged trays were put before our floor cushions, and we all picked up our chopsticks. I envied Grant his dexterity. After the trays had been removed, we conversed until the business men had to return to their offices. But a fresh group of guests took their places, and with them appeared a painter. An easel was set up and each of us in turn made a single brush line on the rice paper, some straight, some curved, some vertical, some horizontal, crisscrossing each other in every direction. Then the artist took his brush and, amid exclamations of wonder and appreciation, with a few expert strokes converted the mélange into a flower pattern, a lake, or a mountain. An hour or so of this pleasure and the easel was swished away, the painter vanished with his colors, and a sculptor was substituted. We were now supplied with dabs of clay which we began to mold, the sculptor going from one to another to give assistance. If you were clever, as several of the Japanese were, works of art resulted. I created a plain jug with handle and lip, was taught how to draw a design upon it and how to paint it. Next day it was delivered to me, baked and glazed. Later we were escorted to the garden where we congregated beneath an open tea house perched high on a rock. There the younger daughter tended a tiny fire and brewed a ceremonial tea, no simple brew, but leaves of a special sort, beaten until the beverage was bright green. When we had enjoyed this delight we strolled about, admiring the brooklets, the dwarf pines, the shrubs, the iris in bloom. We returned to the house to find, as though in a play, that the scenery had all been changed. Different screens were up, fresh flowers in the vases, the women of the household in more elaborate costumes, and new visitors waiting. Grant and I alone seemed to remain static. Now on the immaculate matted floor appeared little charcoal stoves. The evening meal was served by the mother and daughters as a marked honor to their guests. This time I was brought a spoon and fork, apparently I had not been very deft at lunch in handling my chopsticks. After dinner came yet more people and yet more conversation. I had been talking steadily since early morning, the topic being selected according to the type of gathering. In the evening it was population, and more serious. Sometimes I forgot myself and spun out involved English phrases, then, realizing they had missed fire, had to go back and choose key words more easily comprehended. This continued until midnight or later. At last we had to excuse ourselves and ask to be taken home, because we were leaving for Kobe the next morning. The doctor and his wife, accompanied by some of their friends, were at our hotel betimes, all with boxes and bon voyages. This reversal of the Occidental custom of bestowing presents on one's host or hostess was an enchanting way of conducting the amenities of life. They wanted no return for their hospitality. I had arrived in Japan with one small trunk and departed with 5, laden with gifts. Chapter 27. Ancients of the Earth. New and different places, strange countries, peoples, and faces have always appealed to me. I did not have to be in London for the 5th International Conference until July. When I had secured my Chinese visa it had occurred to me that it might be much better to go on around the world than retrace my steps. On a misty day, the sun not bright enough to clear the sky completely, we sailed from Kobe through the glorious inland sea, threaded its innumerable islets, like the 1,000 islands of the St. Lawrence, only more delicate. The boat was small and out of date. A few of the English had chairs but Grant and I wandered between crates of ducks, chickens, and livestock, and hundreds of Japanese squatting stolidly on the deck. When we emerged into the yellow sea it became very foggy and Grant was sick to his toes. I put on a brave face and ate, though with long teeth, as the old phrase goes. We landed at Fusan one evening. Koreans stood about in their white robes which fell to their ankles, pale figures outlined against the night in the subdued light of their mysterious paper lanterns. The next morning as I glanced out over the countryside on the way to Seoul it appeared an oriental desert, odd but seemingly familiar. I felt at home within its gates. White-robed coolies smoking long thin pipes with minute bowls drove oxen, worked in the fields. They had North American Indian faces, uncut, ragged hair, reddish skins, and curious, wooden structures strapped to their backs to carry burdens of any kind, soil, coal, rocks. The streets of Seoul were broad, dimly lit. The tall Korean men were unique, a combination of priest, patriarch, and grandee, so formal and elegant with their pointed beards a trifle larger than Van Dyck's. They were utterly indifferent to other people, managing to preserve a proud and aloof air in spite of their idiotic, silly-looking hats, dinky-crowned and wide-brimmed, from which hung strings of amber beads, valuable family heirlooms. I wondered again at the universal white costumes. Everywhere on the banks of rivers women were eternally pounding laundry, you could almost feel the threads parting company with the terrific beating, washing with stones and ironing with sticks. The Korean was held in contempt by the Japanese, who declared his government had built schools, roads, railroads, brought cleanliness. It was true that the houses of the Koreans were not so well kept, their habits not so sanitary, but they were a separate race, and they accepted scouring and scrubbing and sweeping only under pressure. Hatred and rebellion had been the result of denying them their language and customs. They claimed they were taxed out of existence to pay for such luxuries, and nourished antagonism and stubborn resistance against anything Japanese. They maintained further that they had no personal liberty, even being required to have passports to move about in their own country. Koreans also resented the speeding up of production in the silk factories through the exploitation of little girls. I saw them there, shoulders bent, crouched up over their work, hair braided down their backs, they were almost like babies. Their job was to put their tender, delicate fingers into boiling water to pull out the silk cocoons. The hands of older people were not sensitive enough. But the Japanese said they did not feel the pain. Even though I had a large luncheon meeting attended by foreign missionaries and officials, Korea was but a stepping stone to China. The celestial kingdom had an indefinable odor of its own, peculiar and inimitable, which waxed and waned, varying with each city and with each district of a city. It might be a compound of sauces, onions, garlic, incense, opium, and charcoal, but who has ever succeeded in putting an odor into words? It marched upon you, at first faintly and indistinctly like a distant army, and then closed and relentlessly, associating itself with memories, making you gasp in protest or pleasure. At Peking I wanted to change into fresh clothes all the time. I was haunted by dust in my body, in my ears, up my nose, down my throat, between my teeth. Some of the streets were paved, but the dust was suffocating. After every sightseeing sortie I bathed and bathed and bathed in a desperate effort to rid myself of the diabolical dust. We were 7 days viewing palaces, native quarters, night life, sing-song girls, hospitals, factories, silk mills. We heard the mechanical chanting and beating of drums by Buddhist priests, mostly young boys dressed in soiled yellow robes, gazed with amazement at the funeral processions, great floats, fantastic gods, food, flowers, possessions. Visited old Chinese gardens and museums. I shopped for jade and lapis lazuli and was well cheated. Beggars, many of them crippled and on crutches, were hobbling along in the gutters or sitting on corners, gaunt and filthy. Children were turning handsprings, doing anything to attract your attention, they edged beside you, and you had the feeling they had been born with palms upward. You could not set foot out of doors without being besieged by rickshaw boys clothed only in scant, cotton trousers and jackets, always short at ankles and wrists. The moment you stepped in they picked up the shafts of their little vehicles and began the dog-trot journey. I could not become accustomed to the eager running of these half-naked creatures, so weak, so underfed, so much less able than the rest of us. It had been bad enough in Japan, but there you felt the runners were sturdy. In China they usually were suffering from varicose veins, heart disease, and, forever, hunger. Often, as the wind blew some of the rags and tatters aside, I saw pock marks and wondered how close we were to the manifold diseases of the Orient. I was going about a good deal and it worried me to be pulled around by a human being so emaciated. One morning our regular boy was missing. Another replaced him, cheery and smiling. 3 days later the first returned. He had been sick, he said. He had had smallpox. The scabs had not yet peeled off. I spoke to the doorman at the hotel, who managed the rickshaws. This boy is not well enough to work. Oh, yes, he's used to it. He feels a little bad, but he's all right. Nevertheless, I sent him home to rest up. Nothing save famine and pestilence and plague seemed to give the Chinese any breathing spell. It was said the average rickshaw coolie lasted but 4 or 5 years, the remainder of his life he merely subsisted. I was submerged in a strange despondency and questioned the oldest civilization in the world which still, after so many thousand years, permitted this barbarism. Grant rode a donkey when we went to the Ming tombs, and the guide did also. I was carried in a chair for miles and miles through an arid, dusty plain. 2 coolies held the lengthy bamboo poles on their shoulders and a third jogged alongside waiting to take his turn. I felt so sorry for them I wanted to get out and walk. I wished I could carry myself. All the way these poor, starved creatures made animal noises, aha, aha, nasal, interminable, varying the tone but slightly, even their words sounded like grunts to me. China was not yet past the storytelling age, as you saw in the theater, where someone recited the news from the stage. For a copper anybody could hear what was going on in the world. The ancient classical forms of the Chinese language were intelligible to scholars alone, and Dr. Hushi had been instrumental in devising a literary vernacular which the people could use. This philosopher who at 3 years old had been familiar with 800 characters, now in 1922, while only in his late 20s, was already reputed to be the initiator of the Chinese Renaissance. He asked whether I would speak to the students of the Peking National University and, though he was to act as chairman, volunteered also to interpret, which I esteemed an almost unheard of honor. His outlook, coinciding with mine, recognized what birth control might mean for civilization. Dar. Tsai Yuanpei, the chancellor of the university and a leader of the anti-Christian movement, had gathered into his fold the most brilliant students of young China, all of them bubbling over with interest at Western ideas, which were sweeping the globe. A great turmoil was going on in their lives and a revolt against rigid Chinese tradition. Due to the translation difficulties I had encountered in Japan, I had decided I could not afford to speak in China unless I went over the subject first with my interpreter and knew he understood the spirit as well as the words. Therefore I showed Dr. Hushi my lecture material in advance. He suggested, these students will want to know everything about contraception as it is practiced. But I've never given that except at medical meetings. China is different from the West. Here you may discuss contraception as an educational fact as well as a social measure. You will be listened to respectfully, laughed at if you do not, and will surely be asked for definite information. I think you should prepare yourself for this. It was not simple to digress from principles and theories and go into methods that needed diagrams and technical knowledge to secure understanding, and I felt diffident about following his advice. But these young people, responsive and alert, received my first practical lecture with earnest attention. Dr. Hushi translated accurately and quickly, interjecting amusing stories and improving, I imagine, upon my own words. Afterwards he and I were escorted across the campus to the home of Dr. Tsai. I have always been interested in foreign foods. I like to try them out, and have brought home dozens of Hawaiian, Chinese, Indian, Japanese recipes which can be made at home. This dinner was an Arabian Nights experience. It began at 7 and lasted until 1 in the morning, bird's nest and quail egg soup, fried garupa, duck's tongues and snow fungus, roast pheasant, rice and congee, lotus nuts and pastry, shark's fins, and various kinds of wine. There must have been well over 30 guests invited for the evening, among them an American woman, Mrs. Grover Clark, whose husband was on the faculty of the university. Some of the students had been to her between the lecture and dinner time and given her the transcribed notes which they had taken down in shorthand. Would she correct them? They wanted to get the information published. When they came to the Chancellor's home to call for them so that they could deliver them to the press, I could see at a glance that this was not at all what I desired to leave behind me. My spoken words never sound adequate or complete in print. Therefore, I sent a boy to the hotel for a copy of the old standby, Family Limitation. The students set to work at once to translate it. Mrs. Clark offered to pay the expenses, and the next afternoon 5,000 copies were ready for circulation. This little incident was significant of young China. An idea to them was useless if only in the head. Their motto was to put it into concrete reality. Symptomatic also of New China was the abandonment of bound feet, although women of advanced years still were to be seen leaning on each other for support as they tottered by. Ammas were carrying nurslings about when they themselves seemed scarcely able to stand up. However, I was glad to see only a few of the small children had these lily feet. Fathers realized their daughters could not earn a living if thus deformed. At the Peking Union Medical College, combining the modern equipment of the Occident with the artistry and traditions of the Orient, no girl was accepted for training unless her feet were normal. One day Dr. Hu Shi asked me to lunch in an old Manchu restaurant where his friends were accustomed to gather and ponder. Many were business or professional men, but all, with their little beards and intellectual faces, had the appearance of professors. It was an unusual combination of Wall Street and university. In our private dining room were 7 English-speaking Chinese with families of from 4 to 9 children. Each said the later ones had not been wanted, nevertheless they had come. The conversation took a scientific turn. Since man had through breeding brought about such changes in the animal and vegetable kingdoms, why could he not produce a class of human beings unable to procreate? Was there any reason why the particular biological factors that made the mule sterile could not be applied further? They discussed the interesting possibility of creating a neuter gender such as the workers in a beehive or ant hill. The implications of this colloquy formed a fascinating climax to our sojourn in Peking. Our train was the last one south for several days. Soldiers cluttered the landscape, not alert or even military-looking, but men or boys put into uniform and told how to act. The Tujuns were all trying to unite China, each in his own way. We read in the papers about the war clouds hanging over the country, but nobody seemed to be excited. We were not worried, being foreigners, we were assured, meant protection. The valley of the Yangtze Kiang was green and luxuriant. Every inch of ground was being utilized. Even space which should have been employed for roads was given over to food production, and thousands of people were born, lived, and died in boats on the river. Some water buffalo waded in the mud of the rice fields, some horses worked the water treadmills, but human labor predominated. Overpopulation and destitution went hand in hand. In this land which Marco Polo once described as a pleasant haven of silks, spices, and fine manners, all the hypothetical Malthusian bogies had come true. Foreigners at the international and French settlements of Shanghai enjoyed much the same life as at home. Their hotels were the same, they met the same sort of people, dressed in the same clothes, ate the same meals. In fact, it was difficult to get Chinese food unless you knew exactly where to go. They came in droves, herded together, most of them bored to death. You could see they had appropriated the best of everything, the houses with gardens and walls, the clean rickshaws, the well-fed boys, the prosperity. The Chinese, in their own country, lived on what was left, which was practically nothing. They huddled wistfully on the fringes, horrible, abject, dirty. It amazed me to see that Americans, French, and English could be so near and yet close their eyes to the wretched, degrading conditions of devastating squalor in the native quarters. Once while a missionary was guiding me through the Chinese city, we noted a crowd, children included, gathered in curiosity around a leper woman. She was on the ground, sighing and breathing heavily. Nobody offered to help her. "Maybe she's dying," said my companion. Just then the woman gave a fearful groan and took a baby from under her rags. She knew what to do, manipulated her thighs and abdomen, got the afterbirth, bit the cord with her teeth, put the baby aside, turned over, and rested. No trace of emotion showed on the faces of the watchers. In their respective countries Europeans would have made an effort to improve such conditions. But here they seem to have lost many of their former standards and qualities of character and conscience. It was said that China, psychologically speaking, swallowed up the morals of all those who came to reside there. One young American secretary related to me the joys of living in this section of the Orient. She said her salary was far smaller than any she would have received in the United States, but her comfort, on the other hand, far exceeded what she could have had in Boston at double her present wages. Among them she mentioned her rickshaw boy, who cost her only $5 a month, out of which he had to support himself and his enormous family. During the 3 years he had been working for her she had never raised his pay, nor did she ever expect to. He dared make no request, because in China it was almost impossible to get a job by oneself. When a servant was dismissed he faced practical starvation. I really formed a bad impression of people who wanted to live in China because of the cheapness of its luxuries. The Grand Hotel was elegantly appointed, but the boys who served in the rooms did not seem friendly in their hearts towards any foreigners. Hostility was percolating throughout the country. Deep in the Chinese mind lay the memory of many invasions, of the Boxer Rebellion, and the intrusion of businessmen and, particularly, missionaries. In Shanghai the American missionaries dominated Chinese education, such as it was. I was surprised to find families of 8 or 10 children the rule rather than the exception among them. Their salaries were raised with each new infant, and that may have been the reason. Nevertheless, there were many who wanted birth control information. When they learned of my presence they called on the telephone, sent cards, came to see me. But, apparently apprehensive of criticism, they took me if possible into a secluded room or, if we had to meet in a public place, backed me into a corner and stood in front to conceal the fact they were talking with me. They acted as though they were turning up their coat collars so that they should not be recognized. The only method of family limitation known to the poor Chinese was infanticide of girl babies by suffocation or drowning. The missionaries were cooperating with the government, which had enacted a law forbidding the practice. They went from home to see whether any woman were pregnant. If one were obviously so, her name was jotted down in a notebook for a call soon after birth was due. At the same time both father and mother were informed of the severe penalty they would incur unless the baby itself or a doctor's certificate of death from natural causes were produced. After 2 years' work 95% of pregnant mothers showed either their babies or good reasons for not doing so. But the Chinese had so low a margin of subsistence that, if the law forbade them to dispose of one child, another was starved out. Sometimes 2 little girls had to be sold to keep one boy alive. In dire necessity even he might have to be parted with to some sonless man who wanted to ensure ancestor worship. Because the elder girls could begin to help in the fields or become servants in some rich landowner's household, usually it was the 3- and 4-year-olds who were turned over to brothels. There they stayed until mature enough to be set to working out their indenture. If they ever tried unsuccessfully to find freedom, the proprietors might beat them unmercifully, sometimes even breaking their legs so that they could not walk, much less ever run away again. When infanticide was stopped, the corresponding increase in sing-song girls making their living by prostitution was almost immediately evident. It was estimated Shanghai had 100,000. Many were Eurasians, the results of unions with white men who were in Shanghai on small salaries as representatives of foreign business firms. I glimpsed some of the Chinese women who had been bought as housekeepers and mistresses as well saying goodbye at the train to their American or English masters summoned home. Desiring to see the worst of the city I went to the prostitute quarter in company with Mr. Blackstone, a missionary from the Door of Hope, a house of refuge for escaping girls. In Shanghai, as in Tokyo, we found in the Japanese section soft, low lights and an undercurrent of music in the air. The inmates were fully grown, gay and hearty, the interiors were immaculate and restrained in their decoration, the streets were swarming with sailors who apparently preferred this district to the depressingly dark and gloomy Chinese one nearby. Here and there the Chinese prostitutes could be seen through the open doorways, heavily rouged, gowned in vivid colors, limned like posters against the meanness of the background, their frail, slight bodies at the service of anyone who came. Each took her turn upon a stool outside, using her few words of English to attract the sailor trade. I thought I would never recover from the shock of seeing American men spending their evenings at such places with what were obviously children. In one house we found half a dozen girls looking much younger than their theoretical 15 seated on hard benches around a room not more than 6 feet by 9. A little one holding high a lamp so that we should not trip and fall, escorted us to her cubicle, which had only a bed for furniture. A chair was brought in for me. Mr. Blackstone began to talk to her in her own dialect. Why had she come? Too much baby home, no chow. She said she was 16 and had been there since she was 12. Why she can't be a day over 10, I expostulated. The child was visibly frightened, aghast at her own loquacity. We might be from the government. When we had at last gained her confidence, however, she responded eagerly to this unusual sympathetic contact, talking freely about herself, the long time it took to pay herself out, the precariousness and physical fatigue of her calling. Some days she had no visitors, but when a ship was in maybe as many as 10 or 12 a night. She seemed as old as the ages in her knowledgeableness, no want baby, she told us. Yet her poor little frame had the immaturity of fruit picked green and left to shrivel. We gave her money and left in spite of her urgent and kind invitation to stay. All sing-song girls were not necessarily prostitutes. Most hotels hired them to entertain guests. Only their lips were made up, their faces remaining pale. They wore flowers in their hair and although not so soft-voiced as the geisha had greater independence. Certainly their weird, shrill songs accompanied by the tinkle of a lute were not attractive to Western ears. Echoes of my visit to Japan had permeated throughout the colony of Japanese, who aimed to give me an extra cordial welcome, trying their best to make up for what they thought had been an unpleasant experience in their country. I had not realized the power of ancient feudalism over the Japanese woman until I met her away from home, where she blossomed into an intelligent, outspoken human being. I noticed she expressed herself much more frankly in the presence of men, but underneath the conversation I often sensed a propaganda which had resulted in deep prejudice. From the horrible stories you heard of the savagery of the Chinese you received the impression all were cannibals. Since my plans to include China in my itinerary had been made so late, I had few letters of introduction there. Consequently, to my regret I did not see many Chinese women. I had not expected to do much speaking and had had very little press in Peking. Dr. Hu Shi, however, had arranged for me to meet about 15 newspaper men and women in Shanghai. We sipped our tea, nibbled our cakes, and then they began to ask questions, taking down the answers with the utmost care. They wanted to set forth the pros and cons of birth control in their own vernacular, but unfortunately could not reach the illiterate masses. They asked me to speak at the Family Reformation Association, an organization which was under missionary auspices. The rules were no smoking, no drinking, no gambling. Its membership, therefore, remained small. The young woman who interpreted paragraph by paragraph had just returned from America, but did not prove the expert her traveling had indicated. The chairman said I was to give both theory and practice, but when I came to the latter my translator's courage took flight entirely. She whispered, "I'll get a doctor to say that." I gave up and switched to something simpler. My audience, however, knew without her assistance what I had been trying to convey, and was much diverted by her predicament. Of all lands China needed knowledge of how to control her numbers. The incessant fertility of her millions spread like a plague. Well-wishing foreigners who had gone there with their own moral codes to save her babies from infanticide, her people from pestilence, had actually increased her problem. To contribute to famine funds and the support of missions was like trying to sweep back the sea with a broom. China represented the final act in an international tragedy of overpopulation, seeming to prove that the eminence of a country could not be measured by numbers any more than by industrial expansion, large standing armies, or invincible navies. If its sons and daughters left for the generations to come a record of immortal poetry, art, and philosophy, then it was a great nation and had attained the only immortality worth striving for. But China, once the fountainhead of wisdom, had been brought to the dust by superabundant breeding. This was my conclusion when at last we were back again in the modern age on the American ship Silver State bound for Hong Kong. We had comfort, hot water, baths, heard the softness of the little chimes as the steward went through the corridors announcing meals. It was almost with a sense of awe that I asked for any service. After being some time in the Orient you were a bit embarrassed by having an American wait on you. Soon, however, the plumbers, the carpenters, the painters who kept the vessel trim, the sailors who swabbed down the decks at night, gave me a feeling that in the Western countries we had gone far towards dignifying manual labor. Chapter 28. The world is much the same everywhere. A favorite sales promotion method of astrologers is to send partial readings to people whose names appear in the papers, in the hope of piquing their curiosity to the point of demanding fuller details regarding their future lives and conduct. From time to time I used to receive these and paid no attention. But just before I had sailed from California a friend of birth control had sent me one based upon arrests and prison. This forecast told me I would have a great deal of difficulty in starting, and that on a certain day in May the same signs would prevail over my house as at the town hall meeting, that I should, therefore, be prepared for police interference. While packing in Shanghai I was looking through my briefcase and happened to note that the date was one on which the Silver State would still be at sea. She was not due at Hong Kong until the next day. I laughed to myself and said, here's where I prove it wrong. As it turned out, however, the ship was ahead of her schedule and arrived in Hong Kong 12 hours early. We were steaming up the long reach towards the Kowloon piers when, to my utter surprise, the immigration officer who had come on board handed me a notice instructing me to visit the chief of police. Is this a special invitation for me, or is everybody included? Only for you, madam, was the smiling response. The harbor was crowded with junks and fishing boats. Children in sampans were holding out nets for whatever might come overside, fishing up each bit of refuse from the water. Adjoining ships were being coaled by women coolies, hundreds of them, their faces strained and bodies stringy as though made up entirely of tendons. They carried their 2 baskets on bamboo poles across their shoulders, and clambered like ants in their bare feet over the barges, not singing as the men coolies of the north, but making much walla walla, jabbering and shouting. After settling Grant in a hotel I took a chair from around the corner, because police headquarters was part way up the peak, and rickshaws could not negotiate the steep ascent. The chief was not there. I inquired whether anything were wrong with my passport. Since my British visa was perfectly correct, they said there must be some mistake. They had no information about any summons. I left my card. The next day the chief called at my hotel, but we missed each other because I was out with Grant ordering his first pair of long trousers. When I returned I found a calling card and another request to come to headquarters that afternoon. Again I obeyed, and again I found no chief and no message for me. I left another card and the officials whom I had seen before laughingly reiterated they still knew of no complaints. Well, I'm going tomorrow morning. If the chief wants anything he'll have to come to the hotel. He never did. Once more we were off, this time on a British liner. The sea was smooth, the air cool. It was the ideal ocean voyage I had always longed for. I was relaxed and enervated, but it was good to be so. I had nothing to do all day but sit in the glorious breezes on deck and watch the romping children, about 50 of whom were on board. Many had been born in the Orient and were accompanying Pater, who was going home on leave. One little boy might come tearing by pursued by another, both followed by anxious Chinese amahs, thin, dark, slick-haired, wearing glossy, black trousers and coats buttoned down the side. They seemed in constant distress over the antics of their energetic charges. When we dropped anchor at Singapore, agitation and excitement were again manifest among the inspectors at the sight of my passport. I was politely asked to stand by while they consulted, and then was ushered off the ship to an upstairs office where I was questioned by a pleasant young Englishman as to my intentions in going to India. But I'm not planning to stop in India. Lectures by you are announced in Bombay and Calcutta. This is the first I've heard of it, I assured him. But if I were to go, would there be any objection? That would depend on the subject of your lectures. I'm interested in only one subject. He pressed a button. Miraculously, almost like a scene from a mystery play, and as though everything had been rehearsed in advance, an attendant entered and placed on the desk a large, closely typewritten paper. Am I on the blacklist? Not exactly, but you said you were interested in only one subject. Then what about this? He actually read me from that document details of a small reception I had given 5 years before in my own apartment in New York for Agnes Smedley after her release on bail. For a moment I was speechless with amazement. Then I ejaculated, why shouldn't I be interested when she was arrested for a cause that is my own? Besides, you must remember the charge was later dismissed. Then what about serving on the committee for the Deb's defense and for the political prisoners' defense? He mentioned other gatherings I had attended during that parlor meeting era, such as when Mary Knobloch had had Jim Larkin talk on Irish Home Rule or Lajpat Rai, the Indian sociologist, express anti-British tendencies. Wherever my name had appeared on the stationery of any committee he had it on his record. My public life was there spread out, showing how careful was British espionage. I brought forth from my arsenal some of my most trusty arguments, and the official ultimately agreed that if the vast millions of India wanted birth control he was all for my going there and would visa my passport. However, since I did not propose to include it in my trip the discussion was purely academic. Although Singapore when we reached it seemed to combine so many nationalities that it was like Europe, America, and the Orient all mixed together, Malays, whose land it once had been, appeared to be in the minority in their dialect little used. I could not escape that fatal horoscope, because when their language was described to me as easy and simple, the example given was Mata. By itself it meant I. But, Mata Mata, in addition to being the plural, also meant policemen, who were the eyes of the government, and Mata Mata Glap meant secret eyes, hence detectives. How Europeans made themselves understood in Singapore was a wonder to me. The Chinese rickshaw boys apparently comprehended no tongue, nor knew where any place was. You stepped into a rickshaw and pointed to where you thought your hotel was, praying your finger was extended in the right direction. If you did not point he ran in any direction of the compass. Even so, at the first corner he was inclined to turn into a more shady street. After a while, since he seemed to be arriving nowhere, you spoke to him sharply and he pulled up to a traffic officer, who told him where to go. Still pointing and saying, "Hotel," loudly, you eventually were delivered in front of the door by a much-pleased coolie, grinning from ear to ear at his own cleverness. The poor fellows were so cheerful and willing that you could not help smiling, too. The weather continued balmy to Penang, to Ceylon, to Aden. I had been dreading the heat of the Red Sea, but the passage was surprisingly cool. The facing wind was really enjoyable. At Cairo, where we made a longer pause, Grant came down with dysentery and his temperature shot to 104 degrees. A Czechoslovakian doctor spent 3 nights with him but could not reduce the fever. Each morning when I rose early to act as nurse, I stumbled over about 6 natives, our own guide Ali among them, kneeling on prayer rugs in front of his door. All the fortune tellers had said a death was pending in Shefford's hotel and were assuming he would be the victim. The 4th day, after the doctor had gone to his office, I ordered a dishpan full of ice and sponged Grant off with the frosty water. 2 hours later his temperature was normal and he began to show signs of recovering. I never divulged that cold bath to the doctor. Ali was a handsome, dark-faced Arab with large luminous eyes and fine-cut features which made American ones seem crude and weak in comparison. Wearing his long black robe to the ground and topped by a red fez, he used to come to his duties bearing great armfuls of flowers from his mother. We held lengthy conversations. "Have you been married?" I asked. "Yes, 5 times. Weren't any of them happy?" He began enumerating. The first one had been young and inexperienced, she had not been properly brought up and did not know her position as his wife. Although she had cost him $100, he had dispatched her to her parents because she was too independent. Number 2 had not been clean and had been too old for his mother to train. He had made amicable arrangements with her father for her return, and had lost no money on this transaction. Number 3 had been sickly, and a great expense, she also had gone back. Number 4 had not loved him. It had been shortly evident her heart was with another man and the agreement had been broken by mutual consent. Number 5, the latest, he had sent home because she would not wait on his mother. Why should she? Madam, my mother carried me in her belly for 9 months. Should I have a wife who would not work for her after that? He was now casting about for his 6th. Ali haunted our footsteps and, in order to collect his 5% commission on all our purchases, noted every place we went. Merchants made a social affair of their customers' calls. You went to a perfume shop in the bazaar. The proprietor said, yes, sat down, and handed you a gold-tipped, aromatic cigarette. He lighted it for you, took out a pile of letters from a bag, and opened them for your inspection. They were testimonials that a certain gentleman had sent similar cigarettes to Hartford, Connecticut, or Pelham, New York. Of course, you bought some. Then a cup of Persian tea was brought you, and you wanted some of that. At last you recalled that you had come for attar of roses. By this time he had sensed your aura, and knew what you could pay. He was willing humbly to mention the price. Our tour had been a wonderful experience for Grant. He had studied the Baedekers, planned our trips when we were coming to a new city or country, looked into their histories and, although he was only 13, shown a highly awake and intelligent attitude towards everything we had seen. He had had all sorts of wares hurled at him, ostrich feathers, fans, baskets, sapphires, scarabs. He was satiated with strange sights and lore, Buddha's temple of the tooth at Kandy, caravans of bullocks, the English club at tiny Port Swettenham in Malaya, the enormous porters of Egypt who picked up trunks as though they were handbags. Women veiled and women unveiled, mosques, the Coptic church where Joseph and Mary were supposed to have hidden Jesus from Herod, the date trees along the road to Memphis, the underground temple of the bull. The remains of an old proud world at Alexandria where Cleopatra had once held court, the primitive ferry raft on which we had crossed the Nile to see the place where Moses had been found in the bulrushes, the wonderful ride, weird and lovely. Across the Sahara to view the pyramids and Sphinx. On his way to Switzerland he had traveled by gondola along the canals of Venice, had been trailed through the art galleries of Milan. After a few weeks at Montreux Grant was fully recovered, but he was now homesick for the first time since we had left New York 8 months before. All he wanted was to see Tilden play in the tennis matches at Wimbledon, and then go home. Because I did not think he should miss the reception which H.G. was giving, I had him fly across the Channel to London, and afterwards, appreciating his longing to be among his own age and kind, I shipped him off on the maiden voyage of the Majestic to a camp in the Poconos. By the time he was back at Petty he was up with his class, his mind vastly enriched, and able to approach his studies in a more mature manner. I have never regretted taking him with me. I myself remained in London for the 5th International Neo-Malthusian and Birth Control Conference to be held July 11th to 14th. The inclusion of the words birth control was a definite concession on the part of the Neo-Malthusians to the new trend of thought. It was a delight to be amid conditions where tolerance reigned and the atmosphere was unblighted by legal restrictions. The scientific candor of the discussion was reported in the newspapers with sincerity and sobriety. John Maynard Keynes, who had become famous almost overnight as the result of his book, The Consequences of the Peace, presided at one of the afternoon meetings. Later, I had lunch with him. He was tall and well-built, with clear, cold, blue eyes, a fine shapely head, brow, and face, a brilliant bearing and brilliant intellect. I was impressed by the fact he did not smile. Because he gave each question of yours so much consideration, he seemed constantly perplexed, but when he once started to talk you knew he had already put aside the thing as having been solved, and gone on in advance. You were probably more puzzled at his next question than he at yours. In the 2 years that elapsed before I saw Keynes again he had married Lydia Lopakova of the Russian ballet. He had become an entirely different person, his serious mien and countenance had been changed to a buoyant, joyous happiness. His knowledge of the problems of money, population, and economics were of a nature far above the grasp of an ordinary intelligence, yet in his conversation with his wife he always implied she knew the subject as thoroughly as he, and answered her queries as though their minds were together. He was the only Englishman, perhaps the only man, I ever knew to do this. Unlike Lydia Lopakova, most women had a strenuous battle trying to prove themselves equal to men. This marriage conflict was inseparable from modern life. I could sense it frequently when coming in contact with a married couple, on her part the years of rebellion, and on his of trying to put her down as a weakling. Sentiment has extolled the young love which promises to last through eternity. But love is a growth mingled with a succession of experiences. It is as foolish to promise to love forever as to promise to live forever. To every woman there comes the apprehension that marriage may not fulfill her highest expectations and dreams. If in the heart of a girl entering this covenant for the first time there are doubts, even in the slightest degree, they are doubled and trebled in their intensity when she meditates a second marriage. J. Noah H. Slee, whom I had known for some time, was what the papers called a staid pillar of finance. He was South African born but had made his fortune in the United States. In customs and exteriors we were as far apart as the poles. He was a conservative in politics and a churchman, whereas I voted for Norman Thomas and, instead of attending Orthodox services, preferred to go to the opera. An old-fashioned type of man, J.N. yearned to protect any type of woman who would cling. Complications, therefore, confronted us. I had been free for nearly 10 years, and, for as long, had been waging a campaign to free other women. I was startled by the thought of joining my life to that of one who objected to his wife's coming home alone in a taxi at night, or assumed she could not buy her own railroad tickets or check her baggage. Nevertheless, despite his foibles, he was generous in wanting me to continue my unfinished work, and was undeterred by my warning that he would always have to be kissing me goodbye in depots or waving farewell as the gangplank went up. I had to consider also that I had 2 boys to be educated, and that children were much more to a woman than to a man. Yet I knew he would be kind and understanding with them. Furthermore, he had faith both in individuals and in humanity. His naive appearance of hardness was actually not borne out in fact. He kept his promises and hated debts. We attached the same importance to the spirit of integrity. Hundreds of people who scarcely knew me were delighted when the news of our marriage eventually became public. Within 1 week letters began to arrive from all over the United States and Canada. One man wrote he had helped me get up a meeting at San Francisco and now needed a printing press. Would I mail him the trifling sum of $3,000? Another brought to mind I had had dinner at his home when lecturing in his city, and now that he had painted enough pictures to hold an exhibit, would I finance it? Dozens of ministers, old men, old ladies, writers, sculptors wanted me to set them up in business, musical concert work, bookshops, recalling the time they had taken me in cars to meetings, or that I had slept in their beds. Parents requested me to send their children to schools, to Europe, to sanatoriums, heaven knows what. I never knew people could need so much. I longed with all the desire in me to make out a check for every lack and wave a magic wand and say, so be it. But all I could do was write back that I had no more wealth than before, my husband's was his own. And I still required as many contributions to birth control as ever. I had not wanted the worry or trouble of handling money, nor do I want it today. The things I valued then I value now, not for what they cost, but for what they are. To me dollars and cents are only messengers to do my bidding, and nothing more. To use them properly and get results is my responsibility. When I asked J.N., why do you lock things up, he replied, I always do, don't you? Never. I haven't anything worth locking up. That is the way I still feel. It seemed so final when again I started a home, but there had been a gathering loneliness in my life, not seeing the children except on holidays, never having time to spend with old friends or to make new ones. And with such rich opportunities constantly offering themselves. I knew very well, however, what sort of a house I wanted, a simple one, something like Shelley's in Sussex. In 1923, with stones gathered from the fields we built a house near Fishkill, New York, cradled in the Dutchess County hills, beside a little lake. On it we tried out swans, but they did not work. Although they looked picturesque, they were too messy. So we changed to ducks and stocked the water with bass. I planned a blue garden which grew up and down and threw itself about the house and altered with the seasons. Pepper, a cocker spaniel puppy of 2 months, came the first year and bounced and leaped around us as we walked through the woods or rode horseback over the hills. Willow Lake was only 60 miles from New York. I could make out the menus for a week ahead, leave directions for the gardening, be in my office fairly early and back again for dinner at night. Later, for working purposes, we built a studio among the treetops on the edge of a cliff from which I could look far off across the majestic valley of the Hudson. Domesticity, which I had once so scorned, had its charms after all. Chapter 29. While the doctors consult. After coming back from around the world, I found nothing had been done about the 10th Street Clinic, which I had expected to be in operation. No members of the Academy of Medicine had come forth to back Dr. de Vilbus, and I had paid the rent for the last 12 months while vainly waiting. Now I gave it up and decided to start afresh. The more I had studied, the more clearly I had recognized that it was not possible to advise a standard contraceptive for all women any more than it was possible to prescribe one set of eyeglasses for all conditions of sight. Only upon examination and careful checkup could you determine the most suitable method. No detailed statistics had ever been kept except at Brownsville, and those case histories had never been returned to me by the police. I wanted to collect at least 1,000 such records for a scientific survey before any opposition could interfere with the plan. Many women were still coming to me personally for information at 104 Fifth Avenue. The best thing to do was have a woman doctor right there to take care of them, a quiet way to begin. It was hard to locate one footloose and free. I could have no shying or running off at the first indication of trouble. In making inquiries I heard of Dr. Dorothy Bacher, who held a New York City license though she was at present in the Public Health Service of Georgia. This single, cordial, and enthusiastic young woman knew practically nothing about birth control technique, but was willing to learn. The difficulty was that she wanted $5,000 a year. At first this appeared an almost unsurmountable obstacle. Here was just the person I had been looking for, but it seemed beyond my power to raise so large a sum. I was loaded with the financial weight of the Review and the League. That organization had been admitted as a membership corporation and hence could not secure a license to conduct a clinic, which in New York was synonymous with a dispensary. No clinic, therefore, could be included in its budget. It would remain a department of the League by courtesy only, being actually my private undertaking. Where could I find someone to donate such an enormous amount? Then I remembered Clinton Chance, a young manufacturer of Birmingham, who had prospered exceedingly both before and during the war. He and his wife, Janet, had become good friends of mine during my 1920 visit to England. Having felt the need of a more sound and fundamental outlet for his riches than that provided by charity, he had come to see that birth control information was far better for his employees than a dole at the birth of every new baby. He was not in any sense a professional philanthropist, but only wanted to help them be self-sufficient. Clinton had once offered me money to set the birth control movement going in England, but I had refused then because England had enough co-workers, who were handling the situation well, and, furthermore, my place was in the United States. He had then said to me, "I won't give you a contribution for regular current expenses, but if ever you see the necessity for some new project which will advance the general good, call on me." Now I cabled Clinton at length, explaining my need. He promptly answered, "Yes, go ahead," and soon arrived an anonymous £1,000 to cover Dr. Bacher's salary for the first year. I made out a contract for 2. She was to come in January, 1923, and we were to shoulder the risks and responsibilities together. Even to choose a name for the venture was not easy. I had been steadily advertising the term clinic to America for so long that it had become familiar and, moreover, to poor people it meant that little or no payment was required. But the use of the word itself was legally impossible, and I was not certain that the same might not be true of center or bureau. I wanted it at least to imply the things that clinic meant as I had publicized it, and also to include the idea of research. Finally, one of the doors of the 2 rooms adjoining the League offices, readily accessible to me and to the women who came for advice, was lettered, Clinical Research. It was still a clinic in my mind, though frankly an experiment because I was not even sure women would accept the methods we had to offer them. We started immediately keeping the records. Dr. Bacher wrote down the history of the case on a large card, numbering it to correspond with a smaller one containing the patient's name and address. Each applicant she suspected of a bad heart, tuberculosis, kidney trouble, or any ailment which made pregnancy dangerous, she informed regarding contraception and advised medical care at once. In our first annual report, which attracted much attention, all our cases were analyzed. We said, here is the proof, 900 women with definite statistics concerning their ages, physical and mental conditions, and economic status. As time went on, I became less and less pleased with Dr. Bacher's system. She had no follow-up on patients, and I wished the clinic to be like a business in the thoroughness of its routine. I refused to approve methods as 100% reliable until there had been not merely 1 but 3 checks on each woman who had been to the clinic. To begin with, she was to return 2 or 3 days after her initial visit. She usually did that. But if she did not come back inside 3 months, then a social worker in our own employ should be sent to call on her. Finally, she was to be examined once a year. Dr. Bacher did not see eye to eye with me that this was the only way to put the work on a sound scientific basis of facts, and we agreed to part company in December of the 2nd year. Dr. Hannah M. Stone, a fine young woman from the lying-in hospital, volunteered to take Dr. Bacher's place without salary. Her gaze was clear and straight, her hair was black, her mouth gentle and sweet. She had a sympathetic response to mothers in distress, and a broad attitude towards life's many problems. When the lying-in hospital later found she had connected herself with our clinic, it gave her a choice between remaining with us and resigning from the staff. She resigned. Her courageous stand indicated staunch friendship and the disinterested selflessness essential for the successful operation of the clinic. These qualities have kept her with us all this time, one of the most beloved and loyal workers that one could ever hope for. The clinic could serve New York, but its practical value outside was restricted, and I was always seeking some way of remedying this. We took the preliminary step in Illinois, where no laws existed against clinics. I had arranged a conference in Chicago at the Drake Hotel, October, 1923, the first of a regional series. Mrs. Benjamin Carpenter and Dr. Rochelle Yarrows, who had been with Jane Addams at Hull House, had to obtain a court decision before Dr. Herman Bundeson, Commissioner of Health, would issue a license for the second clinic in the United States. Meanwhile, between 1921 and 1926, I received over 1 million letters from mothers requesting information. From 1923 on, a staff of 3 to 7 was constantly busy just opening and answering them. Despite the limitations of the writers and their lack of education, they revealed themselves strangely conscious of the responsibilities of the maternal function. Childbearing is hazardous, even when carried out with the advantages of modern hygiene and parental care. The upper middle classes are likely to assume all confinements are surrounded by the same attention given the births of their own babies. They do not comprehend it is still possible in these United States for a woman to milk 6 cows at 5 o'clock in the morning and bring a baby into the world at 9. The terrific hardships of the farm mother are not in the least degree lessened by maternity. If she and her infant survive, it is only to face these hardships anew, and with additional complications. In the midst of an era of science and fabulous wealth reaching out for enlightenment to advance our civilization, with millionaires tossing their fortunes into libraries and hospitals and laboratories to discover the secrets and causes of life. Here at the doorstep of everyone was this tragic, scarcely recognized condition. It was an easy and even a pleasant task to reduce human problems to numerical figures in black and white on charts and graphs, but infinitely more difficult to suggest concrete solutions. The reasoning of learned theologians and indefatigable statisticians seemed academic and anemically intellectual if brought face to face with the actuality of suffering. When they confronted me with arguments, this dim, far-off chorus of pain began to resound anew in my ears. Sensitive women of our clerical staff were constantly breaking down in health under the nervous depression caused by the fact we had so little knowledge to give. One who went to Chicago to help rehabilitate soldiers wrote me, "I'm feeling much better. These men who have lost a leg or arm come in, apparently disqualified forever, but something is being done about them, and it is happy work, not forlorn like yours." To prove that the story could be told by the mothers themselves, 10,000 letters, with the assistance of Mary Boyd, were selected and these again cut to 500. Eventually this historical record appeared in book form as Motherhood in Bondage. Whenever I am discouraged I go to those letters as to a wellspring which sends me on reheartened. They make me realize with increasing intensity that whoever kindles a spark of hope in the breast of another cannot shirk the duty of keeping it alive. Woman and the New Race, which sold at first for $2, had a distribution of 250,000 copies. And it made my heart ache to know that poor women who could ill afford it were buying the book and not finding there what they sought. To the best of my ability I tried to supply general information, but the only way of extending genuine aid was to persuade doctors to give it professionally. By a happy chance I met Dr. James F. Cooper, tall, blonde, distinguished, a fine combination of missionary and physician, who left no stone unturned when a patient came to him, but devoted his whole attention to her. Everything in her life was important to him. He was recently back from Fuzhou, China, and was establishing himself in Boston as a gynecologist. Since he was thoroughly convinced of the vital necessity for birth control and could talk technically to his profession and interpret to the layman as well, my husband pledged his salary and expenses for 2 years. And I induced him to associate himself with us as medical director to go forth and try to convince the doctors throughout the country that contraceptive advice would save a large proportion of their women patients. In January 1925, Dr. Cooper started on a tour which covered nearly all the states in the Union. In the course of the 2 years he delivered more than 700 lectures. Occasionally he was suspected of ulterior motives, of attempting to advertise the products he recommended, but this did not sway him from his persistence. Where he found laxity on the part of medical organizations he spoke to lay associations, which applied pressure on their own physicians, demanding information. As a result of this trip, doctors really began to awake to the problem of contraception, and when it was ended we had the names of some 20,000 from Maine to California who had consented to instruct patients referred to them. At this point began the huge and difficult process of decentralization, so that the New York office need no longer be a clearinghouse. Each request which lay outside the pale of the Cooper influence required voluminous correspondence. One letter, enclosing a stamped, return-addressed envelope, was mailed to the woman, asking her to furnish us the name of her doctor. We then wrote him to inquire whether he would give her information, and offered to send supplies if she could not afford them. If he said yes, we notified her to that effect. If he said no, we gave some other doctor in her vicinity an opportunity to cooperate. We were immediately confronted with the situation that even willing doctors had little to recommend. Literally thousands of women reported that such ineffective methods had been tendered them they had refused to pay. We ourselves did not have a great deal, and this put us in a weak position. The acceptance of the theory was ahead of the means of practicing it. The jelly I had found in Friedrichshafen had turned out to be too expensive, because it was made with a Chino sole and Irish moss base, and the price of the former was prohibitive in preparing it for poor women. Dr. Stone and Dr. Cooper, therefore, devised a formula for a jelly with a lactic acid and glycerin base, which was within our means. Most of their cases, however, were sufficiently grave for them not to feel justified in using it alone experimentally. Consequently, they took the precaution of having a double safeguard by combining the chemical contraceptive with the mechanical, jelly with pessary, which proved 98% efficacious. At this time we could not import diaphragms directly. Although I had given various friends going to Germany and England the mission of bringing them in, this could not be done in sufficient quantity. Furthermore, since bootlegging supplies could not continue indefinitely, I had to find out how they could legally be made here. 2 young men came to help in whatever way was most necessary. Herbert Simons, who had been in advertising, began to investigate the possibility that some recognized rubber company should make our supplies. When one and all were fearful, he and Guy Moiston, who did some publicity for us, concluded they would form the Hollandrantos Company, selling only to physicians or on prescription. They spent their own time and thousands of dollars personally on research, in the end perfecting a quality of rubber that could stand the variations of climate in the United States, hot houses and cold winters, Florida dampness and western dryness. Meanwhile, Julius Schmid, an old established manufacturer, had been importing from his own concern in Germany a few diaphragms, but only on a modest scale because he did not want to run afoul of the Comstock law. As soon as he saw a potential market in the medical profession, he fetched from the fatherland several families who had been making molds there, gave them places to live in, and set up a little center. Expanding gradually until eventually he sold more contraceptive supplies than any firm in the world. But this was all in the future. Soon after we had developed an organization in which economists, biologists, and other scientists could be articulate, they came into the movement. Drive S. Adolphus Knopf, a tuberculosis specialist, who had been one of the first to greet me when I came out of jail, never missed an opportunity to contribute articles to medical journals and to write letters. Professor Edward Allsworth Ross's books continued to popularize the sociological and economic aspects. Professor E.M. East of the Bussey Institute of Harvard University published a study of population titled Mankind at the Crossroads, which obtained wide circulation. His one-time pupil, Dr. Raymond Pearl of Johns Hopkins, was carrying on the same work, showing exactly how much food a certain number of acres could produce at what cost. Universities generally began to show an interest. Students wrote asking for scientific and historical data upon which to base their theses. Young people in colleges, partly because their ideas were not yet biased, offered a fallow field for my personal campaign of education through lecturing. I particularly enjoyed their quickness and alertness and their interludes of comic relief. Nowhere has this combination been more apparent than in a recent visit to Colgate University. Four boys met me at the station and somehow or other we all squeezed into an automobile which shortly deposited me at the home of one of the professors for tea and to meet the faculty. "This is house party night," he told me. "The girls are here, and most of the boys won't get to bed until daylight. We'll have to rout them out to hear you at chapel tomorrow." He added that during his 12 years in the university no woman had spoken on that platform. "Have they prejudices against women speakers?" "Oh, no, no. There's just no subject a woman can deal with better than a man." Well, I thought, if the boys will all have been out to parties and I'm the first woman speaker, here is a challenge. No sociology or dull population figures for them from me. The next morning, determined to make them take notice, I ransacked my bag for my smartest dress, adjusted my lipstick, and carefully set my hat at an angle. Nevertheless, I was a bit ill at ease. My anxiety was not allayed when Norman Himes, professor of sociology, said, "Now, Mrs. Sanger, we probably shan't be able to hear you in this hall. The acoustics are very bad. They can hardly hear me and I have a big voice." This was even less encouraging. I felt I was likely to be the last as well as the first woman at Colgate. However, I replied bravely, "I can speak up and we can have some wave if they can't hear me. Anyhow, there probably won't be many, why can't they be moved up front?" "Yes, that's what we'd better do." We went in to find the chapel jammed. Some of the students were standing in the door, others against the walls. Professor Himes introduced me at the top of his lungs. Louder. Louder. The boys waved their hands. The more he tried to make himself heard, the more restless they became. When I stood, however, they had to listen if they were to hear me. There was no waving, no calling. They roared with laughter and clapped at everything I said. This seemed fine, but I suspected that I could not have really made so profound an impression as to deserve so much applause. Someone afterwards commented to Professor Himes, "We've never seen the boys so appreciative." "Oh," he remarked, They thought if they could keep Mrs. Sanger talking long enough they wouldn't have to go to their examinations. From the time I started lecturing in 1916 I have appeared in many places: halls, churches, women's clubs, homes, theaters. I have had many types of audiences: cotton workers, churchmen, liberals, socialists, scientists, clubmen, and fashionable, philanthropically minded women. Once in Detroit, Mrs. William McGraw, Sr. had organized a public meeting and luncheon at the Statler Hotel. When I arrived I encountered a situation which might well have embarrassed a less dowdy hostess. She had invited a dozen of the most prominent women in the city to sit at the speaker's table. Mrs. A. had asked, "Will Mrs. B. sit there also?" Mrs. B. had inquired, "Will Mrs. C. be next to me?" Each wanted social support. Mrs. McGraw had blandly refused to tell them, consequently not one had accepted. Although 500 came, only 2 places were set at the great banquet table on the platform. Mrs. McGraw and I ate in solitary splendor with nothing but the floral decorations for company. All the world over, in Penang and Skagway, in El Paso and Helsingfors, I have found women's psychology in the matter of childbearing essentially the same, no matter what the class, religion, or economic status. Always to me any aroused group was a good group, and therefore I accepted an invitation to talk to the women's branch of the Ku Klux Klan at Silver Lake, New Jersey, one of the weirdest experiences I had in lecturing. My letter of instruction told me what train to take: to walk from the station 2 blocks straight ahead, then 2 to the left. I would see a sedan parked in front of a restaurant. If I wished I could have 10 minutes for a cup of coffee or bite to eat, because no supper would be served later. I obeyed orders implicitly, walked the blocks, saw the car, found the restaurant, went in and ordered some cocoa, stayed my allotted 10 minutes, then approached the car hesitatingly and spoke to the driver. I received no reply. She might have been totally deaf as far as I was concerned. Mustering up my courage, I climbed in and settled back. Without a turn of the head, a smile, or a word to let me know I was right, she stepped on the self-starter. For 15 minutes we wound around the streets. It must have been towards 6 in the afternoon. We took this lonely lane and that through the woods, and an hour later pulled up in a vacant space near a body of water beside a large, unpainted, varnished building. My driver got out, talked with several other women, then said to me severely, "Wait here. We will come for you." She disappeared. More cars buzzed up the dusty road into the parking place. Occasionally men dropped wives who walked hurriedly and silently within. This went on mystically until night closed down and I was alone in the dark. A few gleams came through chinks in the window curtains. Even though it was May, I grew chillier and chillier. After 3 hours I was summoned at last and entered a bright corridor filled with wraps. As someone came out of the hall I saw through the door dim figures parading with banners and illuminated crosses. I waited another 20 minutes. It was warmer and I did not mind so much. Eventually the lights were switched on, the audience seated itself, and I was escorted to the platform, was introduced, and began to speak. Never before had I looked into a sea of faces like these. I was sure that if I uttered one word, such as abortion, outside the usual vocabulary of these women they would go off into hysteria. And so my address that night had to be in the most elementary terms, as though I were trying to make children understand. In the end, through simple illustrations I believed I had accomplished my purpose. A dozen invitations to speak to similar groups were proffered. The conversation went on, and when we were finally through it was too late to return to New York. Under a curfew law everything in Silver Lake shut at 9 o'clock. I could not even send a telegram to let my family know whether I had been thrown in the river or was being held incommunicado. It was nearly 1 before I reached Trenton, and I spent the night in a hotel. In Brattleboro, Vermont, my audience was made up of another slice of America, honest, strong, capable housewives who made their pies and donuts and preserves before they came. When I had finished there was not a murmur of commendation from the 300. The minister of the church where the meeting was held had asked me to stand beside him to say how do you do when they came out. They just went by, eyes straight ahead. On the telephone afterwards, however, each was asking what the other thought. The cases I had cited were typical of their own community. Was she referring to this one or that one, they queried. I returned 2 days later to lunch with a doctor and 4 or 5 social workers, and was surprised to hear, the women want to start a clinic. But there wasn't any enthusiasm when I suggested it the other morning. The people around here don't express much openly. They were moved to quietness. But just the same they're starting a clinic in Brattleboro. Chapter 30. Now is the time for Converse. Side by side with the clinic and education, another project had been stirring for some time in my mind. Internationalism was in the air, and I wanted that outlook brought into the movement in the United States. To this end I made plans for the 6th International Malthusian and Birth Control Conference, to be held in New York in March, 1925. In the summer of 1924 I called a conference committee meeting of the League. That is, in addition to the regular board members, other supporters were invited to attend. As soon as the matter was brought up they expostulated, you still have to ask for money to run the review. How can you pay the fares of the delegates and furnish them with hospitality? Do you know how much it will cost? Since I wished to have the conference important enough to make its mark, I replied promptly, not less than $25,000. Have you thought of how you are going to finance it? Certainly I have. I was certain that the interest of many of our contributors extended beyond the magazine, and that they would see we now had a broader field of activity. They had given before and would give again. I knew money would come in. Any 5 of the outside women present could have underwritten the conference, but they objected that funds were needed for other work. One by one they left in a hurry, the inevitable appointments were waiting for them. Their advice to the board was, no conference, and the wealthy members of the board concurred. Nevertheless, I went ahead with the details of securing backers. Even the letterhead on our stationery was significant. You could tell such a lot about an organization, quality, standards, tone, from the names, often more informative than the body of the letter. My intention was to make people stand in public for what they believed in private, and at least our list of sponsors was impressive enough, a brilliant and distinguished array. The success of any conference was determined in great measure by the caliber of the men who took part in it. Results depended first upon the concept animating it, and second, as had been proved before, on the presence of an eminent figure to ornament the assemblage. I decided to see whether I could induce Lord Dawson to be our main speaker, and, hoping that personal persuasion might be more efficacious than written, sailed for England in September. Havelock came up from Margate to greet me, as usual far removed from the hurly-burly of the world, aloof from the conflict of ideas which meant so much to me. Yet to talk with him again was to return to the melee with renewed inspiration. I managed to crowd in a motor trip to Oxford, lunch at the Mitre, a walk through Brasenose and King's, and a drive back through Buckinghamshire, where the beaches were changing to bronze and russet. I felt a regretful pang that so little of my life could be lived in England. Unfortunately for my purposes Lord Dawson was away shooting in the north. With some temerity I dwelt upon the possibility of Lord Buckmaster, the former Stanley Owen, Chancellor of the Exchequer in the Asquith coalition of 1915, who had become one of the most finished orators in the House of Lords. He had just returned from Scotland and telephoned me to suggest we exchange views. He was about to present a resolution that, under the auspices of the Ministry of Health, restrictions on birth control instruction be removed for married women who attended welfare centers. He was gathering practical information from people who had had practical experience, and wanted to know how methods in the United States differed from those in England and, particularly, verification of their harmlessness. When he came to my hotel one afternoon, I did not take time to mention the conference, because H.G., knowing the value of proper introductions, had arranged one of his most brilliant dinners for that very evening, or rather he had proposed it and Jane had arranged it. For H.G. to entertain in behalf of a cause set the seal of approval on it. Jane had invited literary luminaries and their wives, George Bernard Shaw, Arnold Bennett, Sir Arbuthnot Lane, Professor E. W. McBride of the Eugenics Education Society, Walter Salter of the League of Nations, and Lord Buckmaster. It had been my experience that personages gave little of themselves on formal occasions. So many people expected these lions to roar bravely, forgetting that they preferred to save their sparkling sallies for the pages of their books. Moreover, when the English came together for an evening they liked to have it light and amusing. I had received much from the books of Shaw, who had advanced civilization by breaking down barriers of all sorts, now almost nothing from him personally, although he was very diverting, with funny quips upon life and America and birth control. I had by design been seated next to Lord Buckmaster, and after the meal had been in progress for perhaps half an hour, H.G. leaned over and whispered to me, "Have you got him?" "I haven't started yet." "You're no true American. You ought to work faster. You're missing out." Whereupon he focused his own attention on Lord Buckmaster, who, in answer to his direct query, regretted that the date conflicted with the opening of Parliament. Before I could realize it the time came when I was due to sail from Southampton. Lord Dawson had just returned and could see me at 3 that afternoon. Promptly on the hour his secretary ushered me into his library at Wimpole Street. A fire was burning cheerfully in the grate, a gentleman, traditionally tall and handsome, was sitting leisurely on the sofa as though my boat train did not leave Waterloo Station at 4:30. And endless days remained in which to talk about the interesting subject of birth control. He was a grand seigneur such as you rarely encountered in your travels, having a mind that could understand and meet any discussion with knowledge, facts, and comprehension. The approach, the surroundings, his courtesy, charm of manner, and poise, proved him a great English aristocrat. He asked me about the attitude of the medical profession in the United States, desirous of knowing who had identified themselves with it. I recited my past efforts to enlist the support of the leading physicians. The minutes sped relentlessly away. I had to leave, and barely caught my train. Having admired him so long from afar, I was glad to have had this brief contact, even though he was unable to attend the conference. I was back in New York by the end of October, and soon came a letter from Shaw cheering me with his point of view. Birth control should be advocated for its own sake, on the general ground that the difference between voluntary, irrational, uncontrolled activity is the difference between an amoeba and a man. And if we really believe that the more highly evolved creature is the better, we may as well act accordingly. As the amoeba does not understand birth control, it cannot abuse it, and therefore its state may be the more gracious. But it is also true that as the amoeba cannot write, it cannot commit forgery, yet we teach everybody to write unhesitatingly, knowing that if we refuse to teach anything that could be abused we should never teach anything at all. Interminable correspondence began immediately with adherents and, in many distant lands, possible delegates. I sent out telegrams to the former and as fast as money arrived dispatched it to the latter for their passage over, though I did not yet have enough to get them home again. Languages and interpreters then had to be arranged for. In Europe that was difficult enough, but here it was more than perplexing. Worst of all was the eternal barrier of our laws. Topics that could be freely discussed in London were forbidden in the United States, and we could not afford to have the dignity of the occasion marred by another town hall episode. I had to tell delegates what their papers were to be about, and, when it was necessary to cut out a reference to contraceptives, had to apologize and explain why. I quickly found that visitors from 17 countries could produce more problems than statistics and theories proved. The committee sent to meet Dr. G.O. Lepouge, a French eugenist, after vainly searching through the cabins on the boat, went back to the pier whence all had fled save one inconspicuous, desolate man sitting on top of his luggage, reading. Waiting patiently for someone to come for him, so unimportant looking that no one would have suspected him of being a renowned scientist. The next morning the Hotel McAlpin, where the convention was to be held, called me up to report that Dr. Lepouge had been severely burned, and an interpreter was needed. Dr. Drysdale hurried off to find the poor little man of 70 in excruciating pain but carrying on a dissertation, highly amusing, about the hazards of America's much-advertised plumbing. Without understanding how to regulate the shower, he had stood under it and turned on the hot water. The skin fairly peeled off his chest. Nevertheless, bandaged and oiled, he undauntedly attended all the sessions. The opening night we had a pioneer's dinner, over which Haywood Brune presided. The Danish Fru Thit Jensen, blonde, vivacious, was to relate the troubles she had had in arousing interest in her own country. She made her address in English courageously enough, but it was evident at once that someone slightly familiar with American slang had helped her out. She was describing a doctors' meeting in Denmark, and the first words we heard were, "When I gave my greetings to those boneheads as I am to you." We all burst into laughter because they seemed to apply to the guests present. Her face remained sphinx-like in its determined immobility. She halted for us to subside, then continued. Almost immediately the dignified gathering went off again into a fresh peal. You no sooner recovered from one shrieking convulsion than she made another remark equally ludicrous. After each outbreak she paused resignedly before going on with her carefully prepared speech. The hilarity finally got out of hand, so whether the end was funny or not nobody knew or cared. At every meeting Dr. Ferdinand Goldstein of Berlin, who was hard of hearing, sat in the front row. The mention of any phase of population, on which he was an expert, brought him promptly to his feet. Standing directly in front of the speaker, he cupped his ear in order not to miss a single word. The one discordant note occurred on the last day when the committee declined to embody in its program any endorsement of abortion. He not only left the conference but went back to Germany without saying goodbye to anyone. The Austrian delegates were Johann Furk and his wife, Betty. This Viennese printer had become interested in birth control through setting up material on his linotype. He had informed himself of methods and in a short time had several clinics started in Vienna. One morning when I found them at breakfast in the dining room, great tears were rolling down Mrs. Furk's face. I asked her what the trouble was and she said she was weeping because the pot of coffee on the table, a simple bit of food, cost 35 cents, and she realized what this amount of money would buy at home. For the price of one meal in New York their starving relatives could live for a whole day in luxury. Neither of them felt entitled to indulge in such extravagance. Dr. Aletta Jacobs walked along with me after one of the sessions. She said the fact she had refused to see me in 1915 had been on her mind ever since, and she desired to clear up the matter now. She had always been against lay people taking part in the movement, and for that reason had opposed the Rutgers method of training practical nurses and allowing them to go out in the field after only 2 months' instruction. She had put me in the same category as those in her own country who had wanted to establish clinics as a commercial venture. That afternoon she visited our clinic and went over methods with Dr. Cooper and Dr. Stone. Here, she said, with kindling eyes, was the system she had envisioned in the Netherlands but had never been able to make come true. The eugenists were given their opportunity to speak at the conference. Eugenics, which had started long before my time, had once been defined as including free love and prevention of conception. Moses Harman of Chicago, one of its chief early adherents, had run a magazine and gone to jail for it under the Comstock regime. Recently it had cropped up again in the form of selective breeding, and biologists and geneticists such as Clarence C. Little, president of the University of Maine, and C. B. Davenport, director of the Cold Spring Harbor Station for Experimental Evolution, had popularized their findings under this heading. Protoplasm was the substance then supposed to carry on hereditary traits. Genes and chromosomes were a later discovery. Professor Davenport used to lift his eyes reverently and, with his hands upraised as though in supplication, quiver emotionally as he breathed, "Protoplasm. We want more protoplasm." I accepted one branch of this philosophy, but eugenics without birth control seemed to me a house built upon sands. It could not stand against the furious winds of economic pressure which had buffeted into partial or total helplessness a tremendous proportion of the human race. The eugenists wanted to shift the birth control emphasis from less children for the poor to more children for the rich. We went back of that and sought first to stop the multiplication of the unfit. This appeared the most important and greatest step towards race betterment. A special round table for the eugenists was held at which we took the opportunity to challenge their theories. I said, "Dr. Little, let's begin with you. How many children have you?" "3. How many more are you going to have?" "None. I can't afford them." "Professor East, how many have you, and how many more are you going to have?" And so the question circled. Not one planned to have another child, though Dr. Little has had 2 since by his second wife. "There you are," I said, "a superintelligent group, the very type for whom you advocate more children, yet you yourselves won't practice what you preach." If I were to put this same question to a group of poor women who already have families, every one of them would also answer, "No, I don't want any more." No arguments can make people want children if they think they have enough. When the conference was over, a final meeting was held at my apartment to form a permanent international association of which Dr. Little was made president. Handling everything had been something of an undertaking, but after all the delegates had been sent off we still had money in the bank. My faith had been justified that, if you started something worthwhile, means for its realization would be forthcoming. Chapter 31. Great heights are hazardous. Professor East, though you may try, you fail to rouse my fears. For I don't dream that even I will live 100 years. But do not think I view with mirth 5 billion folk, assorted. 5 billion tightly packed on earth. Who cannot be supported. South African Review. At the conclusion of the New York conference I thought that I was never going to have anything to do with organizing another. But hardly more than a few months had gone by before my mind was dwelling on one to be centered around overpopulation as a cause of war. From the statements of Keynes and the specialists of the League of Nations, and from the status of the countries of Europe, it was inferred that international peace could in no way be made secure until measures had been put into effect to deal with explosive populations. Between 1800 and 1900 the inhabitants of the world doubled in spite of bloody wars, thus proving they were only temporary checks. For every 100,000 babies who died between dawn and dawn, Professor East estimated that 150,000 were born. These 50,000 survivors contributed to the globe in 20 years a horde almost equal to India's 375 million. In the United States, numerically speaking, overpopulation was not of apparent importance. We still had unoccupied lands. But evidence that we were beginning to consider the quality of our citizens as well as the quantity was shown in our immigration laws. In 1907 we had barred aliens with mental, physical, communicable, or loathsome diseases, and also illiterate paupers, prostitutes, criminals, and the feeble-minded. Had these precautions been taken earlier our institutions would not now be crowded with moronic mothers, daughters, and granddaughters, 3 generations at a time. All of whom have to be supported by taxpayers who shut their eyes to this condition, admittedly detrimental to the bloodstream of the race. Then our sudden closing of the doors in 1924 by placing the world on a quota, threw Europe's surplus population back on herself. Italy had to face this problem as Germany had had to do in 1914. At the Institute of Politics in Williamstown, Massachusetts, in the summer of 1925, Count Antonio Cipico, fascist senator, virtually demanded that, to make room for her explosive expansion, Italy be allowed to export her 500,000 annual increase to foreign lands. Professor East answered him, asking Italy first to put her house in order, and setting forth with clarity the inexorable results of spawning children on the world with haphazard recklessness. But she had no intention of doing so. Shortly afterwards Mussolini outlined his plan: if Italy is to amount to anything it must enter into the second half of this century with at least 60 million. Japan and Germany as well as Italy were already called danger spots in 1925. Japan's goal was 100 million. Göring was soon to say, the territory in which the Germans live is too small for our 66 million inhabitants and will be too small for the 90 million which we want to become. The 3 military countries were pleading with their women to bear more children, offering as inducements medals, money, lands. They claimed the right of expansion because they were too crowded at home, and were at the same time increasing their peoples in order to promote successful wars. Populations can fall into a semi-starved state of inertia, such as that of India or China, unless they are aggressive. They have a choice of three courses: to lower the standards of living to the bare subsistence level, to control the birth rate, or to reach out for colonies as Great Britain has done. While we had been holding our conference in London in 1922, I had met at one of Major Putnam's luncheons the very Reverend, gloomy, Dean Inga, except that he was not gloomy at all, he was full of mischief. In his late 50s, tall, thin as an exclamation point, quite deaf, he reminded me of a Dickens character. He had commented in his usual pungent style on the real meaning of the right to expand. It is a pleasant prospect if every nation with a high birth rate has a right to exterminate its neighbors. The supposed duty of multiplication, and the alleged right to expand, are among the chief causes of modern war, and I repeat that if they justify war, it must be a war of extermination, since mere conquest does nothing to solve the problem. I was still of the opinion in 1925 that the League of Nations should include birth control in its program and proclaim that increase in numbers was not to be regarded as a justifiable reason for national expansion, but that each nation should limit its inhabitants to its resources as a fundamental principle of international peace. On the other hand, it was all very well to say, cut down your numbers, but how could this be done if scientific and medical development lagged so far behind that few knew how to do it? Building up huge populations by following the way of nature was fairly simple, but it was by no means simple to reduce them again voluntarily. No long-range program was possible until economists, sociologists, and biologists alike should garner and contribute facts to the solution. Therefore the occasion was now ripe for the attention of the scientific world to be focused on the population question. I planned to bring them together at Geneva, the logical meeting place. Dr. Little, who had accepted the presidency for the next International Birth Control Conference, had gone to the University of Michigan as its president. He had no time for organizing, raising money, getting speakers. If this lengthy job of organizing the World Population Conference were to be done, I should have to do it. So great was the competition between the League of Nations and other groups desiring to hold conventions at Geneva during its sessions that you had to book an auditorium and rooms for delegates practically 12 months ahead. Consequently, towards the end of 1926 I went to Geneva to make arrangements for an expected 300 guests. I had previously become acquainted with several Genevese. William Rappard, then a professor at the university there, consented to go on our committee and advise me on social details with which only a native would be familiar. More vital to me was the labor office of the League, where it was not a matter of politics but of industrial problems thrashed out by people chosen for their special knowledge. Here I met Albert Thomas, a strange-looking person, short, stocky, with black beard sprouting over his face, very talkative, amazing in his energy, traveling over Europe by night, arriving in Geneva in the morning, conducting his business affairs, making speeches. But with all this activity he managed to spare hours enough to help me immeasurably when I consulted him on subjects, persons, locations, and dates. The Salle Centrale was engaged for 3 days, August 30th to September 2nd of the next year, 1927. Back I went to London to enlist an English committee. Clinton Chance became my husband's assistant in supervising finances, and also provided London headquarters in his offices, supplying stenographers and secretaries. Edith Howe Martin joined us and I secured the invaluable aid of Julian Huxley, brother of Aldous, a brilliant, young, enthusiastic scientist, alive and having a mind that not only took things in, but gave them out. The conference owed much to his fair and just opinions and the fine supporters he rounded up. Together we went over names and names and names, trying to choose a chairman of sufficient distinction around whom European scientists would rally. Professor A. M. Carr Saunders at first accepted, but a month and a half later informed me his other obligations were so heavy he would have to limit his participation to membership on the council. After weeks of uncertainty, interviews, and rejections, we selected Sir Bernard Mallet, KCB. Once of the Foreign Office, Treasury, Board of Inland Revenue, later Registrar General of Births, deaths, and marriages, and president of the Royal Statistical Society. Although very English, he was not too conservative. He knew well Sir Eric Drummond, then head of the League of Nations, and also had many friends on the continent, particularly in Italy. He was typical of an individual who had climbed far, who knew where he was going and the road by which he should travel. Bored at being now in retirement, he accepted our offer willingly because, although no salary was attached, it would give him a position and an interest, and keep him socially in touch with noteworthy figures. Lady Mallet's previous experience as lady-in-waiting to Queen Victoria made her an expert hostess, and this too we needed. Once I had to make an expedition all the way to Edinburgh to seek out Dr. F.E. Crewe, a shining light among the younger biologists, who was making hens crow and roosters lay eggs. He readily agreed to come to the conference, and during the 2 days I visited him helped me build up my program. I also wanted a paper read by André Siegfried, author of America Comes of Age, written after journeying some 6 weeks through the United States. When he invited me to tea at his home in Paris, I found him in appearance more like a mixture of American and English than French. But you could feel from his attitude and deduce from his conversation that he really envied, despised, hated Americans. By invading France with our wealth and vulgarity, we had utterly spoiled it for his compatriots. Appreciating good food, which we never had at home, we squandered enormously, 4 or 5 times what they did. The same was true of wine. We were drinking their best, paying high for it without being able to tell the difference when we were given cheap vintages. Consequently, the Parisians were being shut out of Paris because they could not afford the prices. I don't see how you can blame the Americans for coming over and paying what you French ask, I replied. You might have a complaint perhaps if we tried to undersell you or refuse to buy. But it seems to me you are profiting considerably by this outrageous intrusion of the American dollar. Although we did not get on very well and although he would not read a paper, he consented to attend. Some of the preliminaries having been set, my husband took a villa at Cap d'Ail between Nice and Monte Carlo and near enough to Geneva, Paris, and London for trips whenever necessary. From my room the sunrise was incredibly vivid, reds and yellows mixed with the glorious blue of the Mediterranean. But it was not warm. H.G., who had a villa at Grasse, said the Riviera reputation for summer heat in wintertide was a fraud. We used to drive up to see him. The flowers for the perfume manufactories grew thick on the hillsides, so thick that the air for miles around was fragrant. Occasionally we picnicked in the tiny village on top of the mountain of Ez, a favorite haunt of artists. Once the old castle had belonged to robber barons, who could see for miles the approach of a ship. Now the elder Mrs. O.P. Belmont had a palatial residence there. The Riviera was always a mecca for English people wanting to escape their own cold and fog and damp, and our 8 guest rooms were full most of the time. It was quite novel for me to manage a household in French. We had the traditional bad luck of Americans. The maid stole from the guests and the hot water boiler only held 10 gallons, not a person could have a good bath until a modern one was installed. My first cook was an expert in her field, but I soon found she was running over in her bills, even allowing for the customary perquisite of a sou for each franc she spent with the butcher and the greengrocer. Eggs and butter were on the list every day, but never how many eggs nor how much butter. I laid the responsibility on my own bad French, before I discovered it was her understanding of Americans. Then and there I told her she had to leave the following day immediately after breakfast. She received this ultimatum with tears and wailing. Somewhat uneasy I rose early at 7 only to find she had gone late the preceding night, taking with her every scrap of food in the pantry and storeroom except the salt. On one of my frequent flittings to London I went to a hairdresser's shop, unfamiliar to me but carrying the insignia of reliability, by appointment to Her Majesty. I was to return to Cap d'Ail in a few days and wished to appear with a wave in my hair, which I wore mid-Victorian, very sweet and simple. After washing it, the coiffeur put an iron on a little gas arrangement in the window nearby and left the room while it was drying, floating out in the wind. Meanwhile I meditated on the subject of hair. The story of Samson seemed to have been more than an allegorical tale. I could tell from the way mine acted on being brushed in the morning how I myself was going to be. If it were strong and electric, then I was full of vitality. When slumped over my forehead so that it had to be tied down, then I dragged about spiritlessly. It was also interesting to analyze why a woman should wear her hair in a certain style. I knew some who, at the age of 60, curled theirs in baby ringlets, doubtless something within them wanted never to grow up. Women who had gone into the underground movement in Russia took the shears to theirs so that nothing should divert the attention to feminine appeal. I was not enough of a feminist to sacrifice mine, but I had once come to the conclusion that the triumph of life would be to push it straight back from my forehead and tie it in a knot behind, because that was how people thought I looked. But I could not do it. No matter what was said about your feet or your figure, you could at least show your hair, in front of hats, down your back, everywhere, and so I had clung tenaciously to my long locks. At this point in my musings I smelled something burning and turned around to find half my hair singed off to my ear. I gave one shriek, and the whole staff rushed in. But it was too late, it all had to be cut short and I actually wept. As soon as I reached Paris I had what was left done up like a switch so that I could put it on if I felt too badly. I kept it in a box, all ready in case my husband did not want me without my hair. Eventually I had to face his disapproval. I appeared for dinner. Nothing was said. Although internally amused, the guests maintained grave faces, waiting for him to notice it. Not until next morning did he do so. My own attitude had changed overnight. Never did I want to return to long hair. During early spring, just when it was beginning to be most beautiful, I could spend little time at Cap d'Ale. Permanent headquarters were established in April at Geneva, for airy, spacious rooms up 2 flights. I had expected Edith Howe Martin to be with me, but she came down with scarlet fever in London. It was a complication to do without her until Mrs. Marjorie Martin, who had organized a pool of stenographers, secretaries, and typists at the Labor Bureau, furnished us with a most competent and experienced office staff of 17. At 4:30 our large reception room was transformed into a living room where all the employees and volunteers gathered. Each in turn provided cakes, brewed the tea, and washed up afterwards. One evening at 6:45 some good Americans stopped in and, seeing everybody smiling and cheerful though still at work, asked, "Will you tell me what magic you women used to create this atmosphere? You've been at it since 7 this morning." The answer was, tea at 4:30. I liked being in Geneva, neat and clean and filled with watch shops. I did not even mind the great numbers of people in solemn, black clothes. If anyone died in this Calvinist city, the family wore full mourning for 1 year, and half for the following. In large families the process became almost perpetual. I was not stimulated by the League sittings. There was much reading of papers and a lot of noise, but no breathless excitement during the debates. Instead, the members talked in small groups, looking very bored. The big things, just as in Washington, were done behind the scenes, at dinner tables, and in private conferences. The general meetings were merely sounding boards for public opinion. One of the most interesting features was the way a delegate could make a speech in his own language and others at their desks could plug in earphones and hear it simultaneously in theirs, coming from booths off stage. Delegates to our conference were all asking whether their papers were to be given in their respective tongues. I came to one swift decision, to adopt the bilingual league precedent of French and English. It was simple enough to secure interpreters who were familiar with political terminology, because they swarmed at Geneva, but to find those who understood scientific terms in German, Italian, Hungarian, Scandinavian, Portuguese, Greek, Spanish, Japanese, and Chinese was quite another affair. We tried to catch as many as we could passing through Geneva and hold them over during the time we needed their services. In order to facilitate matters, my husband generously financed the morning journal to be delivered on the breakfast tray of every person registered at the conference, and also to members of the League of Nations. It was printed in English and French in parallel columns, containing the papers, the discussions, and any news items that might concern the delegates. Entertainment was an important feature. A series of luncheons was to be held at the Restaurant Besson, with a host at each table, and daily the seating was to be rearranged so that each guest might be placed between those who spoke his own language or languages. M. Rappard was to give a reception. M. Fatio invited us on board the Montreux to visit Madame de Staël's former home at Coppet. The chief social event was the reception and dinner at Mrs. Stanley McCormick's 15th-century Château de Prangins at Nyon. She herself could not be there, but sent a representative from America to open it, equip it with servants, and make everything ready. Adequate handling of publicity was essential, and Albin Johnson, correspondent of the New York World, did this for me. He knew who was who, whom to avoid, and what persons would put the proper emphasis on what. He volunteered his services, but some of his assistants had to be paid. We offered expenses to all speakers and certain visitors who might later be influential in their own communities. The outpouring of money was constant, and I was not getting enough by soliciting from wealthy individuals. Consequently, giving up the villa in May, I came back to the United States to secure some from a foundation. By now I knew I should be gone for at least another year, and someone had to take charge during my absence. The woman on our board of directors who seemed to be the most selflessly devoted, giving time and effort without stint, able to speak and to direct, was Mrs. F. Robertson Jones. She went to meetings in blizzard or rainstorm, by subway or on foot if necessary. No dressmaker, no friend dropping into lunch kept her from her job. But she differed from me in one respect. She could not run things unless she felt secure. She wanted a definite signing on the dotted line for so much annually instead of voluntary contributions of what people felt they could afford when they could afford it. This was quite against the spirit on which the movement had always proceeded, but I was willing to compromise. I did not then realize how serious it was going to prove in the future to have ceded this fundamental precept. She accepted the temporary presidency and I sailed back, reaching Geneva in July. I was surprised at the rising tide of international solidarity which, in this non-industrial city, evidenced itself in astonishing fashion the night Sacco and Vanzetti were to be electrocuted. I had been working late at the office, and when I came out towards midnight the crowds in the streets were so dense I could hardly move. As soon as word came in the early morning that the execution had not been stayed, they shouted reproaches before the houses of Americans, smashed the windows of the United States consulate, and some in the League building. Even in front of the Hotel de Bergs, where we were stopping, they clamored their protests. The great Dr. William Welch of Johns Hopkins was in Geneva at this time, a cheerful person, roly-poly, abounding in fun and sly, acute remarks. To listen to his unimpressive conversation you would never suspect that here was one whose name was known around the world. We had lunch together one noon. He knew how much I was depending on the conference, how much I was hoping that the population aspect of birth control should be started in the right direction and under the right auspices. He walked a little way with me and then, putting his arm across my shoulders, said, "Perhaps you think your battles are over, but they aren't." I felt he was trying to prepare me for something having gone wrong, though I could not imagine what it was. From then on I was aware of an unpleasant subterranean mystery insidiously disturbing the previous harmony. But nobody talked openly. During my absence in the United States, Sir Bernard had been collecting his European friends. Not only was Italy intent on increasing her population, but the reactionary element of France also had formed a society to combat birth control. We had invited the Italians, Guglielmo Ferrero and Gaetano Salvemini, but Sir Bernard had been induced to accept as a substitute Corrado Gini, who, dark, swarthy, highly egotistical, speaking English painfully, was the perfect mirror of Mussolini's sentiments, and turned out to be a most tiresome speaker and a general nuisance. The delegates, Gini among the first, began to gather late in August. The storm broke the Friday before our scheduled opening Tuesday, August 31st. Proofs of the official program had just come to me for my approval. Sir Bernard came into my office and looked at them. "Well, we'll just cross these off," he said, drawing his pencil through my name and those of my assistants. "Why are you doing that? The names of the workers should not be included on scientific programs." "These people are different," I objected. In their particular lines they are as much experts as the scientists. It doesn't matter. They can't go on. Out of the question. It's not done. A long cry of dismay went up from the staff. They considered the action reprehensible and petty. The young woman who was to deliver the program to the printers would not do so. Saturday morning, secretaries and typists, 21 altogether, struck in a body, and without them the conference could not proceed successfully. While Dr. Little was trying his powers of persuasion on them, I reported the situation to Sir Bernard, saying that in justice to the women who had given so generously of their time and effort, who had raised the money, issued the invitations, paid the delegates' expenses, they should be given proper credit. All the latter had to do was walk in at the last moment, present their papers, and take part in the social life planned for them. Having registered my sentiments, I spent most of Sunday convincing the members of the staff that the conference was bigger than their own hurt feelings and making them promise to return. Edith Howe Martin, however, who had joined me some time before, refused to continue because the hard labor of the workers was not to be acknowledged. Though suspecting that the elimination of my name was the crux of the matter, I was still at a loss to know the exact reason back of this tempest until one of the delegates told me the story. Sir Eric Drummond had warned Sir Bernard that these distinguished scientists would be the laughing stock of all Europe if it were known that a woman had brought them together. Hence, in order to influence Italian and French delegates to attend, Sir Bernard had secretly pledged that I was not to be a party to the conference and no discussion of birth control or Malthusianism would be allowed. He had hoped that the whole thing might be muddled through, and, when the delegates had come drifting in, had gone from one to another to urge, "I ask you to stand by me, do not let me down." Only our young English friends had held out for the recognition of the women. I was not surprised at the Europeans, but it was difficult to comprehend the American attitude on this point. Perhaps Professor Pearl and Dr. Little, in agreeing to support Sir Bernard, had not realized the unfairness of the action. Clarence Little was as honest a human being as you could find, but sometimes I thought his personal allegiances obstructed his vision. He used his intelligence to make up arguments on the side of loyalty rather than on the side of principles. At the hour designated the first meeting opened in the Salle Centrale. Each delegate had a number of extra tickets, and with the German, Belgian, and French contingents came several gentlemen with large silver crosses hanging down outside their coats. In the lobby a Genevese book concern had been permitted to set up a table for the sale of volumes by delegates. These guests immediately demanded of Sir Bernard that a certain one, of which they disapproved, be banished. Sir Bernard trotted to me and said he wished no trouble, there seemed to be some controversy. Would I have the offending books taken away? I approached the strangers and asked who they were. They vociferated in various languages, shaking the book under my nose, getting red in the face, looking as though apoplexy might smite them. I sent for an interpreter and instructed him to say, "The hall will be for rent next Monday. Meantime, I have paid for it and will suffer no dictation from anybody as to what shall be done here." The disturbers did not depart, and the excitement around the bookstand was so considerable that the volumes were sold out and more had to be ordered. During the course of the conference the Americans, British, and Scandinavians admitted the need for limiting population, the Germans and Czechs concurred, although with less assurance, the Italian and Slav voices were definitely opposed. The French, who practiced it at home, preached against it publicly. The papers of Professors East and Fairchild came perilously near mentioning the forbidden word Malthusianism, but as for birth control, it was edged about like a bomb which might explode any moment. At the close of the 3 days a permanent population union was formed which is still meeting, the only international group dealing with the problem. All the brilliant committee now took trains and steamed off for home, leaving me with the bills, the clearing up, and, most important of all, the editing of the proceedings. After a rest at a sanatorium at Glien in Switzerland I set to work, and by the end of November they had gone to press. I wanted to visit India but had to think of this trip in terms of physical fitness and, consequently, was obliged to forego it. Instead, I accepted an invitation sent me by Agnes Smedley on behalf of the Association of German Medical Women to lecture in Germany in December. The Berlin of 1927 was far different from that of 1920. Food was plentiful, if expensive, the Adlon and other restaurants were crowded, a stirring of life and nationalism was everywhere to be sensed. At the appearance of a zeppelin in the skies, men in the streets took off their hats as though it had been a god. When I spoke in the town hall of Charlottenburg, Berlin, I was reminded of the birth strike German women had been carrying on when I had last been there. German men seemed to have remembered little of this, still thinking they could keep their wives to childbearing, their race function, as it was called. But the women had now definitely directed their thoughts from race preservation to self-preservation. As I said to my audience, birth control has always been practiced, beginning with infanticide, which is abhorred, and then, by abortion, nearly as bad. Contraception, on the other hand, is harmless. Almost before I had finished Dr. Alfred Grotjahn, professor of social hygiene at the University of Berlin, who was seeking to present the picture of Germany's future greatness in terms of numbers, shouted out that every woman ought to have 3 children before she should be allowed contraceptive information. No sooner had he resumed his seat than several women were demanding recognition. I was told one of them was Dr. Martha Rubin Wolf. She's a communist. What she's saying is all on your side, but it won't do any good, because nobody has ever been able to cope with Grotjahn. Nevertheless, she answered him figure for figure, fact for fact, each based on her experience, adding that his patriotism was only skin deep. He might as well bury himself now, he would soon be buried by the rising generation and forgotten. Then a huge shape arose, garbed in uniform and bonnet. I thought she must be a deaconess, but she turned out to be president of the Midwives' Association. She bellowed in tones even louder than those of Grotjahn, putting herself on record against birth control. She could not be stopped, she would not sit down even when the bell was rung. Others answered her, the debate developed into a regular bear garden before the contestants were separated and removed. As a result of the meeting, some 20 women physicians gathered at my hotel 2 evenings later. Clinics were to be established at Neukölln under Dr. Kurt Bendix, the health administrator of the section. For the first time in history a government agency was actually sanctioning birth control. I promised $50 a month for 3 years toward supplies, the doctors agreed to furnish rooms and medical services. They had a more feminist point of view than ours in the United States. Ellen Key's liberal influence had seeped through from Scandinavia. Nevertheless, I was astonished that in the very country where we were purchasing our contraceptives, these outstanding members of their profession knew practically nothing about them. The original clinic was opened the following May, and for 5 years contraceptive information was given in a dozen places under medical supervision. Then the Nazis came into power, they were closed, and Dr. Bendix committed suicide. Towards the middle of the month I went to Frankfurt am Main, where Dr. Hertha Rees was managing one of the largest of the marriage advice bureaus, of which there were about 1,500 in Germany. Anyone could apply to these for legal information and, for example, receive enlightenment as to who should have custody of a child if illegitimate, the amount of alimony to be paid by the husband in case of divorce, the nationality of a child if the father were a foreigner, the effect of sterilization, the results of the marriage of cousins, or any problem, including homosexuality and inversion, feeble-mindedness and abortion. In this period of great unemployment, bearing particularly heavily upon families with many children, Dr. Rees had gone to the officers of one of the big health insurance companies and persuaded them that it would be economical for them to underwrite sterilization of women carrying health insurance if this were advised by a doctor. I saw her order 75 of these major operations one evening between 6 o'clock and 8:30 in her own clinic. Professor Grotjahn had created almost a slogan by his demand that in order to bolster up the falling birth rate every wife have 3 children. But the women had a counter-slogan, they came in saying, I've had my 3. I want an operation. I saw also some who had returned from the hospital to report. They appeared happy and proud and pleased with themselves. Their 10 days or 2 weeks in bed had meant food and much-needed rest. After Germany I went vacationing to St. Moritz, to play, to skate, to ski, in that glorious high altitude. It was transcendently beautiful. I used to get up in the morning and listen to the sleighs coming up the hill with their tinkling bells, and look out at the scintillating snow. Every twig of every tree was encased in ice on which the sun glistened without melting it. The scene was a white etching. St. Moritz was much frequented by nobility and royalty on holiday. Whenever one of them arrived, like a flock of birds the hangers-on winged their way thither, settled down in all the hotels so that ordinary folk could scarcely find room. Almost the first person I met was Lady Astor, more British than the British themselves, the southern accent entirely gone. Her blonde hair was turned sand-colored, her blue eyes were always gay, her tanned and rugged features sharp, mouth and jaw firm set, neck clean cut. She was quick-tempered and frank, and ready to take fire easily. Lord Astor, who was devoted to his wife, was much more politically astute, and usually went campaigning with her. He sat directly behind her, and, when the heckling began or a question was posed which might involve her in difficulties, he called out in a stage whisper, "Don't be drawn, Nancy, don't be drawn." During one House of Commons debate, Lady Astor had attempted to drive home a point by stating she was the mother of 5 children and therefore ought to know. Her opponent, taking issue with her, had jumped up, saying his word should carry more weight on the subject because he was the father of 7. Lady Astor then retorted, "But I haven't finished yet." The British professed to be horrified at this, so vulgar and American. Once after Lady Astor had been off skiing all day, I joined her in her room shortly before dinner. She was sitting up in bed, the windows wide open, cold cream smeared over her sunburned face, her glasses on her nose, reading Science and Health with the Bible nearby. She had not quite ended her day's lesson. Almost wherever I am, the subject of birth control comes up sooner or later, and it did on this occasion. Lady Astor seemed to think her religion forbade her believing in it. If they want babies, let them have babies. If they don't want them, let them practice continence. Even accepting that continence is the ultimate ideal, I replied, wouldn't you agree that contraception as an immediate necessity to help millions of women is of equal importance with wearing glasses to read the Bible? As a good Christian Scientist you should not use them. Until you get enough faith to go without, don't you think it better to read Mary Baker Eddy through some such means as glasses than not at all? In 1 second she beamed. You're perfectly right. That's only reasonable. If you present common sense people with the premise that birth control is common sense, they will always react in a common sense way. Lady Astor was a practical person, and from that time on she has been a friend of the movement. Chapter 32. Change is hopefully begun. As a cause becomes more and more successful, the ideas of the people engaged in it are bound to change. While still at St. Moritz I had been getting messages and letters about the disturbing situation in the American Birth Control League. I cabled Frances Ackerman to take it in hand, but she replied she was unable to bring about a friendly solution. I found on my return after 18 months that the tone of the movement had altered. The machinery I had built up to be ready for any emergency was marking time. An incident which occurred almost immediately was highly indicative. During my absence the League had been invited to participate in the Parents' Exhibition in the Grand Central Palace, and had signed a contract for a certain space. The day before the opening came a letter from Robert E. Simon, who was in charge, stating that William O'Shea, Superintendent of Public Schools, threatened to remove the Board of Education exhibit if ours were there, and he therefore requested our withdrawal. With time so short I asked an attorney to secure a court injunction to prevent our exclusion. But one member of the board said no step should be taken without the approval of all, a meeting should be called to discuss what course was to be adopted. I tried to reach various directors by telephone, but before I could gather a quorum it was too late. The check which paid for our space had been sent back and the exhibition had opened. We were left out. Obviously, the old aggressive spirit had been superseded by a doctrinaire program of social activity. The League had settled down. I had always believed that offerings should be voluntarily measured by the individual's desire. In this way you could appeal whenever a special occasion warranted and receive anywhere from $1 to $200 or $300. Contributors were giving to something that concerned them vitally, and they did it, not because they had signed a pledge for a limited sum, but because they wanted to help forward the movement. I could not share the League's enthusiasm over the fact that our bank account had grown to sizable proportions, thousands of dollars drawing interest. Though I admit it must have been a great relief to a board whose previous experience had been to hear wails from the president and treasurer as to our needs for some new project. I knew the apathy which came from a fat bank balance. I knew also the tacit disapproval which would meet every suggestion to touch that precious fund. But my policy had been to spend, not to save, when work ought to be done. I discovered that subscribers to the review had not been informed it was time for them to renew their subscriptions, and that, consequently, they had diminished from 13,000 to 2,500. Accordingly I told the bookkeeper to give $15 or $20 to the clerk to pay for circularizing. She said she could not do it. A bylaw had been made that nobody could direct the outlay of more than $5 without a resolution passed by the board. There is doubtless a place for organizations that restrict their scope to the status quo. Most charities are like that, they live on securities, install as officers those who keep pace with but are never in advance of general opinion. 2 members of the board, with League of Women Voters training, saw the movement in the light of routine, annual membership dues and a budget, going through the same ritual year after year and remaining that way. Performing a quiet service in the community. I looked upon it as something temporary, something to sweep through, to be done with and finished. It was merely an instrument for accomplishment. I wanted us to avail ourselves of every psychological event, to push ahead until hospitals and public health agencies took over birth control as part of their regular program, which would end our function. Regretfully I found the League was to sidestep the greatest and most far-reaching opportunity yet offered it. It was logically equipped to enter the legislative field. But it wanted to progress state by state. I was convinced action in the federal sphere would be quicker and much broader educationally, and that, furthermore, success there would provide a precedent for the states. When you build an organization, you try to combine harmonious elements, but you cannot tell what they will turn out to be until a certain interval has elapsed. Some of these women were in the movement for reasons they themselves did not always understand. A few liked the sensation of being important and having personal attention. They were at their best in following an individual, yet I never felt they were doing it for me. The liberals who had started with me had never demanded a reward. What they gave was for the cause, they refused to work for people. They worked with them or not at all. Most movements go through the phase of being brought into the drawing room. Those who disagreed with me believed the emphasis should be on social register membership, and argued that my associations had been radical. The answer was yes, because the radicals alone had had the vision and the courage to support me in the early days. The women who were raising objections now had only joined up after it had been safe to do so. Moreover, they were, for the most part, New Yorkers, not all of whom had even gone into neighboring states. Their attitude tended to be, never you mind the West, let the Empire State make the decisions. The conflict of views which reigned in various matters was based on lives and environments which had been vastly separated. The time of some of the members of the board had to depend on what was left from other duties, husbands, children, servants, charities, church entertainments, shopping. To me the cause was not a hobby, not a mere filler in a whirl of many engagements, not something that could wait on this or that mood, but a living inspiration. It came first in my waking consciousness and was my last thought as I fell asleep at night. I was always willing to present my facts to experts and abide by their superior knowledge, and I gave every consideration to the suggestions of the board. But I was no paper president. Experience had given me a judgment which entitled me to a certain amount of freedom of action, and I could not well observe the dictates of people who did not know my subject as well as I did. June 12, 1928, I resigned the presidency of the League. Because the majority of the directors were against this, and because I wanted to make it easier for Mrs. Robertson-Jones to take over, I stayed on the board and continued to edit the review. But the divergence of opinions rapidly crystallized in the next few months. This had to be pondered upon and wisely dealt with. The situation was going to mean constant friction, and the League might easily disintegrate into a dying, static thing. In any event, internal discord was abhorrent. I began to ask myself whether I could pass over the review, which for 11 years had been a vital part of my own being. Then came a meeting at which the question of the editorship arose. For the first time friend opposed friend. 3 voted against me, the other 9 were for me. But my mind was now made up. I could fight outside enemies but not those who had been my fellow workers. I would give complete freedom to others in order to obtain a new freedom for myself. Therefore, I surrendered the review to the League as its private property. I have been sorry that this step was necessary, because the magazine changed from being a national and international medium for the expression of ideas and became merely a house organ. However, I trust that someday it will be possible to broaden its scope of usefulness once more. The clinic, which had recently been treated rather like an orphan, still remained intact. No one in the League had ever paid any attention to it, and the doctors on the committee had been too busy with their own practices. I felt it was my responsibility, and belonged to me personally. It was an interesting angle on my own psychology. I did not regret the theoretical part of the movement going into other hands. But I would have been traitor to all that had been entrusted to me had I yielded the clinic to women who had shown themselves incapable of the understanding and sympathy required in its operation. One of the most distressing aspects of the impasse was that members of the organization had to forswear one to choose another, and this I hated. Juliette Rubley, Francis Ackerman, and Mrs. Walter Tim came with me unhesitatingly. So, too, did Kate Hepburn, Mrs. Day, and Dr. William H. Garth, the only minister on the board, a forthright man who always spoke his mind. Dr. Cooper was ready either to go with the clinic or keep on with the League in the field if I thought he could be of most use there. It seemed to me few in the country could fill his place in speaking to the profession and, consequently, I advised him to continue with the latter. And Kennedy had been loyal, done her job well, served a valuable purpose. She asked whether I would approve her affiliating herself with the Hollandrantos Company. Someone was badly needed in the manufacturing realm who was at one with our policies, who could help to instill pride in quality into the contraceptive business. Although I knew she did not like the commercial atmosphere and it would be a definite sacrifice for her, it was an excellent choice, and I was sure that any firm she was with would hold fast to ethical standards. Mrs. Delafield called me up and I went to see her. They've telephoned me 3 or 4 times this very day. I've refused to answer until I talked with you. What do you want me to do? I asked her a counter-question. What do you want? You must go as your heart tells you. Well, she replied, I realize you will now require only professionals, doctors, nurses, social workers, people who know politics. Perhaps I could be of more use in the work with which I am familiar. Thus the matter was settled. There are many ways by which the same goal may be reached, and as a rule diverse ones must be tried out in order to find the best. I still believed we were all aiming towards this, although not seeing eye to eye on procedure. I felt very decidedly that the future of the movement was like that of a growing child. You might guide its first faltering steps, but unless you let it run and fall it never could develop its own strength. The younger generation might need a little pushing and prodding now and then, but I was confident that eventually they were going to build toward a sound civilization. As things recede in time they become of less and less importance. One of my absolute theories is that any movement which has been based on freedom, as this had been, is like a live cell. There is a biology of ideas as there is a biology of cells, and each goes through a process of evolution. The parent cell splits and the new entities in their turn divide and divide again. Instead of indicating breakdown, it is a sign of health. Endless energy is spent trying to keep together forces which should be distinct. Each cell is fulfilling its mission in this separation, which in point of fact is no separation at all. Cohesion is maintained until in the end the whole is a vast mosaic cleaving together in union and strength. Chapter 33. Old Father Antic, the Law. Between 5th and 6th Avenues, practically in the shadow of the grey mass of St. Francis Xavier's College, was a shabby, brownstone building, number 46, West 15th Street. After the 2 years of gathering statistical histories at 104, 5th Avenue, we decided in 1925 the time had come to expand, and moved to this second home of the Clinical Research Bureau. It was next to an express agency, 3 steps down from the street, which was generally lined with trucks since the section was thick with lofts, factories, and warehouses, not particularly attractive, but inexpensive. And we had a happy Irish landlord who helped convert the English basement into offices and reception rooms. The clinic was a neighborly place where mothers could congregate. We tried to keep it homelike, so that they would not feel an atmosphere of sickness or disease. The patients were accorded just as much consideration as a business house gave its clients, and not, as in many doctors' anterooms, made to wait indefinitely. They were usually nervous enough anyhow without having to endure added suspense. Moreover, they had husbands and children to feed and care for, and every hour was precious to them. As they increased, staff increased, 2 physicians were always on hand. We shortly included the first floor, and finally occupied the 3. About a year before we had changed our location, Lord Buckmaster had introduced in the august House of Lords the memorable resolution which we had discussed when I had been last in England. Rarely had such an eloquent voice been lifted for our cause. I would appeal on behalf of the women upon whose bare backs falls the untempered lash of the primeval curse, declaring that, in sorrow thou shalt bring forth children, the women with the pride and glory of their life broken and discrowned, and the flower of motherhood turned into nothing but decaying weeds. And on behalf of the children who are thrust into this world unwanted, unwelcomed, uncherished, unsustained, the children who do not bring trailing behind them clouds of glory but the taint of inherited disease, and over whose heads there may hover forever the haunting horror of inherited madness. On behalf of them all I would appeal, and as men who believe in the great future of our race, I beg of you, I earnestly entreat you, to support the motion that I seek to move. It is said that these women whom we seek to benefit are so indolent, so ignorant, so foolish that they will not come for the information. It is not merely that they do come, but the people who make that statement do that which men so often do, they overlook the women's side of the question. What to a man may be a mere triviality, an act between asleep and forgotten in a moment, may bring to the woman the terror of consequences that we cannot measure, of months of sickness, misery, and ill health, ending with hours of agony that are not veiled under the cloak of chloroform's most merciful sleep. These are the people that we want to help. We, too, were dedicated to help such women, and each day brought more to the doors of our clinic than we could provide instruction for, from all over the country and of all classes. Some weeks so many Italian women crowded in that we had to employ an interpreter. Then droves of Spanish or of Jewish arrived. Merely judging by the letters that had come to me, I was prepared to find many psychological problems presented. I often thought of the high cost of small families for women who had more or less restricted their procreative powers through other means than contraception. Although the size was limited, it was frequently accompanied by marital unhappiness and hidden psychic disturbances. But the kindness of Dr. Stone aided immeasurably in our informal court of domestic relations. One hot July day when I was coming out of the clinic, I saw a woman, obviously pregnant, carrying a 1.5-year-old baby, dragging another one, only a trifle bigger, crying behind her. The little girl's shoes were too short and were pinching her toes. I squirmed myself, remembering my own squeezed feet as a child. I caught up with her. "Can't I carry one of the babies? This one seems tired. Which way are you going? Can you tell me where the jail is? The nearest one is on Spring Street, I think." "No, there's a jail somewheres around here." "Didn't you get the address?" "Yes, but I left it on the table." "What do you want a jail for?" "My man's there." "What for?" "Leaving me. He always does when I get like this." How many children have you? 9. How often has he left you? This is the 4th time now. Do you want any more children? No, emphatically. Did you ever know there was a way to stop having so many? She almost dropped the infant, took hold of me, and said, they won't give it to me. I'm asking everybody. They'll only give it to the rich. He wants it. He'll even have an operation. But nobody'll tell us. I wrote down our street and number and said, you go back to that place where I met you, and the doctor there will tell you about it. The next day I was called up unofficially by a social worker, one of those who used to send us cases on their own initiative. She wished to explain to me, the husband would be let off if he promised to live with his family and support them. Otherwise he had to serve a sentence. His wife had seen him and shown him my note. He had said he would rather go to the island for 3 years than come out, unless we could not only guarantee his getting the information, but, furthermore, that it would work. He was fed up with having a new baby every year. We suggested he talk it over with us and bring his wife. She was silent, glum, did not appear to know what it was all about. He was discouraged and doubtful. We gave him the information and he departed. I'm the one to do this. She won't, glaring at his wife, who tagged on behind him. We hoped for the best. About half a year later both returned for the checkup, she with her hand on his arm. This vague, dumb, immobile woman was now in spruce jacket and skirt, head up, stepping lightly. You would never have known her for the same person. The two were off to the movies together. Few social workers were understanding enough to smooth the lives of people in such difficulties. One agency was told by a doctor that a certain family on its rolls must not increase. The mother had already borne 4 babies and had a bad heart. A visiting nurse relayed this to the husband one Sunday morning when he was home from work. If your wife becomes pregnant again, you'll be a murderer. He was frightened. I don't want to kill her. What shall I do? Sleep alone. The husband's disposition began to change. He became gloomy, would not talk to his wife, was ugly in sudden tempers, slapped, shouted at, and even kicked the children, rushed into the house to eat his meals and then out again, not retreating to his own bed until after she was in hers, which had been made up in the kitchen where it was warm. She was so unhappy over the metamorphosis that she made tentative approaches, whereupon he beat her and ran into the street. The next day she marched to the nurses' settlement to tell them what she thought of them. If all you can do is keep my husband from me, stay away. I'd rather be dead than live like this. The case was taken to a physician, who sensibly warned, you can't separate people by such barriers. That's not the answer. Then she was sent to us. After she had been instructed, the tension lessened and the domestic situation was remedied. In another family of 6 children, the husband, part Italian and part some other nationality, was affectionate and irresponsible. Every time he walked in the door, wreathed in smiles, his wife greeted him with frowns and scowls. She threw dishes and pots at him. He thought she was crazy and asked to have her committed. A psychiatrist talked to her and found she was in deadly fear of being pregnant again. When we saw her she really appeared to be demented. One forenoon, 6 months later, as I passed through the waiting room, the nurse at the desk tendered her usual, "Good morning, Mrs. Sanger." Immediately a neat, trim woman came over to me. "Look at me," she beamed. "You don't know me. I was the one who sat there and they said I was crazy. I don't look crazy now, do I? I wasn't crazy then, just worried to death." For 4 years we went along in the clinic, working steadily, straightening mental tangles and relieving physical distress when we could. Then, early in the morning of April 15, 1929, the telephone in my apartment rang, startling me. I was pretty nervous, having been up all night with Stuart, who had mastoiditis. His temperature was running high, and he was suffering with terrible, indescribable pain. I took off the receiver. "Hello. This is Anna. The police are here at the clinic. Briefly she related how they had descended without warning, stamped into the basement, and were at that moment tearing things to pieces. With this meager information pounding through my brain, I hastened to the street, hailed a taxi, and urged the driver to go as fast as he could to West 15th Street. The shade to the glass door was pulled down, the door itself was locked. I knocked and a plainclothes man of the vice squad opened it. "Well, who are you?" "I'm Mrs. Sanger and I want to come in." My request was passed on to a superior and I heard someone answer, "Let her in." Inside, in a room more than ordinarily small because partitions had sliced it up to make minute consultation booths, the patients were sitting quietly, some of them weeping. Detectives were hurrying aimlessly here and there like chickens fluttering about a raided roost, calling to each other and, amid the confusion, demanding names and addresses. The three nurses were standing around, Dr. Elizabeth Pissort was practically in hysterics. Dr. Stone was aloof, utterly unmoved by the tumult and the noise. I have always admired her attitude. This was the first time in her life she had been arrested, yet she treated it so lightly. "Isn't this fantastic?" she remarked. Only a few moments ago a visiting physician from the Middle West asked one of the nurses whether we ever had any police interference. "Oh, no," the nurse cheerfully replied. "Those days are over." Stocky Mrs. Mary Sullivan, head of the City Policewomen's Bureau, was superintending the raid in person. Her round, thick-set face might have been genial when smiling, but was very terrifying when flushed with anger. She was giving orders to her minions in such rapid succession that it seemed impossible to keep pace with them. I tried to talk to her, asking why she had come and what it was all about. "You'll see," said Mrs. Sullivan, and went on directing the patrolmen who were removing books from shelves, pictures and diagrams from walls, and sweeping out the contents of medical cabinets. In their zeal I noticed they were seizing articles from the sterilizers, such as gloves and medicine droppers, having no sinister significance whatsoever. They were also gathering up the various strange, weird devices patients had brought us to inquire as to their efficacy, and which we exhibited as curios. Patrolwoman Anna McNamara, far less assured than her chief, was consulting a list in her hand and turning over the case histories in the files as swiftly as her fingers could move. Many of these contained the personal confessions of women, some of whom had entrusted us with the knowledge that their husbands had venereal disease or insanity. It ran through my mind that dire misfortune could follow in the way of being blackmailed by anyone obtaining the records. I requested Mrs. Sullivan to show me her search warrant, and saw it had been signed by Chief Magistrate McAdoo. Nevertheless, I cautioned her, "You have no right to touch those files. Not even the nurses ever see them. They are the private property of the doctors, and if you take them you will get into trouble." "Trouble," she snapped back. "I get into trouble. What about the trouble you're in? I wouldn't change mine for yours." "Well, this is my party. You keep out." One of the policemen scooped up all the name cards and stuffed them into a waste basket to be carried off as evidence. This was a prime violation of medical ethics. Nothing was more sacred to a doctor than the confidences of his patients. Immediately Anna telephoned Dr. Robert L. Dickinson at the Academy of Medicine that the police were confiscating the case histories of patients and asked him to recommend a lawyer. He suggested Morris L. Ernst, whom Anna then called. Doctors, nurses, and evidence were being hustled into the street. The patrol wagon had arrived, but I summoned taxicabs in which we rode to the West 20th Street station. On the way I heard part of the story, which accounted for my non-arrest. About 3 weeks earlier a woman who had registered under the name of Mrs. Tierney had come for contraceptive advice and, on examination, was found by both doctors to have rectocele, cystocele, prolapsus of the uterus, erosions, and retroversion. Although not informed of her exact condition, she was instructed, because another pregnancy would be dangerous, and told to return for a checkup. She had now done so under her rightful name of McNamara, including in her entourage Mrs. Sullivan and a police squad. Dr. Stone, Dr. Pissort, and the 3 nurses were booked for violation of Section 1142, though I attempted to explain the clinic had been active for 6 years quite legally under the exception, Section 1145. At Jefferson Market Court, to which we next traveled, Magistrate Rosenbluth looked over the warrant and ordered a $300 bond for each. The succeeding morning I sent Stuart to a hospital for treatment. I had to attend a meeting in Boston, and the day after that go to Chicago for a series of lectures. Again I was obliged to leave him, and this time with even more misgivings. At Buffalo came a telegram saying a mastoid operation had been performed. At Chicago I telephoned the doctor and was reassured. The moment my duties were over I hurried back to be with him, and, incidentally, to attend the hearings. I still had no idea of the fate of the case histories and had been very worried. Now I learned that the evening after the raid Magistrate McAdoo had been dining with Dr. Carl Ryland, my husband's pastor. Dr. Ryland, much upset, had remarked upon its outrageousness. Justice McAdoo, aghast and horrified to find that, without reading it, he had signed this warrant, just one of many laid on his desk, had called up the police station without delay, saying that all the 24 histories must be put in his safe and kept there until he arrived in the morning. He had perceived instantly that those doctors' records were going to be a serious embarrassment. 150 cards, our sole memoranda of names and addresses, were never restored. Catholic patients, whose records had thus been purloined, received mysterious and anonymous telephone calls warning them if they continued to go to the clinic their private lives would be exposed. They came to us asking fearfully, "Will I get in the papers?" Immediately after the raid various doctors volunteered to go on the stand and testify as to the medical principles involved. The New York County Medical Society was aroused and passed a resolution protesting against the seizure. Through Dr. Dickinson's foresightness and energetic interest the Academy of Medicine held a special meeting which resolved: We view with grave concern any action on the part of the authorities which contravenes the inviolability of the confidential relations which always have and should obtain between physicians and their patients. Police Commissioner Grover A. Whalen, then embroiled in a mortifying, futile investigation of the murder of Arnold Rothstein, the gambler, had termed the raid a routine matter, but when Dr. Lindsley Williams, director of the Academy, wrote a letter of protest, he decided it might not have been so routine as it had appeared, and apologized. What had caused the raid in the first place? I employed the Burns Detective Agency to sift the affair. Approximately 50% of our cases were being sent by social workers on the Lower East and West Sides, a conglomerate of all peoples and classes, including Irish, Italians, and other Catholics. So many had benefited and told their neighbors that others also were asking of their agencies how to get to our clinic. Catholic social workers, at a monthly meeting with officials of the church, had sought guidance in replying to parishioners, and the ecclesiastics had been shocked to find that a clinic existed. Catholic policewomen had been summoned, Mary Sullivan had been chosen to wipe out the Clinical Research Bureau, and Mrs. McNamara selected for the decoy. Morris Ernst, who had accepted our case, had already won a reputation for his espousal of liberal causes. It was most encouraging to discover a lawyer who was as convinced as we that the principle of the law was the important issue. Although he seemed very young, the moment I talked with him I recognized here was the person for us. He was a good psychologist as well as a good lawyer. He tried to bring everything out, but wanted the evidence correct and the minds of the witnesses straight as to what had happened. On April 21, when Magistrate Rosenbluth called the case, the attitude in the courtroom was far different from anything exhibited at previous birth control hearings. Only one witness was heard that day, Mrs. McNamara. In spite of the hostility of Assistant District Attorney Hogan, which was to be expected, and in spite of the magistrate's prompting that she was a policewoman and not required to tell all, Mrs. McNamara was made to confess she had set out deliberately to deceive the clinic doctors. As she testified under Mr. Ernst's cross-examination what she had done, her stolid face turned from pink to purple. On her first visit she had learned the routine, and on her second, being left alone, had copied down the number of every name card lying on Dr. Stone's desk. Murmurs rose among the spectators, a melodious sound to ears still echoing with the harsh and suspicious accents of a mere 12 years before. After 40 minutes Magistrate Rosenbluth adjourned the hearing over our protests. If the object had been to secure a quieter and less sympathetic audience the ensuing day it failed. Now physicians took the stand, Dr. Dickinson, Dr. Frederick C. Holden, Dr. Foster Kennedy, the neurologist. The climax came when Mr. Hogan asked Dr. Lewis T. Harris, former Commissioner of Health of New York City, whether he had ever given any information to a patient regardless of a marriage certificate. Dr. Harris answered, "The birth control clinic is a public health work. Every woman desiring treatment is asked whether she is married. Don't they have to bring their marriage certificates with them?" No. The magistrate leaned forward ponderously and heavily. Does not the clinic send out social workers to discover the truth of patients' statements? Mr. Ernst interpolated, "Did you ever know of a situation where a doctor dispatched a detective to find out whether his patient were married?" Loud laughter came from the listeners. Judge Rosenbluth pounded his gavel. "Unless there is absolute silence I shall clear the courtroom." Then, seeming to grow more angry, he added, "On second thought I shall clear it anyhow. Out you go." The joke was on him. It was the doctors who had laughed the loudest and their presence as witnesses could not be dispensed with. Following a 15-minute recess the audience was once again in the room, more partisan than ever. Young Mr. Hogan tried to be dramatic, but he failed before our attorney's cold uncompromising logic. He took up one of the pessaries that had been appropriated in the raid and addressed Dr. Harris. "You know that the laws of New York State are that contraception may be given only for the cure or prevention of disease. Do you dare to claim this article will cure tuberculosis? Will it cure cancer, high blood pressure, heart disease, kidney disease?" Again came mirth. No one assumed a pessary or any other form of contraceptive could effect a cure. "But," replied Dr. Harris, "in preventing conception it may be said to cure because pregnancy can often be the cause of furthering the progress of a disease." A month later the defendants were discharged, Magistrate Rosenbluth writing an admirably lucid, fair, and definite decision. Good faith in these circumstances is the belief of the physician that the prevention of conception is necessary for a patient's health and physical welfare. Mrs. Sullivan was temporarily demoted. She continued, however, to be paid the same salary as before, and was eventually restored to rank. It was an ill wind that did not blow somebody good. After this our calendars were filled 3 weeks in advance, and we had to add 2 evenings a week to the daily routine. To our amazement among the many patients there appeared one afternoon Mrs. McNamara, who had first heard in court of her 5 ailments, every one of which legally entitled her to contraceptive information. She had come back to ask Dr. Stone whether she really had so many things the matter with her, and was assured the diagnosis was correct. The raid had been one of the worst errors committed by the opposition, because it had touched the doctors in a most sensitive spot, the sanctity of records, and they were obliged to stand by us, whether they wanted to or not. Even so we were not yet certain that the question had been settled for all time. At any moment our Irish landlord might receive orders from his bishop to eject us. To avoid any such contingency and to take care of the increasing numbers, in 1930 we bought a house of our own at 17 West 16th Street. Our new building gave us not only more room for patients but better opportunities for research. It was a sad commentary that though medicine had evolved into the preventive state where it was causing a revolution in sanitation and health education, contraceptive technique had been little advanced since the days of Mensinga. However, research was going on in various lands under the most diverse conditions. A modern clinic had started up again in the Netherlands, a memorial to Aletta Jacobs and bearing her name. It was based on the old Rutgers standards which had lapsed for so long. America and England, as the consequence of guiding the movement along professional lines and putting emphasis on the keeping of records, had made the greatest strides. But all accomplishments needed to be correlated, coordinated, unified in a scientific conference. Zurich was a central location for many countries, and, in addition, offered beautiful scenery in abundance. It was a pleasant place to be. September 1, 1930, some 130 physicians and directors of clinics from different parts of the world began comparing notes and reporting progress. Only the present generation was behind the times. A representative from the Netherlands one day stood up, a rather youthful person, and said, "I am glad to announce that at last we in the Netherlands have also a birth control clinic." This was extraordinary in view of the fact that the Netherlands had been the pioneer country and had inspired us all. Even more recently I encountered a young matron, a member of the American Birth Control League and head of the state organization in New Jersey, who had again utterly disassociated herself from history. She urged, "Mrs. Sanger, can't we convert you to the establishment of clinics? You know, they're being established all over the country." "When were you born?" was all I could gasp. These two women epitomized a day which had not studied what had gone before. If new to their minds, then it was new. In contrast to Geneva and its problems intact, Zurich was a dovecot. One slight incident alone disturbed the calm. I had gone to Berlin to secure delegates and there in a public theater had seen a film which had traversed the length and breadth of Germany as propaganda for abortion under safe conditions. The scene opened with feet endlessly passing on the streets. You saw a kerchief drop, a masculine hand reach down to pick it up, the boy and girl at lunch, she looking up at him wide-eyed. Soon she was obliged to go to a femme savant in a filthy narrow old alley. You watched her ascend the rickety stairs, an ancient crone peeling potatoes, shoving wood in the stove with dirty hands, the agony in the girl's face. It was a succession of pictures such as this, straight out of life itself. I had borrowed the film and rented a theater in Geneva. To my great surprise and no little amusement when the caesarean section appeared on the screen, several men and women in the audience began to faint, among them our own workers, even Edith Howe Martin. One, a young scientist, had to be led out and given a drink to brace him up. Cars and taxis were commandeered to cart the squeamish back to their hotels. This conference must remain a milestone because they're all propaganda, all moral and ethical aspects of the subject were forgotten. The whole problem was lifted out of the troubled atmosphere of theory, where previously it had been battered by the winds of doctrine and the brutal gusts of prejudice, into the current of serene, impersonal, scientific abstraction. It was too early to tell what practical results might ensue, but at least we soon received the assurance that certain doctors would welcome efficient contraceptives. Individual physicians in New York had since 1923 taken serious thought of the need for contraception. Mrs. Amos Pinchot had organized certain outstanding members of the Academy of Medicine into the Committee on Maternal Health. They had been fortunate enough to secure the well-known retired gynecologist, Dr. Dickinson, as secretary. He had trained many of the younger men and was able to bring into the movement doctors who would have paid slight attention to anyone less admired and honored. With the aid of various foundations, the Committee on Maternal Health had been doing a fine piece of work in publishing the findings of scientists in brochures and pamphlets. The Academy, after the Zurich Conference, formally declared that the public is entitled to expect counsel and information by the medical profession on the important and intimate matter of contraceptive advice. We had been attaining small victories, and little by little and bit by bit the Protestant churches had begun to regard us favorably. In September 1925, the House of Bishops of the Protestant Episcopal Church, meeting at Portland, Oregon, had gone on record against birth control. Later some of the wives of these same bishops had come to me in New York and asked my help in educating their husbands. A group of 3 had taken it upon themselves to see that every bishop was thoroughly enlightened. The consequence of the campaign was that at a subsequent meeting in 1934 they reversed their original stand. Even the Jews had on occasion been in opposition. Rabbi Mishkind of Tremont Temple had been rebuked by his board of trustees for having invited me to speak one Sunday morning. Rather than surrender, he had resigned and found another synagogue in which I could appear. Now the Central Conference of American Rabbis urged the recognition of birth control. The 170th Conference of the Methodist Church sanctioned it and the American Unitarian Association did the same. A special commission appointed by the Presbyterian General Assembly to study the problems of divorce and remarriage admitted the desirability of restricting births under medical advice. And in March, 1931, the Committee on Marriage and the Home of the Federal Council of the Churches of Christ in America approved it. Due in large measure to Lord Dawson's eloquence, the bishops at Lambeth gave us one of our greatest triumphs by voting 193 to 67 in favor of birth control. Bernard Shaw believed the Church of England was making a belated attempt to see whether it could catch up with the 20th century. Ever since the outburst of religious intolerance at Town Hall, it had been apparent that in the United States the Catholic hierarchy and officialdom were going to be the principal enemies of birth control. From city to city you could feel this. At Albany we could not have a hall because the police commissioner was a Catholic. In Cincinnati the Knights of Columbus almost succeeded in barring us from the hotel. At Syracuse the mayor had to veto the ordinance of the Catholic Council before we could hold a conference there. When I was to give a lecture in Milwaukee the Catholic Women's League came to protest the meeting to Socialist Mayor Hone. He had told them, however, if I prevent Mrs. Sanger from speaking because you protest, I shall also have to prevent you from speaking when others object to Catholic doctrine. Free speech must prevail in Milwaukee. Tactics aiming to bring about a reconciliation between the Anglicans and Rome had been rendered futile by the endorsement of the bishops. I suspected the demand for a clear statement from the Vatican on the question originated in the United States where Catholic women were showing a gradual yet persistent spirit of independence. In spite of church canons they were using contraceptives, and the church, in its wisdom, was obliged to change the law to keep its parishioners from breaking it. In December came the answer in the form of a papal encyclical. The world moved but the Pope sat still. He declared that he was looking with paternal eye, as from a watchtower. But what was he looking at? The Pope said over and over again that sexual intercourse, unless definitely designed to produce children, was against nature and a sin. He roundly condemned any contraceptive and he affirmed that in the matter of limiting families continence alone was permissible. Yet in the selfsame document he nullified his previous insistence that procreation was the sole justification of marital relations by countenancing them at times when pregnancy could not result. These times he made indefinite. They might refer to sterility, postmenopause, or the so-called safe period during the menstrual cycle. In fine, he was saying first, that you might not have intercourse unless you expected to have a child, and, in the same breath, that you might have intercourse when you could not possibly have a child. This Jesuitical inconsistency allowed a loophole for the issuance of the Latz Foundation booklet entitled The Rhythm of Sterility and Fertility in Women, published with ecclesiastical approval and recommended by Catholic societies. It had become part of my routine to answer every challenge to the cause, just as I tried to answer every question at a meeting. Here again was the hoary nature argument which should have been in its grave long since. The contention that it was sin to interrupt nature in her processes was simple nonsense. The Pope frustrated her by shaving or having his hair cut. Whenever we caught a fish or shot a wolf or slaughtered a lamb, whenever we pulled a weed or pruned a fruit tree, we too frustrated nature. Disease germs were perfectly natural little fellows which had to be frustrated before we could get well. As for the alleged safe period, which rhythm now set forth, what could be more unnatural than to restrict intercourse to the very time when nature had least intended it? But, taking one consideration with another, it seemed to me then that the birth control idea was rolling merrily along. I could sympathize with an indignant old radical who left a birth control Congress sniffing, "This thing has got too darn safe for me." Chapter 34. Senators, be not affrighted. Should the federal laws be changed, was the subject of my debate with Chief Justice Richard B. Russell of Georgia, who had had 18 children by 2 wives. I always welcomed a debate, although after the first few years it had been almost impossible to find anyone to defend the other side, and therefore I was pleased to be called to Atlanta, in May, 1931, for this one. The old judge, white-haired and with white eyebrows and mustache, his figure still erect, fixed me with a glance, sometimes satiric and sometimes flaming with the rage of an Old Testament prophet. He talked of the sacredness of motherhood, the home, and the state of Georgia. We don't need birth control in Georgia. We've had to give up 2 congressmen now because we don't have enough people. If New York wants to wipe out her population, she can. We need ours. I can take care of all the children God sent me. I believe God sent them to me because they have souls. Poodle dogs and jackasses don't have souls. I have obeyed the command of God to increase and multiply. His children and their wives and their relatives occupying several rows of seats down front applauded vigorously. On the train coming back I bought a paper and noted with surprise that I had been awarded the American Women's Association Medal for accomplishments on behalf of women, and was supposed to be receiving it that night in New York. I sent a telegram of thanks to Ann Morgan saying that I had just learned about it and there was no way of my attending. It was nice to be handed a medal instead of a warrant, at the postponed dinner, organized by John A. Kingsbury, a director of the Milbank Fund. I sat there listening to the beautiful tributes and asked myself, is it really true? Am I awake? Or is it a dream? I never thought of the medal as being given to me as a person, but to the cause, the women I represented, and, representing them, went through the act of accepting it. As I was trying to express this, a little woman who used to appear frequently on all sorts of occasions came up through the well-groomed audience, climbed to the platform, offered me a bouquet of flowers from the Brownsville mothers. "You are our Abraham Lincoln," she said, unconscious of the smiles, amused yet sympathetic, of the audience. She left a kiss upon my brow and hurriedly went back to her place. To me she embodied the spirit of Mrs. Sachs, who had died so long ago, all I was still working for, though through channels which had broadened immeasurably since then. In the beginning of the birth control movement the main purpose had been the mitigation of women's suffering, Comstock law or no Comstock law. Its very genesis had been the conscious, deliberate, and public violation of this statute. Later, to change it became imperative, so that the millions who depended upon dispensaries and hospitals could be instructed by capable hands. In 1918 Mary Ware Dennett had dissolved the old National Birth Control League into the Voluntary Parenthood League, which had for its aim the repeal of the federal law. This seemed fine on the surface, but repeal would permit anyone to give and send contraceptive devices as well as information to anyone through the mails regardless of standards or quality. Mrs. Dennett still looked upon the movement as a free speech and free press issue, just as I had done before going to the Netherlands. Now I considered no one had sufficient knowledge of the possible consequences of some contraceptives to permit them to be manufactured or distributed without guidance or direction. They might kill the birth control movement as well as some of the women who used them. No sponsor could be found until in 1923 Senator Cummins had introduced a repeal, or so-called open bill, in which the lack of safeguards was severely criticized. Therefore she had had it reintroduced in 1924 with a clause added that all literature containing contraceptive information must be certified by 5 physicians as not injurious to life or health. This bill, practically impossible of application, died in committee. Since we believed information should be disseminated only by doctors we had kept very quiet and out of it during those years. But we had our own ideas of what sort of legislation we preferred. When Mrs. Dennett retired and her organization ceased its work Mrs. Day and Kennedy, and I, in January, 1926, went down to Washington on a scouting expedition to take a survey of the mental attitude of congressmen and discover whether their reaction was more favorable towards a repeal bill or our proposal of an amended doctor's bill. We set up headquarters and began interviewing senators until we had satisfied ourselves that personal sentiment was more in favor of our policy. We thought it advisable also to sound out the Catholic stand. Getting together was the trend of the times. Eugenists, the Voluntary Parenthood League, the American Birth Control League, all were trying to meet each other. People of tolerant opinions had always felt the Catholic Church was too clever to oppose a movement that inevitably it would someday have to sanction, and the tumult and interference was simply the result of local ignorance and bigotry. If we could reach the scholarly heads themselves, if we could all sit at a table and talk things over, we would find their ideals of humanitarianism were much like our own. Consequently, and had an interview with members of the Catholic Welfare Conference, including Monsignor John Ryan, John M. Cooper, Ph.D., Father Burke, and other prelates. We thought we would agree on the doctor's bill, that they surely wanted the public safeguarded from the misuse of contraceptives. But they unequivocally set forth their objections. Not even a physician's indisputable right to save lives swayed them. They declared it was their office to see that no social or moral legislation passed Congress that did not conform to the tenets of Catholic doctrine. They would attempt to prevent any such bill from becoming a law. And wrote out a report of the interview, including this shocking statement, and showed it to them so they might have an opportunity to correct it if they so desired. They left it essentially as written. Considering this a fundamental issue of liberty in life not affecting birth control alone, I took the presumptuous document to H. L. Mencken, supposedly the outstanding libertarian in America. He had the power to evoke a response from thinking minds, even though they were rock-bound in patriotic dogmas. He had knocked down a great many gods, chiefly along political and religious lines. Trusting that Mencken would make an effective protest in the American Mercury, I talked to him, explained the situation, predicting that if we let this go unnoticed we should all have to endure the future consequences. He admitted the Catholic action was brazen, but mentioned the fact that he had too many friends of that faith in Baltimore for him to attack their church. I gained the impression he was out to slash and hit where the cause was obviously popular, but had no intention of leading a forlorn hope or playing the role of a pioneer for freedom. He never fulfilled the expectations I once had of him. He was not a tree bearing fruit but a spoon stirring around, very much of a, yes, butter. He said, "Oh, yes, that is grand, but, on the other hand, there is this to be said for the other side." In our campaign of educating the public in the necessity for changing the federal statute, I began having regional conferences in the East, South, Middle West, West, and linking them all into an organization to support the bill. One of these was at Los Angeles. At first most of the Westerners wanted an open bill such as Mrs. Dennett's, and I stood rather alone on the doctor's amendment, which was only approved on the last night of the conference by a very narrow margin. As the people filed out I saw at the end of the room a thin, almost emaciated woman with gray hair, somewhat shabby, but not unusually so. She held out a bony hand to clasp mine, saying practically nothing, just a word or two, and her name, Kaufman, came to me. I remembered it because Viola Kaufman had been one of the small subscribers to birth control in the past, and I was familiar with most of these names. I thought nothing further of it at the time. Wanting all the endorsement I could get for the doctor's bill, and particularly that of the American Medical Association, I made a special trip to Chicago to see Dr. Morris Fishbein, who was a power in that organization. I asked for advice or help, and offered to draw up a bill in any way which would suit them. Dr. Fishbein appeared sympathetic and turned me over to Dr. William C. Woodward, the legislative director. We had a pleasant conversation and that was all. Though he made no comment as to its merits or demerits, I put the bill on record in their office. Tried and true friends, whose abilities and loyalties had been tested and proved, rallied around the National Committee on Federal Legislation for Birth Control, which established its headquarters in Washington in 1931. Francis Ackerman assisted my husband as treasurer. For vice president we had Mrs. Walter Tim, who had left the League of Women Voters, a fine speaker, a clear-thinking crusader, a devoted ally of long standing. Tall, large-framed, broad-shouldered, she could harangue audiences in the strong, convincing, and forceful fashion of the early, suffrage, soapbox days, nothing delicate or fragile. When she had an idea, it was an idea, and she stated it as an idea. More than once our bank account would have faded to a mere wraith had it not been for Ida Tim's money-raising talents. Mrs. Alexander C. Dick was secretary. She had the old-fashioned head of a daguerreotype, but was thoroughly modern in her verve and gay personality and her quick agility of mind. Since 1916, when I had first known her, she had been really interested in the research end of birth control, and definitely had agreed with the then new war cry that it should be under medical supervision. It was mainly due to her and her late husband, Charles Brush of Cleveland, that Ohio had had from the beginning one of the best organized and conducted state leagues. Kate Hepburn was chairman. In her long public career she had learned great efficiency and was so careful of minutiae that she never let our witnesses run over their time. Just as we were swinging along briskly she invariably tugged at a coat and passed over a little slip, "Time up in 1 minute." Best of all our lobbyists was Mrs. Hazel Moore, our legislative secretary, who had left the Red Cross in the South to support us. Nothing could withstand her indefatigable enthusiasm, and it took a stout senator to harden his heart against her feminine ruses and winning manners. We now began to be initiated into the ABC of federal legislative procedure. After your bill had been drawn up, you had to find a congressman to introduce it. Sometimes he believed in it 100%. Sometimes he believed in the individual 100%, sometimes he sponsored it only to be accommodating and agreeable, in which case it was called, by request, a very weak way since you knew he was not going to fight for it. When introduced, the bill was read in the House or Senate and at once referred to a committee, those having to do with changing a law to the judiciary. Ours was difficult to manage at first, because we were trying to alter several statutes simultaneously, not merely Section 211 and everything pertaining to mails and common carriers, but also laws relating to imports. We had a general principle back of us, but we had to keep whacking off clauses so that it would not be thrown into the wrong committee. If you were fortunate enough to secure a Senate hearing for your bill, the chairman of your committee appointed a subcommittee of about 3, in the House, the entire committee might attend the hearing. A day was set and you began preparing your ammunition, the opposition was allowed an equal amount of time to the second. After the hearing a vote was taken. If they were against it, they killed it then and there. If they recommended it, it came up before the full committee and, if then approved, went to the Senate or House for debate on the floor. To the frantic, worried, harassed, driven congressman of 1931 the announcement of a birth control bill was like a message from Mars, only less interesting and more remote. The mind of each senator resembled a telephone switchboard with his wary secretary as the operator. All the wires were tied up with foreign debts, unemployment relief, reparations, moratoriums, sales taxes, prohibition, budgets and bonuses, war in Manchuria, peace conferences, disarmament. And the tariff, issues of vital concern to themselves for which they needed every vote. And their principal endeavor was not to cause conflict or get themselves disliked. What chance had we to plug in? When the vigilant secretary found we were not direct constituents, we were told the senator was busy, in conference, in committee, meeting an arriving delegation. Would we come back later, tomorrow, next week? Always we came back promptly and on the dot. For months it was almost impossible to see any of them. Often as many as 40 calls were made, and if we succeeded in getting 2 interviews, we considered that a good day's work. When finally we did reach them, few of the younger, still fewer of the older, senators knew what we were talking about. When we were able to make this clear, young and old alike, just as in the state legislatures, were full of fears, fear of prejudices, fear of cloakroom joshings, mainly fear of Catholic opposition. Though Senator Norris had approved the repeal bill, he believed that ours had a better chance of passing because antagonism to the former was even greater than in 1926. He himself had Muscle Shoals and the lame duck amendment on his hands and several more pet projects to boot, and suggested we get somebody to introduce the bill who would not be up for re-election. Our choice fell on Senator Frederick Huntington Gillett of Massachusetts, for years Speaker of the House, and now about to retire. He was a gentleman born, gray-haired, typically New England, without children or any particular philosophy regarding birth control. Our Southern helpers, notably Mrs. J. B. Vanderveer, were persistent and determined. They would not be put off with polite, routine dismissals, but asked point-blank, "Will you introduce this bill for us?" Senator Gillett, recognizing their earnestness, agreed. But we heard no more of it. When I returned at the next session of the same Congress, someone remarked, "Aren't you lucky to have had your bill introduced?" What? I stared with wide-open eyes. Yes, Senator Gillett remembered it a few days before the session closed. I called on him at once. "Where's our bill gone?" It had gone nowhere. "We'll just send it around to the Judiciary Committee," said the senator. "Norris is chairman and he's friendly. He'll pick out a good subcommittee for you." We gathered our witnesses together the night before the hearing, which was to be February 13th, and asked, "What do you want to say? How long do you want in which to say it?" We had 8 people to testify in the space of 2 hours. Moments had to be carefully parceled out to each. We were permitted to deduct 10 from our allotment the first day to be used the following one for a rebuttal. William E. Borah of Idaho and Sam G. Bratton of New Mexico had been assigned to us with Senator Gillett, but Borah did not appear. The audience, mostly women, crowded the committee room, imposing with marble pillars, glossy mahogany, gleaming windows. Dr. John Whitridge Williams, obstetrician-in-chief of Johns Hopkins, summed up the medical evidence for birth control. "A doctor who has this information, prevention of conception, and does not give it cannot help feeling he is taking a responsibility for the lives and welfare of large numbers of people." The Reverend Charles Francis Potter, founder of the Humanist Society of New York, discussed the moral phase. "The bird of war is not the eagle but the stork." Professor Roswell H. Johnson, then at the University of Pittsburgh, stressed eugenics. "Most intelligent, well-informed people, are so determined in this, spacing children, that no laws yet devised succeed in forcing a natural family, which is about 18 children, upon them." Rabbi Sidney Goldstein dealt with religious aspects. "The population is not made up of those who are born but is made up of those who survive." Professor of Sociology Henry Pratt Fairchild spoke from the economic point of view. "We human individuals cannot break laws of nature. We can, however, choose which of her laws we see fit to obey." Mrs. Douglas Moffett announced that the 2,700 members of the New York City Junior League were overwhelmingly in favor of the bill. The next morning the opposition began by trying to prove that we who advocated birth control, a Russian innovation, were seeking to pull down motherhood and the family as had been done in Russia. The Honorable Mary T. Norton, representative from New Jersey, made the astounding assertion that the happiest family was the big one, and that a large percentage of the great men and women of this country were born poor. This was a blessing since it fired them with ambition. And she mentioned Abraham Lincoln, whose birthday had been but 2 days before. I was particularly outraged by hearing statements from other witnesses that the American Federation of Labor was against us, that the American Medical Association was antagonistic, and that the Methodist and other churches were going to help defeat our bill. Speaker after speaker representing Catholic organizations repeatedly hurled such dramatic tirades as, "I ask you, gentlemen, in the name of the 20 million Catholic citizens of the country, to whose deep religious convictions these vices are abhorrent, and of all those to whom the virtue of a mother or a daughter is sacred, to report unfavorably on this diabolical and damnable bill." It was difficult to gauge the impression that was being made, you could only sense that the response was one of feeling. These dogmatists, harking back to the Dark Ages, summoned to their aid the same arguments that had been used to hinder every advance in our civilization, that it was against nature, against God, against the Bible, against the country's best interests, and against morality. Even though you proved your case by statistics and reason and every known device of the human mind, the opponents parroted the line of attack over and over again. In the end you realized that the appeal to intelligence was futile. On occasions like this the inward fury that possessed me warmed from coldness to white heat. It did not produce oratory, but it enabled me to move others. The way to meet the opposition was to keep emotions in hand and, at the same time, without stumbling or fumbling, to let them go. Every word I said was calculated and thought through, not in advance, but as it came along. I did not react this way often, but I did that day. When my 10 minutes for rebuttal came, I knew that emotional speed was required. Nevertheless, I first knocked down their false assertions, that the birth control movement had originated in this country during 1914, long before anyone had ever heard of Bolshevism. That the objections of the American Federation of Labor had referred to the repeal bill of 1925, quite different from the doctor's bill now under discussion. That the American Medical Association had taken no stand, but two of its most important branches, the neurological and women's medical, had gone on record in our favor, that Dr. C.I. Wilson of the Methodist Board had denied his church was opposed, and, in fact, its ministers had worked unofficially for us. When someone says that the happiest families are the largest ones, and that the world's great leaders have been of large families, I would like to call to your attention that the great leader of Christianity, Jesus Christ himself, was said to be an only child. Here the Catholics crossed themselves and muttered, blasphemy. These opponents have had the laws with them, the wealth, the press, and yet they have come today to say they are afraid of the morals of their people if they have knowledge, if they do not continue to be kept in fear and ignorance. Then I say their moral teachings are not very deep. Mr. Chairman, we say that we want children conceived in love, born of parents' conscious desire, and born into the world with sound bodies and sound minds. The two senators sat there in silence. The bill was killed, due to the adverse vote of Senator Borah, who had not attended the hearings. The next year, 1932, Senator Gillett was gone and a substitute had to be found. Believing the first woman senator would be on the side of her sex, we asked Mrs. Hattie Caraway to introduce the bill. She said she herself was interested in the subject, but her secretary would not let her touch it. Ordinarily congressmen paid little attention to abstract arguments, logic, or the humanitarian needs of outsiders. But they could be reached through their constituents. One way of doing this was to get women back home to help themselves directly by writing letters. This required money. We sought it from a foundation which donated $10,000 earmarked for this special purpose. To the still continuing stream of letters from mothers, requesting as always contraceptive advice, my reply went, I would gladly give you the information you ask for if the law permitted. Your congressman now has the opportunity to vote on this bill. Send him a letter telling how many children you have living, how many babies dead, how many abortions, what wages your husband receives, everything you have told me, and I enclosed an envelope, stamped and addressed to their respective congressmen. While walking one day through the tunnel which connected the House with the Senate, I stopped to ask a man my direction. He said, I'm going your way. Come along and I'll show you. We fell into conversation. He informed me he was a senator, and asked what I was doing. I'm working on the birth control bill. That's funny. I've just had a letter from a woman 5 miles from where I've lived most of my life. Listen to this. And he took it out of his pocket and read the history of the woman's abortions and operations. I've never heard anything quite so awful, and at the bottom she says, you can help me by getting this law changed, and Mrs. Sanger, who has the information, will send it to me if you get the law changed. These letters brought fine results. Through them Senator Henry D. Hatfield of West Virginia was persuaded to introduce the bill. At the hearing he described how as physician and surgeon and governor of his state he had seen the free mating of the unfit, and had forced through a sterilization law. We produced our usual array of experts, and the opposition produced Dr. Howard Atwood Kelly, a famous gynecologist in his day at Johns Hopkins, but now professor emeritus and very old, who rambled discursively on morals. His was a state of mind if not of reason. Dr. John A. Ryan, a member of the National Catholic Welfare Conference, chose economics for his discussion. Neither spoke on his own subject, but selected something on which he was not an authority. The bill was killed in committee, and the one introduced by Representative Frank Hancock of North Carolina in the House got into the wrong committee, so nothing happened. Before you had seen it, the Congress of the United States loomed impressively in your consciousness. You had a feeling, this is the greatest country in the world, this is its government, I helped to send these men here. Then you watched Congress at work, listened to it, and were disillusioned. A few years of sitting in the gallery and looking down gave you less respect for the quality of our representatives, less faith in legislative action. And you wondered whether those who had already abandoned hope of obtaining relief in this way and resorted to direct action had not, perhaps, the right idea. The same arguments went on from year to year. A certain amount of publicity was secured, a certain number were educated. Some of our followers, in face of the evidence to the contrary, still were confident that if the Catholics understood our bill they would not obstruct it. They said Representative Arthur D. Healy of Massachusetts, a member of the Judiciary Committee, although a Catholic, was so liberal that if he could once be made to see the reasons back of it he would cease being openly hostile, and it might even get out of committee. Accordingly, I went to his office, we talked at length, and again got nowhere. As I was leaving, this father of four said, in order to explain himself, "You see, Mrs. Sanger, I'm just one of those unusual men who are very fond of children." I was inwardly convulsed at the thought that he considered himself unusual and that we were all a lot of Herods trying to do away with babies. At first it seemed that I was to have greater success as the result of my interview with Dr. Joseph J. Mundell, professor of obstetrics at Georgetown University, who advised the Catholic Welfare Conference on all their medical legislation. In a private session I conceded some things in the bill, Dr. Mundell gave up certain others. The compromise apparently suited everybody. In 1934 identical bills were introduced in Senate and House, the latter by Representative Walter M. Pierce, Democrat, who as governor of Oregon had burned his political bridges by vetoing a bill which permitted parochial schools. Since he had nothing to lose, he did not have to play politics. Hatton W. Summers of Texas was chairman of the hearing. Our side led off, again specialists in each line covering the vital points. Rabbi Edward L. Israel of Baltimore made an impassioned plea. "And I say, gentlemen, if this thing we are now advocating is not morally right, let us stop being hypocrites and, in its place, put a law on our statute books that will drive contraceptive devices out of your homes and mine." Here John C. Lair of Michigan, sitting back in his chair with thumbs hitched in his suspenders, declared pompously, "As a member of this committee I want to go on record there have never been any contraceptives used in my home. I have 6 children, too." Malcolm C. Tarver of Georgia interrupted, "You don't mean any member of Congress has used anything of that kind, do you?" His surprise was obviously genuine. The proponents of our bill, even elderly women, had stood while delivering their testimony. But when Father Charles E. Coughlin entered, cheeks very pink over his black collar, a chair was placed for him, because as a representative of the church he would not stand before a representative body of the state. He began talking at random. "I have not heard one word of the testimony these ladies and gentlemen have produced, and my remarks are not addressed to them now, because I can easily handle them over the radio Sunday after Sunday. You, gentlemen, you are married men, all of you, and you know more about it than I will ever know." Here he arched his eyebrows into a leer. "The chairman, I understand, is a bachelor like myself. We know how these contraceptives are bootlegged in the corner drug stores surrounding our high schools. Why are they around the high schools? To teach them how to fornicate and not get caught. All this bill means is, how to commit adultery and not get caught." Some of our sympathizers walked out of the room. 2 congressmen left the table. But we were a polite, well-behaved group that shrank from scenes, and, though furious and indignant, we allowed him to conclude his half-hour of grossness. I could hardly believe my ears when Dr. Mundell, who shortly before had helped us formulate a bill which he said was satisfactory to him, rose and deliberately betrayed us by stating there was no need for legislation whatsoever. Because a recent scientific work, by which he meant rhythm, had shown that fertility in women could be reckoned with almost mathematical precision. In the rebuttal Dr. Prentice Wilson testified that the theory of the cycle of sterility had no medical standing. Then came my turn. I had in my pocket a copy of Rhythm, and quoted from it. Under the heading of procreation it asked whether married people were obliged to bring into the world all the children they could, and then made answer. Far from being an obligation, such a course may be utterly indefensible. Broadly speaking, married couples have not the right to bring into the world children whom they are unable to support, for they would thereby inflict a grievous damage upon society. I told the committee that apparently the only distinction in the pros and cons of the birth control question was that the method we advocated was a scientific one under the supervision of doctors. That of the Catholics had not been proved scientifically and was open to any boy or girl who could read the English language. Nevertheless, the bill again died in committee. The Senate hearings on the bill, introduced by our old friend Daniel O. Hastings of Delaware, did not come until March. We presented our advocates, among them a miner's wife from West Virginia, the native state of two members of the committee, Hatfield and Neely. She was a perfect illustration of the type which most needed birth control. When she had finished, a Catholic woman asked her, "Which of your 9 children would you rather see dead?" "Oh, I don't want to see any of them dead. I love them all. But I don't love those I haven't had." Her reply was just right, it could not have been better. Vito Silecchia, my former coal and ice vendor from 14th Street, also made his way to Washington and told his simple story. His wife had come to me when pregnant with her 4th child, and I had said I could do nothing for her until she had had her baby. Now, many years afterwards, she had no more than the 4. Vito reasoned his case as a man. "I am a Catholic myself. The Catholics say we should have much children. I say different. I say it is not good to have too many children. You can't take care of them." He ended by describing the mother of 6 who lived next door to him. "I told her, I will take you to a place. It is a wonderful place. She does not know the English language. Therefore, she has never come up to see Mrs. Sanger, but she will. For the first time the Senate subcommittee reported out the bill and it was put on the unanimous consent calendar. The last day of the session came, June 13th. Over 200 were ahead of it, but there was always hope. One after another they were hurried through, and then, miracle of miracles, ours passed with no voice raised against it. The next one came up, was also converted into law, another up for discussion, tabled. 20 minutes went by. Suddenly Senator Pat McCarran from Reno, Nevada, famous divorce lawyer though an outstanding Catholic, came rushing in from the cloakroom and asked for unanimous consent to recall our bill. As a matter of senatorial courtesy, Senator Hastings granted his request. Had he not done so, Senator McCarran would have objected to every bill he introduced thereafter. It was summarily referred back to the committee and there died. In 1935 we took the fatal step of having it voted on early in the session, and it was promptly killed. The whole year's labor was lost. The following winter, when I was in India, Percy Gassaway of Oklahoma introduced a bill in the House, Royal S. Copeland of New York, in the Senate, by request. Neither one reached a hearing. Another line of attack on the Comstock law was to try for a liberal interpretation through the courts. Among the products shown at the Zurich conference in 1930 had been a Japanese pessary. Pursuing the clinic policy of testing every new contraceptive that appeared, I ordered some of these from a Tokyo physician. When notified by the customs that they had been barred entrance and destroyed, we sent for another shipment addressed to Dr. Stone in the hope that it would then be delivered to a physician. But this also was refused, and accordingly we brought suit in her name. After pending 2 years, the case finally came up for trial before Judge Grover Moskowitz of the Federal District Court of Southern New York. Morris Ernst conducted our claim brilliantly, and January 6, 1936, Judge Moskowitz decided in our favor. The wording of the statute seemed to forbid the importation of any article for preventing conception. But he believed that the statute should be construed more reasonably. The government at once appealed, and the case was argued in the Circuit Court of Appeals before Judges Augustus N. Learned Hand, and Thomas Swan, whose unanimous decisions were rarely reversed in the Supreme Court. In the fall of 1936, while I was in Washington getting the federal bill started again in advance of Congress's meeting, news came that the 3 judges had upheld the Moskowitz decision and had added that a doctor was entitled not only to bring articles into this country but, more important, to send them through the mails, and, finally, to use them for the patient's general well-being, which, for 20 years, had been the object of my earnest endeavor. The government still had the right to appeal inside of 90 days. Therefore, I was not unduly jubilant. We had had so many seeming victories that melted away afterwards. But long before the period of grace had expired, Attorney General Cummings announced to the press that the government would accept the decision as law, and, with commendable consistency. The Secretary of the Treasury sent word to the customs at once that our shipments should be admitted. It is really a relief to be able to say something good about the government. In the face of the court decision, there was little point at this time in continuing the federal campaign. The money for closing it up came through a most unexpected and affecting channel. About a year after I had seen Viola Kaufman at the California conference in 1931, I received a letter from her asking me please to write out the form in which I would like any money left so that she could designate it in her will. I took her clear, concise note to my attorney, who suggested that, since organizations were many and might go out of existence at any moment, it would be wiser to have the bequest in my name to be dispensed for any purpose within the movement I saw fit. I answered her to this effect, and she replied, "I am now passing over to you in my will whatever I possess." I considered that the only courteous thing to do was to have Anna Lifshitz, who was living in Los Angeles, go to see Miss Kaufman. The address was in the Mexican district, in the poorest, most dilapidated, run-down section. In patched clothes she came to the door of her house, in which there was hardly any furniture. She was formal and rather cold. Anna merely explained the reason for her call was that she knew Miss Kaufman as one of our subscribers. She wrote me, "That poor creature hasn't money enough to keep body and soul together." 2 years went by. I was in Washington, preparing to start for Boston for a meeting, when a messenger boy delivered a telegram from the director of the General Hospital at Memphis, Tennessee, requesting me to come at once. Viola Kaufman was dangerously ill with pneumonia and asking for me. I looked up trains. It would take 48 hours, and so I put in a long-distance call to the director, who told me she had died during the night. What was she doing in Memphis? We don't know. The Salvation Army brought her in to us. She has only a little cash tied up in a handkerchief. We can't do anything without you because you're the beneficiary. The undertaker also wanted an order from me, and, since her executor, an officer of a bank in Los Angeles, had gone on a fishing trip, I arranged the details for her cremation. She had ordered that her remains be sent to me, and when they arrived the clinic staff came up to Willow Lake and we held a little memorial service of gratitude and respect, spreading the ashes over the rock garden. To everybody's astonishment, Viola Kaufman had about $30,000 in Los Angeles realty. But it took a year and a half to settle the estate, and by this time everything was at the lowest ebb of the Depression. We received approximately $12,000. I have never looked at the obituaries for the last 20 years without hoping to read that someone has willed $1 million for birth control, but the only legacy ever bequeathed us was that saved from the meager earnings of this schoolteacher. Viola Kaufman, who herself lived in poverty. With this money we wrote finest to the federal legislation. Of the old organization, all that was left in Washington was a secretary to read the Congressional Record daily, a watchdog to report any bills proposed which would make it necessary for us to jump into action to combat them. 6 years of this work had cost $150,000. It had also meant strain and worry beyond anything I had ever attempted, never being able to detach myself from it whether Congress was in session or not, always on the alert to discover any new person elected who might be favorably disposed. Now and again it had been discouraging. You could exert yourself to the utmost with pleasure if it were a matter of convincing a person and watching his mind being pried open, but here, over and over again, you saw this same conviction. Yet he reverted to the same fears and refrained from doing anything. However, the process of enlightening legislators had also unclosed the eyes of an enormous number of organizations. First to approve publicly had been the National Council of Jewish Women. Eventually more than 1,000 clubs, civic, political, religious, and social, including the General Federation of Women's Clubs, the YWCA. Local junior leagues, in all representing between 12 and 13 million members, had given their endorsement. And, more important than anything else, the public had been educated persistently, consistently away from casual and precarious contraceptive advice into the qualified hands of the medical profession. Dr. Dickinson had been appearing regularly at American Medical Association meetings, keeping the question constantly alive. But not until Dr. Prentice Wilson had formed a national body of doctors in 1935 to carry on legislative work had there been any action. One had stirred up, the other organized. I was at Willow Lake one June morning of 1937 when I saw spread across the newspaper in double column the glad tidings. The Committee on Contraception of the American Medical Association had informed the convention that physicians had the legal right to give contraceptives. And it recommended that standards be investigated and technique be taught in medical schools. In my excitement I actually fell downstairs. To me this was really a greater victory than the Moskowitz decision. Here was the culmination of unremitting labor ever since my return from Europe in 1915, the gratification of seeing a dream come true. These specific achievements are significant because they open the way to a broader field of attainment and to research which can immeasurably improve methods now known, making possible the spread of birth control into the forlorn, overpopulated places of the earth, and permitting science eventually to determine the potentialities of a posterity conceived and born of conscious love. Chapter 35. A past which is gone forever. Parenthood remains unquestionably the most serious of all human relationships, the most far-reaching in its power for good or for evil, and withal the most delicately complex. I always tried to secure my sons' confidence by being honest with them, treating them as though they had intelligence, and expecting them to use it. For the sake of companionship it was essential to be honest, no matter what the cost. Fortunately, the younger generation is not crumpled up when sharply confronted with the truth. They have cut through the regard to their feelings until they can say extraordinarily blunt things to each other and yet not be hurt. And with this they have invented a new language, they can take it. Many times I could have forced my opinion on the boys and saved Fern perhaps some bitter disappointments. Let me do it. I'll manage all this. Let me know when you need anything. But, instead, I merely stated my attitude and said, here are the two alternatives. You want this, I think the other is better. Neither of us can tell which is right. If you choose your own way I'll help you as long as you do it well, providing you stop as soon as you know it is wrong and go back and pick up the other. If experience teaches you a greater wisdom, you can call it square. At Petty Institute, Stuart was paying more attention to sports than studies. It was easy for him to be an athlete. But he also had a logical mind and a quick ability for coordinating hand and brain. When he was ready for college he entered Sheffield's Scientific School of Yale University. His imagination was soon captured by archaeology and medicine, but his course was already set. Meanwhile Grant, who had been inclined to hero-worship his older brother, had also gone to Petty. His athletics left little opportunity for bringing out his artistic talents, and he agreed to take his last 2 years at Westminster School in Simsbury, Connecticut, where he was encouraged to develop along his own lines. In his sophomore year at Princeton, he still had no idea of what he wanted to do with his life. Although he had a leaning towards diplomacy, which would include training in law, I explained to him that, since the family had no political influence, it might lead to being a small politician. And so I made out a list of as many occupations known to man as I could think of, and sent them to him, telling him to mark off with a blue pencil those which he was perfectly sure did not appeal to him, and check with red those for which he felt some predilection. Out immediately went piano mover, waiter, floor walker, bank manager, bookkeeper, and some 50 others. 6 months later, I returned him the red checked list for further perusal. Now his preferences were much more definite. Research, journalism, editorial work, diplomacy were again red, but almost everything else marked headed him for a scientific career. The decision made, Grant began his pre-medical course. After Stuart graduated from Yale he moved downtown to Wall Street and continued in a broker's office all during the Depression. But, in this money-making atmosphere, his attitude was changing. He had concluded that serving humanity was a higher fulfillment than profiting at humanity's expense, and medicine seemed the career which he also liked best. Having found out, he had the courage to start back at the beginning to accomplish it. We made a compact for him to go as far as he could and test whether his interest kept up. First he had to acquire sufficient chemistry and biology, going to Columbia University in the daytime for the former, to New York University in the evening for the latter, preparing his lessons until 3 in the morning. The next year he passed his entrance examinations. Following the legislative near victory in the winter of 1934, I resolved to go to Russia to see for myself what was happening in the greatest social experiment of our age. With keen anticipation I looked forward to discovering whether the Marxian philosophy, dramatized and realized and based on an economic ideology, did not have to accept some of the philosophy of Malthus. Grant, then about to enter his final year at Cornell Medical School, was eager to investigate the progress of medicine in the Soviet Union, and made up his mind to come along. I was taking also my secretary, Florence Rose, efficient, competent in any capacity, whether field organizing or in the office. Though but recently enlisted in the movement, she had come more with the attitude of the early days, not for what she could get out of it, but for what she could give to its furtherance. Her talents and enthusiasm, when added to her cheerfulness, made her a rare combination. Always gleeful and bubbling with fun, she carried out nearly everything in that spirit. Mrs. Ethel Clyde, an officer of the Federal Legislative Organization, was to be the fourth of our little group within a large group. When zeal for the new civilization in Russia had been at its height, she had relinquished her expensive Park Avenue apartment for a smaller one on a side street, and contributed the difference in rent to sundry leftist causes and birth control. At the last moment it seemed we might not be able to go. For some years Stuart had had a bad sinus condition, and hardly had he matriculated at Cornell in the fall of 1933 when he had been struck by a squash racket, fracturing the bone over his eye. That winter he had been operated on 9 times. A week before I was due to sail this doctor advised that he have an exploratory operation. I rushed up from Washington, where the legislative work for that session was just being wound up, and would have abandoned the Russian expedition had not the operation apparently been entirely successful. Stuart insisted that I go. Since he was in no danger I continued with my plans. It was not feasible to travel in Russia except in a party under official guidance. 3 people I knew who had gone by themselves described how train after train had passed them, boat after boat had steamed down the Volga with no accommodations available. Therefore, we chose the nonpartisan Second Russian Seminar. Shortly prior to leaving I spent an evening with Maurice Hindus, Will Durant, John Kingsbury, and Doctors Hannah and Abraham Stone, all of whom had been to Russia the previous year. Maurice Hindus had returned impersonal and still unprejudiced, Will Durant utterly antagonistic, John Kingsbury full of fervor, and both Stones warmly disposed. They had all been in Moscow, practically at the same time, for approximately the same number of days, and all had received utterly dissimilar impressions. Even pictures that Will Durant had taken were not the same as those of John Kingsbury or Dr. Stone, snapped from almost identical places, thus showing me how wide might be the variety of responses, depending on the individual bias. I expected to keep my eyes open, to think independently, to ask questions, and compare. I was going to use as much sanity and fairness as I possessed, and not be swept emotionally into any current of opinion. Billy Barber was the manager of the seminar, and I did not envy him his job. There were many complaints and stupid remarks and much fault-finding. Most of the party were going merely to be able to say those things were true which they had previously said were true. I asked one woman who went on every sightseeing expedition but never got out of the bus, "Why did you come?" "Oh, just to wipe Russia off my list." Edward Allsworth Ross was among the leaders. He was the only person who had been there under the former regime some 20 years earlier, and had an authoritative basis of contrast between the old and the new. We all rather sat at his feet. He was a typical professor, wore enormously high, stiff collars, played checkers with anybody who would indulge him, and was upset when he failed to win. His personality was impressive, literally so because wherever you looked you spied him. One of the funniest sights was to see this Nordic giant, 6 feet 4, walking with short dark Florence Rose, 5 feet 2, each jollying the other. We scooted through England across to Copenhagen, about which I recall very little. I was always trying to learn what advance the women's movement had made, but somebody was always trying to tell me how marvelous the city was. Remembering Ellen Key, I reached Scandinavia with great hopes for feminism. But the women who were considered the most intelligent were complacently resting on their laurels. The older ones still reigned supreme and believed that, because they had won their battles of 25 years ago, there was nothing left to fight for. The younger group found it hard to rise above the inertia of this overwhelming prestige. Since population was not a problem in Scandinavia, they were interested chiefly in eugenics, and had almost forgotten the aspect of individual suffering. At Oslo a number of us went on pilgrimage to the grave of Ibsen. As I stood there in silent tribute I had the feeling he had understood women and the ties they had been loosening. To my mind Nora never went back to the doll's house, her evolution was too complete. Or, if she did return, she entered by another door. Mr. Barber had arranged to feed his 106 charges at the last Finnish railroad station. There was a particular exhilaration about the prospect of that meal, because it was to be our final one before crossing into famine-stricken Russia. We arrived at 10 in the morning, all of us hungry. As we filed into the station our eyes met the most gorgeous panorama, long tables beautifully laid out with delicious meats, fish, breads, compotes. While we paused, debating which of these delicacies to taste first, there came a stampede of 50 other Americans, a tourist group led by Sherwood Eddy. Never had I seen such an exhibition. The men, unshaven, hatless, coatless, pushed and shoved around, in front of, and almost on top of the tables. The best we could do was find comfortable seats from which we could have a good view of the riot. The meal prepared by the railroad with such courtesy for our party was demolished by another. Barber and Eddy eventually discovered it was all a mistake. The train carrying the Eddyites had failed to stop at the town where their repast had been awaiting them, and naturally they supposed this breakfast was theirs. At Leningrad we were met by buses and driven through streets that swarmed with imperturbable, peasant-like people. The upper parts of their Mongolian-shaped heads all looked exactly the same. I noticed how immaculate they were. Faces, necks, hands, were white as white and displayed a cleanliness simply marvelous when you took into consideration the difficulty of securing soap and water. Very few were old, many were children apparently between the ages of 2 to 12. But in the expressions of all I glimpsed a sadness. The former capital was depressing down at heels, shabby and in need of painting. Yet it was beyond comparison in its spacious dignity. The architectural design of the houses could not be hidden. My high-ceilinged room at the Astoria was luxurious with alcove bed, bathroom, and large marble tub, which, although cracked and spotted with rust, nevertheless evidenced the days of splendor when the hotel had been frequented by the aristocracy of the old regime. From my window I could see the cobbled square. It was 8 o'clock and the city was awakening. I watched the passing show. Heavy wagons were drawn by a single and often most decrepit horse with what seemed a dark brown rainbow, arched and graceful, over his neck. Queues formed in front of little stands that served rations of beer or bottled soda water. Some women, the varying colors in their shawls making bright splotches, swept the car tracks with birch switches or pushed empty carts on their way to market. Others carried hods of cement up the ladders to the masons on the new buildings being erected everywhere. Usually the men were doing the skilled work, and women, hardy and robust, with strong legs, bare feet, sunburned faces, were kept at the laborious, monotonous, physical labor until such time as they could qualify as expert artisans. The communists' apartments were much better, lighter, airier, cleaner, more modern than those for non-party members. When we asked why, in an equalitarian state, one section should be thus privileged, we were answered, it was they who made all this possible. Why should they not have the best? What you bourgeois give to your capitalists, we give to our communists. We asked Tanya, our guide, if she were a communist, and she replied, oh, no. That's too hard. Ordinary citizens might be excused for a mistake or even a crime, but party members could have no human frailties. They were exiled or perhaps shot for cheating, stealing, deceiving, exploiting, taking money under false pretenses, or many things which average people could do and be punished with fines alone. Although the cost of the trip itself was relatively low, whatever we bought in Russia was excessively high owing to the peculiar situation of the ruble. In the first place, there was no ruble, it existed only in theory. Second, every foreigner was supposed to deal exclusively with the Torgson stores through which the government had cleverly contrived to come by a hoard of foreign currency by charging 78 cents in our money for each ruble instead of its actual value of 5 cents. For example, the price of a stamp on a letter to the United States, which was 2.5 rubles, amounted to $2. Mrs. Clyde, who leaned sympathetically towards communism, said to one of our young men, "Let me get you a little present." "Not here," he said. "It'll be too expensive." "Oh, yes," she insisted. "What would you like?" "Well, a bar of almond chocolate, then." She had to pay $10 for that 10-cent bar of chocolate. Her communism melted slightly. Ultimately, we solved the ruble problem. One morning a boy who had been loitering around the Astoria asked Grant, "Would you like me to take you through the city?" Grant prudently inquired, "How much?" It appeared that the boy merely desired an opportunity to perfect his English. He had plenty of rubles, which he was glad to dispose of at the rate of 50 for $1. Russians could obtain none but the cheapest commodities on their tickets. If they wanted luxuries such as good shirts, leather or rubber boots, and other articles sold only at Torgson, they were obliged to surrender some treasured gold piece or use foreign money. With an ample supply of rubles I sent long, elaborate cables to Stuart to cheer him up. He must have thought an excessive maternal solicitude was getting the better of my economic judgment. But, as a matter of fact, one of 20 words was costing me less than 25 cents. Dr. Nadina Kavanicki, who had been interested in birth control in the United States, had given me a letter to her father, Dr. Reinstein, once a dentist in Rochester, New York, now in Stalin's close confidence. He came to see me about 11:30 one night, the Russian calling hour, and we talked until 3 in the morning. When he wanted to know my impressions of Russia, I said promptly, "It seems to me your policy of overcharging us is a mistake. For the sake of a few dollars you are creating ill will, just as the French have done. In our own seminar we have 20 librarians and perhaps double that number of schoolteachers and students, many of whom have gone without other vacations to come here. They have a unique opportunity to influence people. Everybody will ask them when they get back, 'Did you like Russia?' You are trying to build up a favorable public opinion abroad, and these people are the best mediums for that purpose. If they are pleased they will fight for you and break down prejudice." But he was not convinced, and, evoking the specter of the Tsarist debt to America, he replied, "We'll bleed you, we'll milk you, we'll get every dollar out of you we can. America demands her pound of flesh and this is how we'll pay you." The occasions for receiving pleasant impressions were offered by vigorous tours to points of interest. We were given a choice of hard buses or harder ones, all, in my experience, springless and clattering noisily over the cobble-paved streets. After a few bumps we usually hit the roof and came down with headaches. Our poor little guides had to screech with full lung power to be heard over the incessant rattling. One morning when driving back from sightseeing, the motor gasped and collapsed on a slight hill. Passengers volunteered helpful suggestions: "Put it in low. Put it in neutral. Push this. Pull that." The driver moved gears forward and backward and then looked around at us in perplexity. "I did, but it won't work." We waited and waited and waited and waited. Somebody ran a mile to telephone that we were stranded and needed another bus. Meanwhile, everything we wanted to see was closing, and we had already learned that whatever you missed in Russia was always the most worthwhile. In fact, it seemed they had visiting hours timed to end 5 minutes before you got there. Several other buses came along and stopped. Their drivers got out, poked their heads under the hood, began taking things apart, strewing bolts this way and nuts that. Then they, too, became discouraged, and, leaving increased confusion, climbed on their chariots again and went on. Finally some bright young man discovered we were out of gas. As we crossed the huge square in front of the hotel, I saw directly ahead of us an enormous pile of bricks with wide spaces on both sides. Closer and closer we came. When will the driver turn? I asked myself. But he never did. We went right over the top and the bricks slipped out from under. That was the Russian system. You could not go round an obstacle, you must go over it. Enlarged portraits of Lenin and Stalin were in all public buildings. Their statues were everywhere, in every square, on every corner. A major industry of Russia seemed to be to find new poses for Stalin, standing up, lying down, writing, reading. Often just his head, definitely recognizable in spite of the predominance of red, was designed in flower beds. One of the most delicate attentions was to give him a different colored necktie on different days. The plants were kept in pots to make this charming gesture possible. After the revolution, when peace had come, connoisseurs from various countries had been invited to examine the recovered statues, rugs, tapestries, and objets d'art stolen from the palaces and churches. One by one the priceless paintings were displayed, specialists rendered their opinions, commercial dealers furnished appraisals, stenographers took down every word. The same was done with the lapis lazuli tables, the snuff boxes, the court jewels. The interesting part of the new arrangement was that the interpretation was entirely Marxian. Pictures, instead of being hung according to the orthodox history of art, were fitted into the Industrial Revolution. A certain Madonna was not admired for its qualities of color or form, or as a thing of beauty in itself. The guide explained to you that it was created at such and such a time when the church was trying to get a hold over the people, when artists were starving and had to look for their means of livelihood to the patronage of the church. Later, in the Kremlin at Moscow we saw fantastic and incredible riches, jeweled saddles, a whole set of harness studded with turquoise, a huge casket cloth embroidered with thousands of pearls. In order to place the period of the latter I asked Tanya where it had come from. She replied in her precise English, "You see, it is for to cover the dead. You see, in Russia there was such a custom. When they died they put them in the ground. It was such a custom, you see, to cover them with cloths." She spoke of the Tsarist regime as though it had been centuries ago. One of the pictures was a Christ removed from the cross and lying on the ground. Tanya said, "People used to come here, and they even kissed it." This she uttered in the tone of scorn of a very youthful generation shocked and horrified at the ancient traditions. "Our hope is in the young people," she said frequently. "But how old are you?" "Oh, I'm 32, as though she were doddering. Grant and I were once walking by a group of children when a small boy pointed at us and remarked, 'Ah, there goes some of the dying race.' To them all Amerikansky were capitalists. The Marxian ideology had been applied to every phase of life. H.G., accompanied by Jip, his biologist son, had flown over from London. Since he wanted an opportunity to go around alone, he rather resented being so closely guarded and courteously guided. After talking with Stalin he had come to the conclusion that the dictator had no understanding of economics. He was somewhat annoyed at the constant interpretation of everything in terms of politics, and of having Marx stuffed down his throat at every turn. At the schools you might ask what kind of mathematics they taught. Marx. And what system of engineering? Marx. No matter what the question, the answer was Marx. The Anti-Religious Museum, once a cathedral, was directly across from the Astoria. Each half-hour little girls, who seemed hardly more than 10 or 12, their sleeves hanging down over their finger-tips, with great dignity conducted excursions of peasants through. Their lecture started with the fundamental principle that the earth was round. A bas-relief of the world was underneath the huge pendulum which hung from the dome. If you stood there long enough you saw it swing from one point to a further one. They were trying to show that it was within man's power to make his own heaven. Here were kept the relics of the churches, the icons laden with silver and gold wrung from the poor peasants in the past. Actual concrete things were reduced to their simplest terms on large poster-type murals which depicted stories, a necessary practice since the mujiks were so generally illiterate. In one a kulak was coming to the priest with a sick child in his arms, asking for prayers to cure its illness. The priest, fat and clad in rich robes, shook his head, saying, "You must bring money for the saint. The saint will not cure your child unless her arms are covered with silver." But the kulak had only his farm. "Mortgage it and get the money," the priest ordered. Soon the kulak returned with silver, and the mural showed how now the saint's arm was almost hidden. But still the child remained sick. "The saint's halo is bare," said the priest. At last the whole figure was silvered, but the baby died just the same. Opposite this mural was pictured the Soviet way. The father carried the baby to the hospital, where nurses with gauze across their mouths took it preciously, bathed it carefully, laid it in bed. The entire sterilizing process was illustrated, the doctor in white gown and cap, scrubbing and washing each hand 5 minutes as marked by a clock. Finally you saw the child, healthy and well, jumping into its mother's arms. The people stood there looking, their imaginations fired. They said, "This is what is happening to us." Most particularly I wanted to investigate what had been done for women and children in Russia, to learn whether they had been given the rights and liberties due them in any humanitarian civilization. Grant, Rose, as she was known to me, and I went one day to the Institute for the Protection of Motherhood and Childhood, a vast establishment stretching over several miles, with model clinics, nurseries, milk centers, and educational laboratories. I was overwhelmed in contemplating the undertaking. There was no doubt that the government was exerting itself strenuously to teach the rudiments of hygiene to an enormous population that had previously known nothing of it. Russia was also aiming to free women from the two bonds that enslaved them most, the nursery and the kitchen. All over the country were creches connected with the places they worked. Children were the priceless possessions of Russia. Their time was planned for them from birth to the age of 16, when they were paid to go to college, if they so desired. No longer were they a drain or burden to their families. Not only were teachers or parents forbidden to inflict corporal punishment, but children might even report their parents for being vindictive, ill-humored, disorderly, and in many cases they did so. In one divorce dispute as to custody of the offspring, the father argued that the mother was bad. The judge asked, "Of what does her badness consist?" "She is nervous and loses her temper." The judge agreed she was not fit for motherhood. Furthermore, Russia was investing in future generations by building a healthy race. If there were any scarcity of milk, the children were supplied first, the hospitals second, members of the Communist Party third, industrial groups fourth, professional classes fifth. And old people over 50 had to scrape along on what they could get, unless they were parents of communists or closely associated with them. I was eager also to find out what had been done about the study carried on by Professor Tushnov, of the Institute for Experimental Medicine, on so-called spermatoxin, a substance which, it had been rumored, produced temporary sterility in women. I made an appointment with him, but a shock awaited me. He had tried out his spermatoxin on 30 women, 22 of whom had been made immune for from 4 to 5 months. But now all laboratory workers had been taken from pure research and set at utilitarian tasks such as the practical effects of various vocations on women's health. Nothing concerning immunization to conception could be published in Soviet Russia, no information could be given out under penalty of arrest, and, moreover, nothing could appear in a foreign paper which had not already been printed in Russia. In Tourist, the Government Tourist Bureau, and Vox, the All-Union Society for Cultural Relations with Foreign Countries, had asked me when I had first arrived whom I wished to see and where I wished to go. And had offered to call up people on my list and arrange for visits, a service which had saved me much trouble and expense. In spite of this cooperative attitude, I was suspicious that much was being hidden from us. Before I had left America I had heard I could see only what Russia presented for window dressing, and with this in mind I was on the alert. Both Grant and I wondered how the hospitals built under the Tsars compared with recent ones. When I asked to be taken to a certain one, I was assured it was too far away, and anyhow it was being renovated, there was nobody there. I said to myself, aha! Here is one of the forbidden sights. Whoever heard of a hospital equipped to handle thousands of patients being utterly empty? They are not going to let us see this because it might speak in favor of the old in contrast to the new. Politely but firmly I insisted. Again I was told there were so many other interesting things it would be a pity to waste my time going to see it. I found it difficult to say anything further without giving offense. Then Grant encountered a young American nurse from the Presbyterian Hospital in New York who spoke Russian. She also wanted to visit hospitals. We engaged a car of our own and drove a good 15 miles out of the city over horrible roads, winding and dusty and badly paved, and even pushing on as rapidly as we could. We did not get there until late in the afternoon. To our dismay we discovered not a patient, doctor, or nurse in the place, only plasterers, painters, carpenters, and cleaners, pulling down and refurbishing. We had lost half a day and were a little ashamed of our lack of faith. The night came to take the train for Moscow. Nobody called, "All aboard," in Russia. Trains went right off underneath you when you had one foot on the platform and one on the step. They just moved and moved fast. But we clambered on and soon the leather seats were made into our beds. They were so slippery that we kept falling out. Once at Moscow, we who were coming second class, according to Marxian procedure, received the worst rooms at the hotel. Those who traveled third had the best. I could not applaud the one selected for me. It was directly over the laundry, and the smells of cooking in suds floated through the window. I refused to stay and was accommodated on the top floor where the servants had once lived. Moscow was as different from Leningrad as New York City from a sleepy Pennsylvania town. The people walked more quickly and seemed to be going somewhere, not simply wandering listlessly. Bedlam existed at the hotels, but by now we were beginning to learn that the Russians were so concerned with their own efficiency that they had no time to do anything. To be in a hurry merely complicated matters. I could wait, but for energetic Rose it was torture. To all specific requests they replied, "It cannot be. It cannot be." She had her own methods of coping with this, saying she did not wish to hear the word, impossible. She had no intention of asking the impossible. Then when they procrastinated with, "a little later," she countered, "In America we say, now." Her triumph over dilatoriness came on Health Day. Since health was almost a god in Russia, all activities ceased on that occasion and the populace of Moscow came together on Red Square. The spectacle was to start at 2 in the afternoon, but before it was light you could hear the songs of men, women, and children moving towards their appointed stations. Out of our party only 30 were privileged to receive tickets, and their names were posted. Mrs. Clyde and I were on the list, but not Grant or Rose. The previous day the numbers were cut to 20. That morning there were but 16, and feeling ran high. Why haven't I a ticket? Fortunately for me I had been invited to lunch by Ambassador William C. Bullitt, who entertained lavishly and was helpful to traveling Americans. When I had met him back in New England, I had never thought of him as an ambassador, nor as a man skilled in dealing with the great problems that required strategy, diplomacy, political sagacity, and a prime knowledge of economics and history. I considered him rather as amusing, an excellent dinner host, and one to whom you could go when in difficulty, sure that he would get you out. Perhaps this was what Russia wanted at that time more than anything else. No doubt he was then somewhat disappointed at the turn relations between Russia and the United States had taken. Russians on the whole admired him. They had not forgotten that, although he was not counted a proletarian or in the category of Jack Reed, he had lifted the cudgels for them in the early days when friends were needed. The ambassador's little daughter Anne, aged 10, officiated at the head of the table, apparently enjoying herself. The house in which they were living while the new embassy was being built had an architecture quite befitting what I imagined the style of Russia should be, a bit of the Kremlin, a bit of a mosque, and a bit of an Indian palace. On the way to the square after luncheon a wave of people surged between the rest of the diplomatic party and myself, but I kept saying, diplomatique, and was bowed through to the grandstand. Meanwhile Rose had been devoting her whole attention to tickets, and there were no tickets. The lucky holders lined up and filed off under a leader. Rose, the ever-resourceful, donned a red bandana and said to the forgotten men in the party, "We'll make our own battalion." She handed out slips of paper about the size of the tickets and then started, Grant and the Harvard professors following her through the blare of music and the tramping troops and the pageantry of blue trunks and white shirts. Orange trunks and cerise shirts. Whenever anyone stopped Rose she pointed ahead and repeated "My open sesame, diplomatique," and they let her by until she reached the last barrier. There the guard was suspicious of her password and challenged her. Then she spied another group coming up, dashed over to the leader, and exclaimed, "Quick, please explain that our interpreter has gone on with our tickets." The woman looked unbelieving, but still others arrived at that moment, and the Russian system collapsed under pressure. In they all piled, and Rose turned to her unknown benefactress, "You don't know how grateful I am to you for getting us in." The reply was, "You don't know how grateful I am to you for getting us in. I'm a tourist too, and we have no tickets either." Nobody seeing Moscow that day could have thought it a somber place. It was alive with song, happy faces, bright attire. The parade of 100,000 or more was one of the most marvelous spectacles for color, form, cadence, geometrical precision that I had ever seen human beings accomplish. Men and women were representing all sorts of games and sports, swimming, shooting, tennis, flying. There was nothing tawdry. Each company held aloft beautifully designed placards as it passed Stalin, who stood on top of Lenin's tomb. The dictator looked much like his pictures, with his heavy black mustache resembling the wings of a bird of prey. All day long and everywhere you heard the Internationale, over and over and over again. Each band struck up as it approached the tomb and kept playing as it swung on. Always the stirring song from those coming up, those far away, overtones, undertones, thrilling, insistent, now loud in your ears, now dimly echoing in the distance, a rhythmic motif symbolizing the onward march of young Russia. Chapter 36. Faith is a fine invention. There is a great difference between traveling to see countries and to see people. Jean-Jacques Rousseau. "Tovarish, wishes to see you," came a call from the hotel desk. For a moment I could not place the name, and the face had changed so completely that I could but faintly trace a resemblance to the boy I had seen before. He reminded me I had known him in Seattle as one who had assisted in getting up birth control meetings. When the Wobblies were being arrested in the United States he had hired out as a stoker on a boat, and gradually made his way to Russia, where he thought he could help to usher in the new society. Here was one person who had not had the best of the bargain. He was shabbily dressed and looked dilapidated, evidently having seen hard times, and had a beaten expression in his eyes. Yet, disillusioned as he was, he had not come to complain. Since it was 4 p.m, the lunch hour in Russia, I asked him to join me in the dining room, conducted like a large commons. The waiters seemed disgruntled, unhappy, inept and knew very little about service. They glanced scornfully at the man who sat down beside me. The one lively note was the orchestra, which threw itself into marches and wild and spirited Caucasian or Slavic folk dances while we ate. My guest said this was the best meal he had had since leaving America. "Why don't you come back?" I asked. "I couldn't get in." "Would you if you could? Just give me a chance." I suppose it was inevitable that in such a social upheaval many suffered. I called upon Dr. Peter Tudishkin, who had tried to attend our 1925 conference in New York, but had arrived too late. As was the case with most professional men of his years, he had been of the old aristocracy. He and his wife and 2 daughters, both physicians, had owned a beautiful home. Now the thousands of volumes of what had formerly comprised his fine medical and scientific library had been taken away, and he and his wife slept and ate in the room which had contained them. He was margined and rationed to the last degree, and I could feel his humiliation at having so little food that he could not offer us a cup of tea. While we were in Moscow, the Eddy party in the Select Six whom Louis Fisher was piloting, crossed our path. Fisher, a Russian living in Moscow and writing for The Nation, published in the United States, invited Grant and me to go along with them to meet the Secretary of the Commissariat of Public Health, Dr. Kaminsky. We went up a wide open stairway like that of a courthouse and into a spacious room with high windows running from floor to ceiling in French fashion and a huge banquet table laden with the invariable afternoon tea. Dr. Kaminsky addressed us. Our worst heritage from the old regime was in the field of medicine. The main task before us is to unite science and practice. Our medicine is a form of social insurance, our medical policy based on prevention. We are not interested in profit, only service. The Russians had been kind and had grasped very quickly any improvement suggested to them, even accepting criticism with great tolerance. Aware of this, when Dr. Kaminsky paused for questions, Grant inquired about doctors entering private practice. As Russia builds up public health work, was the answer, more doctors will be able to find room for private practice if they so desire. Sherwood Eddy slipped me a note. Here's your opportunity to bring up birth control. I took my cue. Has Russia a population policy? Has she formulated any program for the rate of increase of her people? The audience stirred as though I had hurled a grenade. The interpreter leaped to his feet and shrieked, Malthusianism. We will not have Malthusianism here. We do not need it. Do you think or imply that Soviet Russia has to advance Malthusian ideas? We can have all the children we want and Russia can do with twice the population she now has. He went on and on. After waiting a few moments for the air to clear, I continued, I have asked Dr. Kaminsky a simple question which I will repeat. I said nothing about Malthusianism. But I should like to know whether Russia has a population policy. She has had 5, and even 10-year plans for agriculture and manufacture and everything she is making. But what has she done about the most important issue today, population, its growth and distribution? Fisher was whispering to Dr. Kaminsky, evidently telling him what I wanted to know. The doctor replied, if I understood correctly, you are asking if there is any policy from the biological or economic point of view. I am asking whether Russia, in planning her industries, has any plan also as to the eventual control of families. I know you have much freedom for women and a fine technique for abortions. To us that is extremely significant, because after a woman has been aborted she returns to the same conditions and becomes pregnant again. 400,000 abortions a year indicate women do not want to have so many children. In my opinion it is a cruel method of dealing with the problem because abortion, no matter how well done, is a terrific nervous strain and an exhausting physical hardship. Dr. Kaminsky's answer was not encouraging. There is no question as to the increase of population. There is no policy as to the question of biological restrictions, on the contrary there is a policy of increasing the population. For 6 years we have had a great shortage, not only of skilled workers, but of labor in general. Obviously, I was not a particularly welcome visitor. By chance I was fortunate enough to encounter again Dr. Martha Rubin Wolf, who with her husband and children had escaped from Nazi Germany and was then at the head of a Moscow abortorium. Because of her wide experience in Germany, where clinics had been under municipal guidance, she was one of the few communists who was sane on the subject of population. She very kindly helped me with some of my interviews. Any woman in Russia who requested it was entitled to abortion on application to a doctor. She was told of the dangers, warned it might result in sterility, charged about $2.50. We talked to about 50 patients who had already been there 3 days. None had temperatures. They were very jolly and going home that afternoon to rest for another week or 2. Then they would go back to work with no deduction in wages. Though some of these women had had 5 abortions in 2 years and one had had 8, they could not sing too highly the praises of their country for allowing the operations. When I asked whether they would not prefer to have some information as to how to avoid further ones by protecting themselves from pregnancy, each and all replied, we have no such thing. We hear of it, but we have nothing. Russia is too poor. We hope she will soon get it. In only one place did I see a clinic in the sense that we use the word here, and that was in Moscow, where Dr. Kabanova had 60 women the afternoon we viewed it. Great credit is also due Madame Lebedova, who organized the original establishment of the institutes for the protection of motherhood and childhood, laid down the principles to be followed, and persisted until they had been embodied in a definite program. Dr. Abram B. Gents, assistant director, was in charge of contraceptive supplies and the administration of birth control, such as it was. He was antagonistic, disagreeable, unpleasant, shouting Malthusianism into my ears more times in 1 hour than I had heard it before in 20 years. The methods in the Moscow clinic were antiquated, and I suggested sending a physician to instruct them, but my proposal was not acceptable. I considered Russia's situation very serious. Her population was a matter of mathematics. It had increased some 50 million since the downfall of the empire. Unless she looked ahead and educated her people in the problems which arose out of population, within 2 generations she would find herself with the same differential birth rate then existing in England and the United States. It would, however, have much more tragic consequences, since it would lower the augmentation of the capable, skilled, shock troops of industry, the idealists and active, selfless workers, and would multiply from the bottom unskilled, ignorant, dull-witted workers, the superstitious element which even the greatest efforts of a Soviet dictatorship running at top speed could not pull up and out of their evolutional environment. I really began to see Russia under another guise after we stepped on the train from Moscow to Gorky, the former Nizhny Novgorod. Around the big, city hotels vendors had been trying to dispose of soft, warm sables and gold-embroidered altarpieces evidently reft from churches, asking good prices for them. But now the peasant women offer tea cozies, wooden boxes, carved and painted, dolls, leather, brass, knickknacks for the tourist, quite unlike anything obtainable elsewhere in Europe, and always, of course, Russian blouses. The sidewheel steamer Kommunistka, small but comfortable, was waiting to carry us down the Volga to Stalingrad. Our party occupied practically all available cabins, but hundreds of Russians were jammed on the decks. At some points the river was a mile wide as it slid between flat landscapes, limitless as far as the eye could reach. Often we overtook rafts of logs, some at least a quarter of a mile long, each bearing a diminutive house where the captain and his family lived. You could see the children scampering back and forth and the crew pushing it leisurely into the current. We were 4 days in transit, passing many villages and a few towns, Kazan, Samara, and Saratov. I do not remember the cities clearly. Some places are indelible in your mind, others amount to very little. If you are searching for something and do not find it, the scene vanishes. At every stop men and women accompanied by children and baskets of belongings were collected in hundreds. They had come a week or more early to make sure of catching the boat, spending the nights on the ground, subsisting on a loaf of bread, a tomato, or a cucumber. Their children were taken care of in the station creche, bathed, dressed in fresh clothing, taught, directed in play, delivered to the parents just before the Kommunistka landed. Then came the mad scramble. It was like the old days on Ellis Island, and the peasants from Europe arrived, thousands of them, carrying huge bundles on their heads, shoving and rushing and jabbering in strange tongues, attempting to squeeze in. You wondered how so many people could ever get on board. They had no comforts, no room to sleep such as we. They appeared stark and hungry, while we had marvelous food, in fact too much of it. Any American planning to lose weight in Russia was badly disappointed. Stalingrad, near the mouth of the Volga, was Russia's greatest industrial city. Here I saw a hotel which was going up in front and falling down behind with about equal rapidity. The building material was lying in the streets. In the one in which we lodged we had to dodge spigots. Plumbing had been laid on all over the country, but the stream from any tap never by any chance landed where it was intended to. You approached cautiously, not knowing whether it would get you in the eye, in the nose, or shoot over your shoulder and hit your suitcase. The bathroom had no lock, and the attendant insisted it was his job to help patrons take a bath. I pushed on one side of the door, he on the other. I won. At Stalingrad, as everywhere I had been before, I was looking for Russian contraceptive methods, but having been discouraged both by Dr. Kaminsky and Dr. Gents, I went at it rather carefully. When I visited the impressive new hospital, I asked the superintendent, who was a gynecologist and spoke good English, whether he gave contraceptive advice. I do not, but we have a department of consultation. May I see it? I had already surveyed about 15 such, where I had found nothing save exhibits on the wall. It's just across the road. Will you go with me? I asked. Elsewhere it's been hard to get information. He agreed readily. As we entered, an attendant was displaying lengthy diagrams to some tourists being shepherded through, and telling them birth control was taught in hospitals throughout Russia. Someone I knew came up to me. This is wonderful, Mrs. Sanger, the people are being taught birth control by the government. The posters were there to prove this, but the consultation room itself was locked. Who is in charge here? Demanded the superintendent. I've been sending patients over. Who takes care of them? I do sometimes, a woman assistant volunteered. She led us into the room. There were the same cases I had seen everywhere, probably untouched since 1925, the articles within moldy and cracked. What do you use? I asked. We have nothing. We've asked and asked Moscow, but we get nothing. The superintendent was much embarrassed. He inquired how long it had been since supplies had come. 2 years. Why? We don't know. Well, what about the patients I send over here? We just tell them to go home and wait. We have nothing for them. From Stalingrad we took the train towards Anikids, the beginning of the Georgian military highway through the Caucasus to Tiflis. After the usual breakfast of Russian tea, black bread, and fresh caviar, which I found delicious, we climbed into 4 open-topped chare banks, filling them to capacity. Enormous trucks came behind with our luggage. For about 2 hours we rolled along by the side of the river Terek, which was running dark and going so fast that the only thing I could think of was the streams from Swiss glaciers, but instead of being ice green, this was muddy. Splashing up on the road. The guides told us there had been a 2-day, torrential rain, the worst the Caucasus had ever known. About 10 we stopped to stretch our legs at a village. Groups of lusty mountaineers stared at us, grinning good-humoredly as though we were as odd as any freaks in a circus. They gave us cheese and bread, some of us bought wine and tea, not knowing when we might leave. After 3 hours we were still at the village when finally men with great high hats and military-looking, astrakhan capes rode up on horseback and spoke to our guides who, not being Georgian, had difficulty divining they were trying to say our cars could not pass. We thought it was just like the Russians to fuss about a few little obstacles, and said there must be some way to get through. Off we went, and our drivers were magnificent. With the stubbornness of tractors we plunged across streams and over rocks. When trees blocked the road, they lifted the trunks, branches and all. We drove on, slowly, and at last, towards 5 o'clock, came to a spot where there was nothing before us, nothing but the mountainside sheer to the swirling water. Out clambered the 80 tourists, youthful and aged, tall and short, thin and fat. We could see the road begin about 1/4 of a mile beyond, a sultry sun smiling on the peaks of the mountains. The river was still rising. One of our guides waded in to test whether we could ford it, and was soon practically up to his middle in the turbid flood. Grant began ferrying old ladies over the deep places and a couple of boys carried the 210-pound Professor Ross. The current was terrific, and people kept falling. After nearly 3 hours everybody was across. Our leader found a horse, galloped off to secure new buses, which arrived and took us to the town where we were supposed to have lunch. But it was now dark and lunch became supper. More conversations, more consultations, more delay, more mystery. Why did we not start? The answer was that 3 strange men were sitting in one of our cars, Russians who wanted to get to Tiflis. They were going to have their rights. When pleading, arguing, reasoning could not move them, the GPU had to be invoked, still no results. Not until they had been promised that a bus would leave immediately did they descend and make room for the three of our group whose seats they had usurped. We rattled off again, only to be turned back. Another long halt and more conversation. Ultimately, since buses had been dispatched from Tiflis to meet us and were waiting about 6 miles away, it was decided to push on. Then began the real drive through Godor Pass, up and over rocks and embankments, roots of trees, sand and water, precarious detours in a night as jet as any I have ever seen. The militia had been ordered by Moscow to keep the route open, green skyrockets for us to come ahead, red ones to stop, and swinging lanterns in front of the worst danger spots, great drops down into ravines. At last we reached the end and mounted a new set of buses, but only 3 of them. Grant was among those who stayed behind. We arrived at Tiflis at 2 in the morning. Dinner was ready as well as clean beds, and we slept until the humid sun stirred us out for breakfast, just as the rest came straggling in. It was Sunday morning. Lining the steps of the old Georgian cathedral were beggar women, lame, blind, filthy, never had I seen any others in Russia. Children were curiously looking on at the Mass, but we were told parents were forbidden to make them go to church. The few elderly women attending were carrying flowers and had twined them also around the frames of the saints' pictures. We tourists presented an incongruous contrast to the priests with their long beards and splendid robes. Tiflis had slipped the yoke of Moscow. Here among the mosques and the camels and the bazaars, which gave it a definitely oriental tinge, we finally saw signs of private enterprise. Back in the mountains were tribes the Soviet was trying to civilize, warlike, uncultured, barbaric. Stalin, sentimental for the country of his origin perhaps, was choosing as many Georgians as he could for high places and sending in teachers and moving pictures to educate the others, but the task was Herculean. It was hot, torrid noon when we arrived at Batum on the Black Sea. The sun was pouring down, we wanted to go swimming to cool off, and were directed to a stony beach. The water was darkened by the heavy, rich deposit which coated the bottom, and the sand, of the same color, was strewn with masses of people just like Coney Island, thousands of them on the seaweed-covered rocks. It did not look pleasant and we walked further. A partition of slats through which there was perfect visibility was supposed to divide the women from the men, but despite having heard so much about the nude bathing there, we discovered everyone had on suits, astounding, old-fashioned garments. Mrs. Clyde declined to go in, but sat watching in her hat and glasses. Tanya kept on pink panties and a brassiere. The rest of us determined to throw off our inhibitions. Once you did this you were freed from them for the time being. It was the doing that was so hard. Most surprising were the New England schoolteachers, who had certainly never before removed their clothes in public. They dashed their long, lean bodies boldly into the water as though to say, "Russia, here we come." The steamer on which we left Batum was dirty, loaded with passengers who had to be stepped over as they slept on deck. If you left your stateroom even a few moments somebody grabbed it and took your bed. But the scenery of the Russian Riviera was very lovely. The spurs of the Caucasus along the coast glittered with marble palaces. I shall always remember the mighty, sable cypress trees, slender columns silhouetted against the creamy white walls. They were not funereal to me, but more like sentinels. Only the chosen of the chosen, the executives, and the intelligentsia, could stay at Yalta for holidays. Many individuals, Agnes Smedley, for one, had reason to be grateful to the Soviet for their rest periods. Although not a communist, she had written sympathetic articles, and the Russian Health Department, hearing she was ill in China, had sent her an invitation to come and recuperate, and here she had stayed a year without cost. Recovering from a strained heart. I spent a day in the majestic Byzantine summer palace of Nicholas II at nearby Livadia. It was perfectly landscaped with statues, fountains, terraces. As we drove up, multitudinous shaved heads popped out open windows. In the marvelous ballroom were 150 enamel cots, side by side, the sleeping quarters of the men on vacation. We saw the room belonging to the former Tsarina, with fragile, brocaded walls and delicate panels. In the center of the parquet floor, bare of any covering, stood a deal table with checked gingham cloth. Now and then you caught a glimpse of people in the palace, but mostly they were reclining in the gardens. As we wandered round and round we came upon a cluster of 25 asleep, pale, and not too well fed. They did not twitch an eyelid as we approached. I asked Tanya, "Who are these?" Touching one of them on the shoulder, she said, "Tovarish, these Tovarishes want to know who you are." At that not only he but all of them jumped to their feet, as though at military drill. One after the other gave his name, each with a vich or a ski on the end of it, stating also his occupation. As he finished he turned his head to the next, who took up the recital. The little woman with bobbed black hair and a curious bodice of blue proudly said she wore the cross of Lenin on her dress because with him she had fought for Russia. This was the highest honor any woman in Russia could be paid. Only 100 had it. Then the first man bowed politely to Tanya and with dignity said something to her. She interpreted to us, "They want to know who you are. Tell them we're Americans." "North Americans?" with great enthusiasm. "Yes." Then question after question spattered like a machine gun. "Are you from Seattle? Portland? How did you get here? What way did you come? How long did it take you? How much did it cost? What has happened to Dillinger? What's the latest news of the seamen strike on the Pacific coast? How soon comes the revolution?" We were rather dazed at the degree of current information they had gleaned, chiefly from posters in the parks. Their bombardment continued. "Do women in America have as much freedom as men?" We all disagreed on that. "Can married women work for the government? Can they teach school?" Some of us answered no, others, yes. On every inquiry of theirs we were divided, but on whatever we asked them they were united. "Who is your favorite American author?" I answered, "I like Sinclair Lewis." The woman looked at me accusingly, "Not Theodore Dreiser?" "Oh, yes," I agreed, "he's good." A man suggested, "Not Upton Sinclair?" They were apparently sadly disappointed in us. At last one of them, making a sweeping gesture, said to me, "Your American government has never built anything like this for its workers, has it?" "No," I replied, "we never had a czar," which was very tactless of me. He answered something to the effect, "You people have opinions but no convictions. We have been to prison for ours." Tanya volunteered, pointing to me, "This lady has been to prison 8 times for hers." Astonishment was registered, and one man spoke hurriedly to Tanya who translated, "He wants to know who you are. Shall I tell him?" She then explained I was advocating birth control. "Well, we have that. Haven't you visited any of our hospitals? Thousands of women have it." "No, that's abortion. We don't want that. Birth control is different." The conversation had shifted to something concrete and real. We had struck up an entente that was very cordial. The group gathered closer. "Come on. Come on. This is important." They had never heard of contraception. How could anyone have put me in jail for that? What a crazy government. Worse than they had thought. The woman said, "We need you over here. Come and work with us. Don't waste your life in America." From the impatient bus came horns, whistles, bells, summoning us away. The whole 25 followed us to the Chare banks, waving farewell. Tanya was a most discerning little person, ordinarily impassive but springing up animatedly the moment music started. One of our party invited her, "Come on to America. You'll have pretty clothes, and for anyone who can dance like you, fame is waiting." Pretty clothes? I have 2 dresses, which answer their purpose. And as for fame, this is my people. I enjoy dancing, and they enjoy me. Why should I go to America? Before I left I wanted to do something for her, give her some sort of gift in return for her many services. She was going to be married and, because her mother was old-fashioned, have a registered ceremony, call in all her friends, and even don special raiment. I had some new stockings with me and presented them to her. She looked at them, handled them as though treasuring some lovely thing she longed for but could not possess. I wouldn't dare wear them. I would be ashamed because my friends could not have the same. Tanya was willing to go without until silk stockings were to be had by all. It was necessary to grasp this attitude to understand Sovietism. It gave you slight personal freedom, and you had to ask yourself honestly whether exploitation by government or by individual was basically different. But what you did have was security for your old age and the hope that when the rewards came you would have your share. The Russians were a mass of contradictions. One moment I was irritated enough to tear them limb from limb, the next prostrate before their sincerity and zeal. The more than 150 races and 45 languages made for problems that challenged man's intelligence. Perhaps no other nation had had a lower order of serfdom to arouse from lethargy and put to work on a new civilization. Nothing but admiration could be accorded their attempts and achievements. But most of the time they were entranced by their own drug of idealism. They had swallowed so much of it that they were self-hypnotized, and bumped into reality without understanding it. Like the Spanish, it was enough for them to say, "It will be," without taking sufficient thought as to how to bring it about. At Odessa we boarded what then seemed to us by contrast the most beautiful ship in the world, the Italian liner Campidoglio, entering into another domain. A neat, white cloth was spread for you, yourself. No longer did you have a soiled napkin folded for indefinite use, spotless coats adorned the waiters, our chairs were pulled out, everybody had a proper bed and cabin. It was only a simple ship, but it signified Western refinement, and I must say I welcomed it. No matter how much proletarian sympathy you might have, you appreciated clean tables, dishes, sheets, towels, and a bathroom that worked. In order to hurry back to school, Grant separated from me in Romania and my husband joined me in Naples to go to Marienbad. I had barely reached there when Grant cabled that Stuart was ill again. I left for home the same day. On arrival I found the doctors contemplating a radical operation, but I refused to let him have another. As an alternative, Tucson, Arizona, was suggested for its dry, warm climate. His wound was still unhealed when we started. Being stowed away in Stuart's small Ford coupe for days on end gave us the best possible opportunity to catch up in our talks and experiences and place trivial and unimportant events in the pockets of memory where they belonged. The joy of thus familiarizing myself with my grown-up son made me envy mothers who had leisure to grow along with their children or, at least, to watch them develop. But it is possible we are all the better friends in adult life. At least we adhere to the rights of individuality for ourselves and for each other. It was nearing the close of October when one bright morning we left El Paso and came across miles and miles of brown and yellow desert, up to the hills and mountains. Through the heat waves we saw mirages, we were positive they were lakes. Arizona was so unlike any place I had been before, you either had to be enthralled by it or hate and dread it. Not being quick to come to conclusions, I was not at first sure. But I knew there was a delight in the cool nights and the translucent, sunny days with a lovely tang in the air. In the beginning it was the people who won me, particularly Mrs. Robert P. Bass, daughter of Mrs. Charles Sumner Bird, one of our early pioneers. We stayed with her for a short time, and then took a pink adobe house out where the desert met the foothills. Stuart grew better. In the spring we packed our bags once more in the little car and drove away, looking back regretfully at the indescribable Catalinas, on which light and clouds played in never-ending change of pattern. Chapter 37. Who can take a dream for truth? Divinity sleeps in stones, breathes in plants, dreams in animals, and awakes in human beings. Indian proverb. Several times I had approached the idea of going to India, and always something had prevented me. In 1922, when I was nearby, it was the hot season and everybody had gone to the hill stations. In 1928, when I had also made tentative plans, I was not well. I think I had, in addition, been reluctant because Catherine Mayo's book had left me with such an aching pain I felt powerless to help lift the inertia she described. Finally, in 1936, I had word from Margaret Cousins, pioneer in the Indian women's movement, wife of a poet and university professor, who asked whether I would accept an invitation to attend the coming All India Women's Conference. The previous conference had passed a resolution favoring birth control in theory, but now they wanted me to assist them to put teeth in it, to draw up one which would outline a practical plan applicable to all castes, to present it, and to argue for it. Since such a resolution would mean that the movement had now gone beyond the point where we had to break in to be heard, and would start things in the right direction, I arranged to spend 3 months in India, from November to January. Under the auspices of the International Information Centre, which had been set up in London after the Geneva Conference so that various peoples and countries interested in the subject might have some means of contact. Mrs. John Phillips, who had fought many battles in Pittsburgh for birth control, suggested that her daughter, a graduate of Vassar and a newspaper woman, might come along as my secretary. All the way a fine young crowd rallied around the lively Anna Jane, who had as great a capacity for laughter as any human being I ever knew. Nothing was too hard for her, nothing too big or too small for her to do. Altogether she was a perfect companion, beginning with our voyage to England, and ending in Honolulu. Temporarily in London was Gandhi's appointed successor, Pundit Jawaharlal Nehru, of a family noted for scholarship. He was the youthful leader of the more radical elements in India, much more inclined towards communism than Gandhi. After having been in jail for 4 years he had now been released to see his wife who was ill and dying in Germany. I was unable to be present at a reception for him, so Anna Jane telephoned to say I was sorry. "Why should Mrs. Sanger be sorry?" he said, with the simplicity of the truly great. "She can come any time." I did so the next afternoon. Nehru was quiet and poised, with a thoughtful manner which impressed you immediately as one of controlled intelligence. His intention was to establish in the mind of young India that Gandhi's spiritual doctrines would only be effective if knit with economic and sociological principles. More recondite than the Indian was the Englishman, Paul Brunton, small and dark, with a solemn, intense, almost mystic expression in his eyes. He was attempting to find what virtue lay in fakirs and holy men, combing India for them, and had embodied the result in his book, The Search in Secret India. He told me, not many holy men remain. Most of them have gone back into the mountains, inaccessible to Westerners. The one for whom I have the greatest regard is the sage of Aranakula, the Maharshi of Tiruvannamalai. My wife and I have a little hut southwest of Madras, and if you will visit us when you reach that section of India, I will see that you come into his presence. Naturally I accepted his offer eagerly and put it on my must list. Shortly before my departure from London, a farewell banquet was given at the Barber Surgeons' Hall, a relic of old London known to few, and to which you could be admitted only by invitation. It was on Monkwell Street in the city near the London Wall and Aldersgate. Well aware of the difficulties of threading that maze, even by daylight, I inquired of the carriage attendant at the Savoy whether the taxi driver were familiar with it. "Certainly, madam." Off I went with Mrs. Kerr Lawson, the painter's wife, somewhat pressed for time. As usual in November, it was raining. After we had serpentined in and out for 20 minutes we began to surmise that the driver was lost, and I called to him, "Don't you know the way?" "Well, I thought it was down there, but it don't seem to be." "Why don't you ask somebody?" "Where's Barber's all?" He addressed a mail carrier, who paused to think, and then said, "Well, it's along there," pointing back from where we had come. We turned about but had no better luck. The driver stopped at least 10 people, each in uniform or livery of some kind or other, "Where's Barber's all?" and all we heard was the echo, "Barber's all." He drew up beside a bobby, even he did not know. Finally, we saw smart-looking cars going in a certain direction. We said that must be it, and, sure enough, there on the corner was the sign. For our own peace of mind we were not last. H.G. was close behind us, frothing with fury because he too had been driving around Robin Hood's barn. Much of the building was locked up, but what we saw was beautifully preserved. Evidently the Guild of the Barbers had prospered in the days when their members did bleeding and leeching, and attended to other annoyances of humanity, such as pulling teeth. The dining room, once the operating theatre, was now the fairest setting for a dinner that one could have, the service presented by Queen Anne, crystal goblets, a silver rose-carved finger bowl, the vast royal grace cup given by Henry VIII. Like a chalice with a 6-inch stem, everything used only on rare occasions. The table was like an E with the middle left out, and in the center sat Harry Guy in his high-backed chair above the rest of us. I was on his right, and next me was a man whose name had performed almost a miracle for birth control in England, Baron Thomas Horder, then physician to the Prince of Wales. Sidney Walton, the member without whom this banquet could not have taken place, opened the affair as ancient custom prescribed by declaiming, "Pray, silence for the King." After the toast to His Majesty, one was drunk to the President of the United States, and then my health was proposed. The loving cup, containing about a quart of red wine, began to make the rounds. During the toast, 3 people had to be standing, the one holding the cup, the one who just had it on the left, and the one on the right who was to receive it. The waiter came to wipe the lip hygienically when each had swallowed his sip. This was the sole modern touch. London offered me many courtesies. The Italian invasion of Ethiopia was now in full swing. Rumors were abroad that British ships were avoiding the Suez Canal, therefore, I booked on a Dutch line. When I mentioned this to Sir John Megaw, former director of the Indian Medical Service, he practically stopped breathing and bristled in every hair of his head. What? A.P.N.O. boat not go through the canal for fear of Italy? So I've heard. My dear Mrs. Sanger, you can go through the Suez Canal on a British boat if the British Navy has to escort you through. Sir John's report calling upon the British government to make some plan for population growth, increase, and distribution for India was one of the most intelligent issued by any health officer in this age. Although entirely in sympathy with my project, yet he doubted whether it would be possible for me to do anything. That I was an American, however, he thought might obviate the antagonism which would inevitably follow the mention of birth control by anybody from the British Isles. Almost as soon as the Viceroy of India sailed, we seemed much nearer the east. Indian deck hands moved about, distinguishable by their slim bodies, brown faces, and turbans, but the English were in command of all departments. It must have been a source of resentment to the Indian passengers to be ignored or treated as inferiors by the English civil service going to rule them in their own land. The ship was second-rate, rocky in a heavy sea, and raucous. The blast of bugles for rising meals had long since been outmoded on most passenger liners but was retained here. I was awakened at 8 or earlier every morning by the most awful thud, thud, thud overhead. After I had had a headache for 2 days, I went up to the sports deck and found the English were getting exercise by throwing quoits around directly above my stateroom. The Suez Canal was bright with yellow sand and blue sky. We slowly steamed past 2 Italian transports with bandaged soldiers on the decks, invalid home from Ethiopia. As far as conversation on our own vessel went, no one would have suspected there was a war. Not an Englishman brought up the subject, and, if drawn into a discussion, he eluded it by saying his country could jolly well look after itself. Once we were in the Red Sea, passengers and officers emerged in white. The decks were roofed with canvas so that the games might go on. Most of these British had travelled so much they had a seafaring routine. They indulged in sports in the morning, dressed appropriately. From 2 to 4 in the afternoon a pall of silence descended. All the chairs on the deck were occupied by dozing, browsing loungers. But as soon as the tea things appeared, life began to be interesting. Music burst forth from the orchestra, babies were brought up from the nursery, everybody hurried to and fro from chair to table, picking and choosing cakes or buns, sandwiches or plain bread and jam. After dinner again the full, blazing lights gave ample illumination for the interminable deck tennis and quoits. Bombay from the distance was a city of tall buildings. Not until very close could you see the sizzling heat on the water. The hot sun and heavy air made it unpleasant to stand on deck. The wharf was filled, the British easily recognizable by their sola topes, the ugliest headgear in the world. All were waving with great excitement, and many carried flower garlands for visitors or those coming home. Amid scrambling and confusion, coolies swarmed aboard for luggage. A delegation of about 50 welcomed us, including Edith Howe Martin, who had been sounding out popular and religious sentiment, and Dr. H.P. Pillay, editor of the magazine, Marriage Hygiene, the man most active in eugenics and birth control in India. I had written to Gandhi, and a reply from him greeted me at the boat: "Do by all means come whenever you can, and you shall stay with me, if you would not mind what must appear to you to be our extreme simplicity. We have no masters and no servants here." The evening was hot and oppressive indoors but mild and balmy outside, and I sauntered under a lovely, deep sky. The women, small of body, ankles, and wrists, with well-formed features, and softly spoken as the Japanese, whether poor or not, wore bracelets, anklets, rings in the ears, and some a button jewel in the side of the nose. Seldom were any in Western costume, almost always they wore saris, graceful folds draped over their heads. Men and boys were stretched out on the walks, their only belongings the mats on which they lay. It was revolting to see something stir in the dust, and watch rags change into a human being sleeping there. The next afternoon I had my first meeting in Kawashi Jahangir Hall, the largest in Bombay, and clamorously noisy. It was open to the street, and trams went wobbling by, pedestrians talked loudly, and dozens of electric fans purred round and round and round. You had to speak at the very top of your throat in order to be heard. Indians were accustomed to the British enunciation and the British pitch and found American English difficult to understand. Looking down on the audience was like gazing at a choppy sea. It was a broken mass of Gandhi white caps, shaped rather like those worn by our soldiers overseas. They were not removed in the house, in shops, or even at table. Everywhere in India you saw them, showing how large was his following. I had been told that unmarried women did not exist in India and none of the cultured class worked for wages. However, the very day I landed I met 3 girls who were still single, gave their time to help the outcasts, and had small apartments of their own. 2 of them were trying to be independent. Another received an allowance from her father who, though disapproving, supplied her livelihood. It had been predicted also that only Eurasians and the lower classes would listen to me on birth control, but the question turned out to be not, shall it be given, but, what to give, and it came from all strata. The mayor of Bombay invited me to address a gathering of city officials. Mrs. Sarojini Naidu, the famous poetess, outstanding for her loyalty to India and next to Gandhi the most beloved person in the country, talked with me about holding a meeting in Hyderabad, where her husband was head of the medical profession. Lady Brabourne during luncheon at Government House told me that she and the governor were anxious to prevent the 1,500 people on their own compound from doubling their numbers within a few years. What would I suggest? The answer was complicated by many factors. First and foremost was the unspeakable poverty which prevailed. A contraceptive so cheap that it could be available to everyone had been invented in the form of a foam powder which could be made from rice starch, enough for a year, should not cost more than 10 cents. But as yet we had not tested it sufficiently to guarantee its harmlessness and efficacy. The poorer women of Bombay, sober-faced and dull-looking, who particularly needed this method, lived in the grubby and deadly chawls, huts of corrugated iron, no windows, no lights, no lamps. Just 3 walls and sometimes old pieces of rag or paper hung up in front in a pitiful attempt at privacy. I soon learned that when traveling through the country we had to have a servant, or bearer, to secure railroad compartments, make up the beds, see we had food at various stations, and keep the vendors off. Mattresses, blankets, sheets, pillows, towels, and soap had to accompany us on trains. From cooks we acquired Joseph, an extraordinary character, dressed always in a black alpaca coat and colorful turban. We paid him about $1 a day, considered a very good salary. However, since he spoke not only Hindustani, but also Bengali, Tamil, and English, we thought him an excellent find. He waited on us, brought us tea in the morning, went with us on calls. Joseph's respect for us was enormously increased when he heard we were going to visit Gandhi. He became our devoted advisor, sleeping outside the door at night. Because of his position, it was beneath his dignity to carry anything. Consequently, we were obliged to hire a coolie for his luggage as well as several for our own. India was undoubtedly the place for the white man to lose his inferiority complex, should he have one. The serving class was obsequious, and the educated, aloof and superior. We were met at the station at Vardha by a covered, two-wheeled cart, a tonga, very clean with little steps leading up and drawn by a cream-colored bullock. Since there were no seats, we sat flat on the bottom and were pulled leisurely and slowly along dusty roads to the ashram. Gandhi was cross-legged on the floor of a room in a large squarish structure, a white cloth like a sheet around him. He rose to greet me as I entered with an armful of books and flowers and magazines and gloves that I had not realized were there until we tried to take each other by both hands. He beamed and I laughed. Perhaps even more exaggerated than his pictures was Gandhi's appearance. His ears stuck out more prominently, his shaved head was more shaved, his toothless mouth grinned more broadly, leaving a great void between his lips. But around him and a part of him was a luminous aura. And once you had seen this, the ugliness faded and you glimpsed the something in the essence of his being which people have followed and which has made them call him the Mahatma. This was Monday, Gandhi's day of silence, of meditation and prayer. He was so besieged by problems and difficulties on which he had to decide that this 24 hours he reserved for himself without interruption. Therefore, he merely smiled and nodded his head, and then Anna Jane and I were escorted along a gravel path to the guest house, perhaps 100 yards away, a building of 4 rooms, rough-hewn, white-plastered walls. The upper section open for ventilation. On the uneven stone floor stood 2 mattress-less cots on which our bedding was spread. A roof pole in the center had a circular shelf which served as table or chairs according to need. Bowls of porridge and milk were brought, sweetened with either honey or burned sugar, I could not tell which, but it was very pleasant. I asked no questions about its being boiled, or whether it was goat's or cow's milk. Although I happened not to be hungry, down it went just the same. From tiffin on we inspected the cotton growing, the paper making, the oil press, and the irrigation by means of old-fashioned turn wheels. I was not enthusiastic. It seemed so pitiable an effort, like going backward instead of forward, and trying to keep millions laboring on petty hand processes merely in order to give them work to do by which they might exist. In the evening Gandhi wrote on his slate that next morning I could join him in his walk. This was his regular exercise, occupying about an hour. He took quite good care of himself physically, observing rules of health and diet rigidly and strictly. He had to in order to perform the tremendous quantity of labor always facing him. After we had ascended to the roof for evening prayers, our cots were moved out on the terrace under the moon and stars and the glorious, limitless sky overhead. Lights shimmered along the path to the main house, but, for the rest, all was darkness. I never was more conscious of nature's stillness or of more constant stirrings from human beings, the echoing chant from the village nearby, singing, calling, laughing, dogs barking. The sounds wafted clearly through the cool and crisp air while not a leaf on the trees trembled. At 4 the bells rang out for morning prayers, and at 6 Joseph came to tell me the hour and I arose and dressed. Gandhi and I walked with his other 2 women guests, they deemed sacred every moment they spent with him. Men, women, and children waited for him as he passed, several prostrating themselves as to a holy person. Stepping over the debris we traversed narrow byways through the open fields where families huddled in their tiny huts together with dogs and goats. People were bathing and washing and cleaning their teeth. Little spirals of smoke were drifting from the fires for the morning meal. At 11 we all went to our breakfast across the court, leaving our shoes outside. Everybody was ready, and great shining trays of silver-looking metal were placed before us on the floor. Gandhi was trying to persuade the Indians to utilize native-grown vegetables in different ways and thus increase their vitamin consumption. Mrs. Gandhi supervised the culinary department, and herself served the meal, of which there was a goodly and varied supply, no meat, but plenty of fruits and vegetables in curious combinations, such as tomatoes and oranges in a salad. All picked up their food with their fingers, mixing it and scooping it in very cleverly without dropping a morsel. So numerous were Gandhi's adherents, so deep his influence, that I was sure his endorsement of birth control would be of tremendous value if I could convince him how necessary it was for Indian women. After breakfast I set myself to the task. He spoke fluent English in a low voice with accurate intonations, never lacking for a word, and could apparently discuss any subject near or far. Nevertheless, I felt his registering of impressions was blunted. While you were answering a question of his, he held to an idea or a train of thought of his own, and, as soon as you stopped, continued it as though he had not heard you. Time and again I believed he was going along with me, and then came the stone wall of religion or emotion or experience, and I could not dynamite him over this obstacle. In fact, despite his claim to open-mindedness, he was proud of not altering his opinions. Gandhi maintained that he knew women and was in sympathetic accord with them. Personally, after listening to him for a while, I did not believe he had the faintest glimmering of the inner workings of a woman's heart or mind. He accused himself of being a brute by having desired his wife when he was younger, and classed all sex relations as debasing acts, although sometimes necessary for procreation. He agreed that no more than 3 or 4 children should be born to a family, but insisted that intercourse, therefore, should be restricted for the entire married life of the couple to 3 or 4 occasions. I suggested that such a regimen was bound to cause psychological disturbances in both husband and wife. Furthermore, when respect and consideration and reverence were a part of the relationship, I called it love, not lust, even if it found expression in sex union, with or without children. Gandhi referred me to nature, the great director, who would solve our problems if we depended on her, but said what we were doing was to inject man's ideas into nature. To this I replied, how can you differentiate? Here is cotton growing on your land and lemons also. That's nature. Would you object to dipping cotton into lemon juice and using that as a contraceptive? He said positively that he would. For every argument I presented he countered with, I would devise other methods, but proposed none that was not based on continence. He reiterated that women in order to control the size of their families must resist their husbands, in extreme cases leave them. Those who listened to the interview declared that the Mahatma made concessions he had never made before. He himself said to me, this has not been wasted effort. We have certainly come nearer together. Nevertheless, I knew it was futile to count on Gandhi to help the movement in India. His state of mind would not change. After reading his autobiography, I thought I saw the cause of his inhibitions. He himself had had the feeling which he termed lust, and he now hated it. It formed an emotional pivot in his brain around which centered everything having to do with sex. But there remained his kindness, his hospitality, his arrangements for your comfort, which he duplicated again and again for visitors who gave nothing, but instead received inspiration from him. And, furthermore, since humanity as a rule does little for itself and the inert mass has to be upheaved to a point where it can gain initiative. Anyone who can arouse a nation of all classes and ages out of the incredible lethargy into which it has long been sunk and can stir up a people to hope is a great, even noble, person. Nevertheless, in contrast to Gandhi's attitude towards birth control, Rabindranath Tagore's was a comfort. With Anna Jane and Joseph I set out on the long trip to Calcutta, 2/3 of the breadth of India. Now you really saw the country, the palms and banana trees, the natives getting on trains, living in their tiny huts. These were of bamboo plastered with mud and whitewashed. The floors were soaked with cow dung to harden the dirt, and the roofs were thatched with straw. As we passed through village after village, I observed cows, goats, dogs, bullocks, all with their young, rambling in the streets, freely mixing with the people and scrambling out of the way when a whistle or bell sounded. Peddlers, balancing on their heads trays heaped with oranges, walked up and down the station platforms, calling their wares in a fascinating, sing-song meter. We arrived at Bolpur beyond Calcutta at 7:30 of an early December evening. Tagore's son had been on the train and we went with him to Santiniketan, House of Peace, where Tagore lived and taught. The grouping of buildings in the 1,000-acre estate resembled that of an ancient monastery, not so cozy or individual as Gandhi's, but rather cold and bare. Before sunrise again I heard the chanting prayers of the students. Boys and girls together then went at 6 o'clock to study in the mango grove or under the banyan trees, all in the open air. His former luxurious home Tagore had turned over to his son, and himself occupied a small clay house designed like a temple in modern style. The room into which I was shown in the afternoon was full of books and papers, like the office of a busy executive. Tagore, in a long, rough, handmade robe of homespun, was seated behind his desk. I had been told I would find him greatly aged, but, although he was slightly thinner than when I had seen him in New York in 1931, he did not seem much older. True, his beard and hair were scantier, but his face, almost unlined, had the same repose, and his finely modulated voice expressed the same understanding when he spoke of the importance of birth control to his country. And sincerely hoped I would be able to reach the villagers, which he said must be done were it to bring any benefit to India. Tagore knew I had been to see Gandhi, but did not mention it. He had tact combined with his grace and intellect. He drew, painted, directed dancing, even sculptured and acted. Appealing to more moneyed classes than Gandhi, he guided his school towards furthering culture and the arts as well as improving agricultural necessities. The medical building in Calcutta had been selected for my first lecture there, but Mr. O'Connor, who was in charge, refused permission. Since the edifice belonged to the British government, birth control became at once popular with the Indians, and the meeting was transferred to Albert Hall. I was warned we needed as chairman a good strong man with a domineering personality, because it was a rowdy place and troublemakers always haunted it. However, the association which had asked me to speak had already chosen a woman, Mrs. Sudhamini Mehta, who was managing the clinic in Calcutta. I talked against the noise for 40 minutes and then Mrs. Mehta, whose voice scarcely carried over the footlights, opened the forum for questions. Two bearded patriarchs looking like messiahs were sitting in the front row. One of them hopped up and, without asking a question, began haranguing in unctuous tones. Mrs. Mehta tried to stop him, but could not. The audience tried to yell him down. A few were with him but most were not. Then a fist fight broke out and the second sexagenarian rose and demanded recognition. Someone caught his hands from behind, and another row began. Finally I said to Mrs. Mehta, perhaps they can hear me. Let's ask them whether they want to listen to these men. At once a mighty roar of, "No," went up. Then both the old men erupted again, shrieking. Mrs. Mehta, anger lending strength to her vocal cords, at last called out indignantly, "You're naughty," and the meeting is now dismissed. And so, amid shouts of merriment, we broke up. I had no more lectures scheduled for a time, and accepted with pleasure the invitation of Mrs. Norman Odling to visit her at Kalimpong, in the shadow of Everest, 350 miles north of Calcutta. In preparing for this excursion I had to decide whether to take Joseph. He was a silent man. Whenever I had requested him to perform any service, from getting the laundry together to looking after the luggage, he had never answered yes or no but had only shaken his head, not a regular shake, but a nodding from side to side as though he were saying, "Well, well, well." I had usually sighed, "Never mind." I had grown rather exasperated with what seemed his deplorable lack of enthusiasm, although Anna Jane appeared to like him. Being busy in other directions, especially with Bose, she had left many things for him to attend to. Finally I informed Cooks that we were departing for the north and would like somebody else. When their representative came around to investigate, he said to Joseph, "Do you wish to go with Mrs. Sanger?" Joseph shook his head. "There you are," I exclaimed. "He doesn't want to go." At that Joseph put up pleading hands and spoke in Hindustani. "Yes, he does," said the cook's man. "When he shakes his head no, he means yes." Before we started Joseph mentioned to me how wintry it was in the Himalayas. He must have an overcoat. I asked whether he had ever been there. "Yes." "Did you have a coat then?" "Yes." "Did someone buy it for you?" Yes, always buy it for bearers. Well, where's that coat? Worn out. I questioned Cooks about that also and was told, he's trying to do you. Probably he already has 2 or 3, and if you give him another he'll just sell it. We hardened our hearts, and Joseph had to get along without his coat. As we progressed north the nights grew cold, the mornings cold, for in the afternoon was cold. Joseph had changed to a hideous black hat which he said was warmer than his turban, but he had no overcoat and began to cough. We arrived at Siliguri at 6 of a brisk morning, just in time to watch the rose-colored dawn break over the snow-covered mountains. After a cup of hot but vile coffee we wrapped ourselves in rugs and off we went on the full hour's drive to Kalimpong, up and around hairpin curves, mostly following the river. Often through bits of jungle whence you knew a tiger might spring out on the road any minute. The scenery was the most superb I had ever seen, grander than the Rockies or Pyrenees or Alps, a blend of green tangle and white peaks touching the clear sky, with wreaths of clouds far below. As we neared Kalimpong there was a distinct difference in the type of native. Tibetans and Nepalese were frequent. The swarms of women looked like squaws, although, instead of papusas, they carried on their backs huge baskets of charcoal or from 6 to 8 massive blocks of stone, all for 6 cents a day. No horses, no mules, no wagons, only women as beasts of burden hauling these rocks from the quarry to the site, jingling with rings on their ankles and rings on their toes. What struck me as most peculiar was that many of them wore ugly shawls, assuredly products of Scottish mills. The entire hillside was dotted with plaids. As soon as I reached Mrs. Odling's home and heard the accent of her medical missionary father, I knew the answer. "We never think of going home to Scotland without bringing some back," she said. "They much prefer plaids to their own designs." Mrs. Odling was a darling, born there in the hills, and was intensely interested in cultivating the industries of the Tibetans, whom she encouraged to come across the border with their handsome silver boxes and brass bowls studded with turquoise. They were not a pleasant-appearing people. It was almost ludicrous to see this delicate woman slapping some of the worst-looking characters heartily on the shoulder and talking to them in their primitive language. It was evident they adored her and would do anything for her. Kalimpong itself was lovely and sunny, perched on an outer spur of the eastern Himalayas. In the background soared up the mighty, snowy barrier of Kinchenjunga, which screened it from Tibet, and past it ran the high, chill, rocky road to Lhasa. To reach Darjeeling, which was on the far side of a mountain range, it was necessary to retrace our steps to Siliguri and then go along a magnificent but treacherous road up another valley. Darjeeling itself disappointed me, a hodgepodge of everybody and everything, tourists, riffraff, exorbitant prices on worthless articles, scarcely a few good ones in gift shops. But I had the opportunity of buying for Grant the skin of a tiger shot in a recent hunt, and this beauty was packed in mothballs and sent directly to the ship. Also a case of Darjeeling tea from one of the choicest gardens was delivered to me in Calcutta, whither I now returned. There is certain Dr. Ankle Saria, an Indian lecturer who had spoken in America on psychology and psychic phenomena, established himself as my interpreter and guide and dragged me willy-nilly to see such sights as the Jain Temple and Crystal Palace. He overheard me telephoning for an appointment with Sir Jagardis Chandra Bose, famous for his ingenious theory that plants breathed. He promptly said, "I know Sir Jagardis very well, I'll take you there." I intimated that Anna Jane and I were the only ones invited, but he said, "Oh, that's nothing. We all go there to tea quite often." But when he did not arrive at the designated hour we set off in a taxi, somewhat relieved. Sir Jagardis was a person of great dignity, elderly, polished, the scientist pure and simple. He seemed to me like a person trying to keep his life clear, without having externals crowd in upon him too closely. We had hardly finished our tea when to my surprise Dr. Ankle Saria appeared in the doorway and Sir Jagardis inquired, "Do you wish to have this gentleman?" We explained he had offered to bring us in his car. Soon we walked out to see the garden, where plants of every description were carefully tended, each treated like an only child, this one put to bed early, that one awakened by the sun, this shrank from noise, that loved running water. This craved a moist atmosphere, that needed a desert in which to thrive. He understood the characteristics of each. He himself was disturbed because his flowers did not like the presence of Dr. Ancilsaria and would be affected by it. From there we stepped into the laboratory, where Sir Jagardes demonstrated the working of his machine. When he placed either nitrogen or carbon on the plant, the instrument, which had been almost quiescent, made tiny marks, much as a person's heartbeat was shown on a cardiograph. Dr. Ancilsaria pushed in and got out a pencil and notebook. Sir Jagardes at once froze, ceased talking, and asked, "Are you a newspaper reporter?" "No, I'm a doctor." "What are you taking down?" "I'll not have it." Then, turning to me as though I had been guilty of treachery, "My conversation with you was personal and confidential." I was profoundly embarrassed and, as severely as I knew how, requested Dr. Ancilsaria to stop his writing immediately. The night I was leaving Calcutta for Benares, the worthy doctor insisted I have dinner at his sister's home, a real Indian feast. Among the guests was an amazing individual who greeted me as though we were old friends, and I wondered where in heaven's name I had ever known him. Then suddenly I remembered, Carnegie Hall 4 years earlier, jammed to the doors, some woman relinquishing her seat because she thought the subject of the lecture was more important for me than for her. Then the appearance of the thick-set Swami from California, black hair hanging to his shoulders, and my amazement that in good old America in the days of the Great Depression 5,000 people could be induced to chorus after him in unison. I am love, swaying, hypnotized by their own rhythm, until the lofty hall vibrated and thundered. At the end of 5 minutes I had thanked the lady who had given me her place and tiptoed silently out. Now here in Calcutta I met again the Swami, clad in his ochre-colored robe, back in India for the first time in many years. He inquired after my health, assured me he had been aware of what I had been doing in America, was so sorry I had not seen his home in Los Angeles. I said I would visit him when next I went to California. Instead of being taken to the train in Ancilsaria's unpretentious car, I was transported in the Swami's elegant Rolls-Royce with the top lowered. As we went swishing through the streets, passers-by jumped on the running boards, dozens of others followed us, all wanting to touch the hem of the Swami's robe. By the time we had reached the station there were 100 in our wake. I caught sight of Joseph at the gate, and on the platform, with one eye out for me, was Anna Jane surrounded by her formal English friends in evening dress. The train was to depart in a few minutes. When she saw me approaching with the Swami and his retinue she dashed into the compartment to compose her features. Then we stood at the doorway as we pulled out to watch the Englishman turning away a little stiffly, and the Swami, one of the incongruous but well-wishing acquaintances whom birth control attracts, waving a vigorous goodbye. Chapter 38. Depth but not tumult. Of all the cities of India, Benares left the worst impression on me. So many things exaggeratedly extolled do not live up to expectations. I never encountered more confusion of religious symbols, the temple of gold, the monkey temple, the snake temple, quite out of place in a holy city. I did not like temples. They made me feel queer in the middle, so smelly in such relics of ages gone by. Worshippers bowed low, resting their foreheads on the wet and slimy floors where thousands of people were walking in and out. Around the doors were beggars, blind, maimed, diseased. In the grounds were animals of every kind, monkeys, oxen, buffaloes, goats for the sacrifice, vultures and crows were flying overhead. Most foreigners disliked the Ganges, floating with horrors, but I found it at dawn comparatively clean, and by far the most attractive thing there. We had risen early to see the Brahmins, the first comers, men and women, old and young, bathing in the holy water. Mourners were sitting on a hillock some 20 feet away from a burning ghat, still aflame, waiting until the fire died down and the ashes could be swept into the river. This seemed to me a more wholesome manner of dealing with the dead than the Western custom of burial. Later Joseph, whose cough was increasing, led us through the narrow streets to the bazaars. Screaming mobs of vendors lured you towards lace shops or to buy brasses or silks. They came up to offer you cards. If you took one, competitors shouted and yelled, "He's a liar, a thief, a robber, don't go with him." His goods are fake. Although some of the wares were exquisite, this ferocity again did not coincide with my conception of a holy city. Allahabad was more like a college town, and there I visited Mrs. Ranjit Sitaram Pandit, the sister of Jawaharlal Nehru, whom I had met in London. Her home was old and spacious, a nucleus of intellectual thought and activity. She sponsored a meeting to which about 600 students came. It was inspiring to see fine young people attempting to weave together your philosophy and theirs. They were extremely sensitive, more than most audiences, I think. But, as was the case with youth elsewhere, they made light of anything that could be made light of. After the meeting free literature was announced, and in 2 minutes it was a regular football rush. We had to throw the pamphlets over their heads to keep them from stampeding the platform in their headlong scramble. At the Purta Club the audience, of course, was entirely women, many, in their early 20s, already had large families. They were little accustomed to frank examination of such subjects, but, on the other hand, did not want mere theories. By the time questions were in order they had recovered from their giggling and were ready to talk seriously. As usual, some came up afterwards to query me personally on matters that could better and more profitably have been discussed with all. On reaching Agra we reserved the Taj Mahal for sunset. Fortunately, only a few people were there, so that the quiet was intensified. Words are inadequate to describe its dignity and chastity, it seemed to breathe the essence of beauty. It was not overwhelming, as were some of the world's wonders, but it had a perfect simplicity. I stayed until the sun sank, and in the afterglow the marble shone in a mystic effulgence, like something in another dimension reflected in the still, translucent pool. There was not a cloud in the sky, just radiance everywhere. Before daybreak I climbed again to the top of the gate tower and watched the rising sun cast its shadow on the dome. With reluctance I turned away to catch the train for Baroda. After a long journey we arrived at the capital at 3 in the morning. I had been invited as a state guest, and, in spite of the hour, we were met by the secretary under a handsome hat of red and gold and black. Immediately you felt a touch of Paris in the way clothes were worn in Baroda. Arrangements had been made for my audience with the Gekvar, who had been put on the throne by the British government. He was a most progressive ruler for his 2.5 million subjects, aiming at compulsory education and the abolition of caste restrictions. In the immense anteroom of the palace were 10 or 15 tall Indians with gorgeous turbans, who must have been more than just ordinary officials. The Gekvar, short, vigorous, alert, shook hands and recalled that he had been president of the World Fellowship of Faith at Chicago, which he said had been the greatest honor of his life, and that he remembered my talk there. Her Highness wishes to meet you this afternoon. She is beginning to spend much time on health work and you must get her interested in what you are doing. She will be a good friend to you. At the appointed hour I went to see the Maharani, quite different from her husband, very grave, only recently out of Purta and still keeping a separate palace. She knew hardly anything about birth control, but maintained a welfare center for mothers and infants. I had heard from many sources that this class, that class, and the other class would welcome or oppose birth control, none of which statements had hitherto proved to be accurate. The state medical officer, who was very close to the Maharani, had a further thesis which he stated as he was taking me to the Maharani's settlement, a little place where 40 or 50 women, each one with a child, were sitting. These women have been brought up to the duty of having children and are so shy and modest that they would not listen to anything on birth control. He sounded as though he were antagonistic, but he was merely indicating the difficulties as he saw them. I replied that I had never yet encountered women who, when the subject was put to them in a way they could understand, were not eager to hear more. I suggested, there's a Mohammedan who has a sickly baby. How old is she? 20. How many children has she? 3. Did she have more? 2 died. How old is this one? 5 or 6 months. Wouldn't she prefer to wait until this baby is strong and well before she has any more? The woman had no opportunity to answer. The whole flock moved up. I do. We do. Has this lady something like that? That's what we want. The medical officer was genuinely astonished. I must tell this to Her Highness. When I myself saw the Maharani for the second time, she spoke far more favorably of birth control. Eventually I was on my way to Trivandrum, capital of Travancore, to lend whatever support I could towards the resolution for birth control at the All India Women's Conference. The larger part of the population of this semi-independent southern state was of Dravidian origin, among whom child marriage scarcely existed. Here widows were allowed to remarry, divorce was permissible for either party, and women occupied a unique position because property descended to the children of a man's sister rather than to his own. Some of the other state guests had already arrived. One charming girl especially attracted me. She was warm-hearted, kindly, longing to serve humanity, and prepared to dedicate her life to Gandhi's teachings. When I asked her to what she intended to devote herself, she answered, "Show the depressed classes that women of my type can clean their latrines. If I can do it, then they will see that it is not such an unworthy occupation after all." Believing this futile, I said, "Don't you think perhaps you're wasting your efforts? Why not do something constructive, teach the mothers to wash and feed their children properly?" She was determined, however, to sacrifice herself. Gandhi wants the latrines cleaned. The Maharani of Travancore, Setu Parvati Bai, was titular head of the conference, but the guiding spirit was a Parsi from Hyderabad, Mrs. Rustamji Faridunji, a woman in her 50s, hair almost white, a scholar with command of English, German, and French, with the polish of India and the West as well, alert and aware of everything going on in the world. She and several like her were an inspiration to others of the East and could put to shame many Westerners in their courage and vision. They had seen immediately the necessity of having the movement under the control of public health. In what was virtually a form of socialized medicine, municipalities were already sending out midwives, nurses, and doctors to the poor classes. Wherever vaccination went, the birth control advocates planned to follow with contraceptive information. With Mrs. Faridunji and the rest of the committee, I helped to draw up a resolution to this effect. The second afternoon the Maharani entertained at a garden party. Fountains were splashing, lakes and pools were lustrous in the sunlight. The dancing was executed by children and older girls, the couples moving round and round, precise little steps this way and that and up to each other without apparently lifting their feet from the ground. The Maharani and I took a short stroll together, and she asked me particularly to come to her palace the next morning at 7 o'clock. I had really no idea why she wanted to see me, and was uneasy, because the debate over our resolution was to begin at 9. Nevertheless, I obeyed her behest. We started our conversation with a pleasant chat about bringing up children, especially when they were alone in the family without playmates. I realized she was hesitating over coming to the point. All the time the minutes were slipping by. Eventually she took the plunge. Her situation as president of the Congress was very delicate. She had been warned that the Catholics would withdraw from the conference if the resolution were passed, and hoped, therefore, I would not find it necessary to speak for it. But, I protested, I've been invited especially to present this question. You could substitute another subject which might be of greater importance to India. But what? I asked. Well, she suggested, why not brothels? It's a disgrace to have brothels in India, mind you, there are none in Travancore. Indian women won't mention them, but you're an American, you can. What we need most is to do away with brothels. I could readily see the Maharani's position. Her social secretary was a Catholic, and large numbers of her Eurasian subjects were of the same faith. But I said the needs of millions of women in India were more urgent than the demands of a few Catholic missionaries. She took it beautifully and agreed. I shall stay here because I feel the discussion ought to be full and free, she said. I only want you to tell Mrs. Faridunji to give your opponents 2 speakers for every one on your side. There was considerable heat. No Indian women were against it, only converted Eurasians. All mothers were for it and all those against it were unmarried. Never had I heard so much talk of the lusts and passions of men as from the latter. They put forth the same old arguments, absolutely as though a phonograph record had been sent around the world. Nothing could have been more monotonous, repeated as they were from press, platform, and books. You might challenge them, break them down, correct them, but to no avail. The greater the vehemence, the more brilliant the opposition thought it had been. You had to ask yourself, how did I phrase that answer 20 years ago? We were utterly tired out when the vote was at last counted. We had won by 84 to 25. The Catholics kept their word. None came back that afternoon. But, since it was the end of the conference, this also did not matter. The following day I was off to lecture in Madras, Anna Jane to visit in Ceylon. The solicitous Joseph intimated he was needed more to pick up after her than after me. All right, I agreed. But you don't have to take the luggage with you. Put it in my compartment. Joseph, however, made a mistake and established me on the wrong train. It went no further than Madura. The next morning about 11 everybody was told to get out, and there I was with 17 pieces of luggage of my own and as many more of Anna Jane's. It so happened that a young doctor of Calicut, Manjari Sundaram, had at Trivandrum invited me to speak in his city. When I had replied that I could not at this juncture, he had pleaded, I'll go wherever you go. I must talk to you lots and lots and lots. Whenever you're not sleeping, if you'll allow me please to come with you and talk to you. I had discouraged him in a most thorough manner, but now he came up to help with my luggage and secured coolies to sit on it while we saw some 30 acres of temple. At Madras, in the Tamil country, the turbanless natives were much darker, the costumes white and uninteresting. Sir Vipa Ramasan took me in charge. He was a retired judge of the High Court, a very imposing man of means who had devoted much of his wealth to a little Malthusian magazine and stirred things up ever since 1930. As was customary, the meeting he had arranged was from 5 to 6, a period which by Occidentals is spent ordinarily over tea, cocktails, or aperitif, but put by the Indians to good use. The men had left their offices by that time. It was cooler and still they could get home for dinner. Sir Vipa, handsome, dominant, erect in bearing, not at all appearing his age, was chairman. Once my 40-minute talk was over, he called for questions in his rich, clear voice. A man produced one I thought was simple, but Sir Vipa eyed him severely, that is not allowed. I'll ask it in a different way. And he did so. I still say it is not allowed. May I ask another? Let me hear it. Sir Vipa heard it and dismissed it. That's in the same category, argument. The man jumped up and protested loudly. Sit down, roared Sir Vipa, and the man sat as though he had been hit on the head. Someone else, 5 or 6 seats off, brought up a new question, which also seemed easy enough to answer. But again Sir Vipa ruled, that does not belong to the subject. The man wilted. Now the first questioner was passing a paper over his shoulder to a third Indian who shook his head violently. He declined to be mixed up in it. Query after query was disallowed. Finally a weak voice on the side asked about the French birth rate. Sir Vipa turned on him and said, You look like an intelligent person, but if you have sat for 40 minutes listening to this address, and you have not understood it, then you are not intelligent enough to warrant a lady's coming 10,000 miles and wasting her breath. The audience was laughing at Sir Vipa's judicial sternness. I, on the other hand, was rather depressed. As we were leaving I said to him, I wish you had let me reply to them. His expression held surprise. I've been answering them and battling with these same people for 25 years. They only come to confuse. They are enemies of the cause and I give them no quarter. That settled the situation in Madras. Since I was no more than an hour by motor from Udyar, the former home of Annie Besant, who had been such an influence in the movement, I made a pilgrimage there. As I walked down winding pathways under huge banyans, coconuts, and bananas, ever and again glimpsing the lovely water of the bay in the distance, I imagined I caught an echo of her words reaching across the decades since I had heard her explain the philosophy of reincarnation, the more you have evolved here on earth, The less certain it is that you will have to return to undo your mistakes, best clear them up as you go along. Annie Besant, as soon as she had become a theosophist, had withdrawn her books on population. I was interested to find out the attitude of present theosophists towards birth control, and discovered that those at Udyar were persuaded of its importance. Among their beliefs was that great souls did not reincarnate unless the bodies of parents, their vehicles for birth, were perfect. If they were to perform their missions, they must wait for purity in their physical vestures. I had determined to take advantage of Paul Brunton's offer and visit Sri Ramana Maharshi, the sage of Aranakula, the quondam hermit of the Hill of the Holy Beacon, and one of the last of Hindustan's race of noble rishis. Consequently, one evening a little after 6, the train came around the bend and I beheld the sacred mountain, according to ancient lore the heart center of the god Shiva and, therefore, of the world. I knew it must be the mountain even without being told so. The sun had just set, and the afterglow gave a lovely, serene effect. The Maharshi's secretary, Shastri, met me, and we walked through the gathering dusk to the guest house about a half-mile away, a simple room with veranda in front. Paul Brunton had not been able to come because it was the Maharshi's birthday and thousands of devotees had to be fed. Shastri was very loquacious, and wanted me to realize that the apparent success I was having was only with the educated classes. The masses knew nothing of it. This, I said, would come in time. After breakfast I looked out at the great tamarind trees on the lawn, up and down which monkeys ran. Often 20, from babies up to grandparents, were in sight all at once. The windows had to be barricaded at night to shut them out of your room. They especially loved bananas but did not disdain cakes of soap. While I was watching them scamper about, Paul Brunton pedaled up on a bicycle accompanied by a tonga for me. The driver cried out continually, "Hey-ee! Hey-ee," which seemed to mean both for people to get out of the road and for the white bullock to move faster. He shouted himself hoarse at other drivers, who went higgledy-piggledy this way and that through the streets. We stopped at the market for a few bananas as a gift for the Maharshi. He preferred food to flowers, because this he could give away. Then we trotted along through the thickly settled village, always hearing far and near the rumbling of the carts and the screeching of the drivers, "Hey-ee! Hey-ee!" At last we reached the ashram at the bottom of the hill. Shastri gathered up the bananas in his hands, but no sooner had he turned to help me out of the tonga than a temple monkey leaped from a neighboring tree, snatched 2 of them, and as quick as a flash had the skins off and had gobbled them down with no concern whatsoever as to the ethics of his conduct. Instead, he peered around for another grab. Shoes and sandals were left outside the ashram, and Shastri went ahead to announce my arrival. I bowed in the entrance and took my place on the floor just within, crossed my legs under my skirt, and looked about me to feel and sense the atmosphere. The Maharshi, naked save for a loin cloth, was sitting cross-legged on a silk-covered couch, pillows behind him and a leopard skin thrown over the foot. A small charcoal fire and incense, which attendants kept burning all day, sweetened and made heavy the air. The Maharshi's luminous eyes were fixed in a trance, although sometimes his fan lifted a bit and his stare widened. At first it was nicely quiet, then some women began to sing in a high-pitched tone, much through the nose and head, doubtless good for the pineal gland, once supposed to be the seat of the soul. The men chanted aloud and someone played a stringed instrument. Towards 11 the Maharshi shared his gifts among those who sat in reflection, and shortly afterwards a man from Kashmir, 6 feet tall and massively built, entered, prostrated himself as hundreds had done already, falling full length. Hands outspread above him on the floor, touching his brow 3 times. As he rose again his whole body shook, tears streamed down his cheeks. To see women cry from excess of emotion did not bother me, but when a man of such a type as this, in no sense a weakling, went into paroxysms of ecstasy, it was beyond my comprehension. With no critical intent, but curious to know why he had been so moved, we asked what had happened to him. When I came into the Maharshi's presence it was as though electricity had passed through my body. I felt when I bowed I would be calmed, yet when I looked into those eyes, he was like a flame. This pilgrim had come with financial problems, illness in his family, and other troubles, but 2 or 3 hours of contemplation had wiped them out. He knew they were insignificant and trivial in contrast to his regeneration. In faith, the people in the ashram were comparable to those who cast away their crutches at some miracle-working shrine, except that they had come for inner illumination rather than healing for bodily ailments. They visited the Maharshi to receive the radiance of his soul, just as we sought the sun to be warmed. Only when children or babies were made to prostrate themselves did the Maharshi smile, somewhat skeptically it seemed to me. He appeared amused when a boy of 3 or 4 began a prayer in Tamil but forgot the rest. Otherwise he remained apart from it all. He was gradually withdrawing himself and letting go material things. He wanted spiritually to fade away, leaving the shell behind. The second day the Maharshi slept, nothing save an occasional singer broke into the hush, or a monkey had the temerity to dash in and seize an orange. For the third day I attended the ashram. Now the meditation was like a linking up of mind and emotion, where even breathing was stilled. I could understand why the yogis went into the silence. Even the noises next door, the clatter of dishes, sounded remote and very far away. It was a state of consciousness rather like that which precedes sleep. I regretted that I did not feel the Maharshi's power. His utter indifference, sitting all day in a semi-trance, engaging in no activity, seemed to me a waste. Nevertheless, I was most grateful to Paul Brunton for the experience, and understood the Indians better thereafter. They saw within and beyond the external appearance. This was at the very basis of their character, akin to the sensitivity of the grapevine telegraph. All people in the Orient spoke of it. Something happened to you or to me, and before you could get to another place by the fastest conveyance it was known. Perhaps it was a primitive function of mind, this form of thought transference, but it existed there. Dar. Sundaram, who popped up again when I returned to Madras, was still insistent that I go to Calicut, and I finally gave in. I was glad I had done so, because this city of 40,000, ringed around a bay on the Malabar coast and caressed by gentle breezes, was a beautiful spot with forests of palms. The almost black women wore saris of vari-colored blues and greens, violets and yellows, with garlands of jasmine about their necks, plump, formal bouquets of roses in their hands, and in the center of every forehead was a circular red caste mark. The meeting was held in the courtyard of a Buddhist temple. The sun was setting and part of the shell-pink sky was melting into deep carmine, like a flower. Directly in front sat 3 priests, each with shaved head, orange robe, and thick stave. Hundreds of rooks were chattering and other birds twittering in the trees, children were shouting at their games, the shrill chant of pilgrims walking through the street saturated the dust-filled dusk. Mainly you heard the tinkling of the bullocks going up and down the road. The audience sat in utter silence surrounded by all these sounds. 2 days later we motored through the heavy woods to Mysore. Joseph, still coughing until it racked his frame, had rejoined me. I took my little drug shop and administered vitamin A and D tablets, curing him and achieving thereby a reputation. Other Indians began hunting up colds and asthma and pains, and coming to me to give them some American medicine, in which they had much faith. Soon I was on the train to Bangalore, again as state guest. The Diwan of Mysore, Sir Mirza Ismail, knew everybody in Europe, was well informed on Western methods of health, and was full of ideas about public buildings, roads, streets, industries. And the great dam which was to furnish electricity for the state. He was the first person in India who inquired after Catherine Mayo. I had been expecting to meet antagonism because of Mother India, which I myself now considered misleading. Certainly the conditions when I was there seemed vastly different from those she had depicted only a few years earlier. The British believed every word true, but most of the Indians I saw looked upon Miss Mayo as having gone into their homes and then betrayed their confidences. They claimed she was definitely prejudiced, and, like the clever craftsman she was, had fixed her statistics. For example, when she discussed the age of marriage, she made sweeping statements and quoted on page so and so of such and such a report. You turned there and they were correct, and that was the reason for the astounding acceptance of her book. Nevertheless, she had violated the spirit, because 2 pages further in the same report followed an explanation of, or exception to, her conclusions. Mirza Ismail, a Mohammedan, thought she had benefited Indians by shaking them awake, and that the facts she had brought out, even if not true of all the country, should be corrected, that India had to defend herself was good for her. After visiting Hyderabad, which was pleasant and social, and after seeing this startling landscape in which the mountains seemed to have been smashed by a giant maul into enormous pieces, I started towards home. India was a land of dramatic contrasts, the highest mountains, the hottest plains, the densest jungles, the most violent rains. The loveliest architecture in the world was set against a background of nauseating squalor. Wealth beyond calculation existed alongside poverty that was living death, dazzling mental attainments beside an ignorance utterly abysmal. I could not tell precisely what the results of the trip had been, these rarely came immediately. And, if you had to hammer away for years in the United States, you had to do it 10 times over in India. A terrific change in temperature froze me at Hong Kong, the poor huddled around little fires in the streets. Dar. Arthur Wu, a Rockefeller Foundation protégé, enthusiastic, full of energy, like magic procured quarters for me in one of the crowded hotels on the top floor, quiet and restful but, oh, how cold. According to my schedule I was to remain 24 hours, into which were to be crammed a lunch, a tea, a lecture, a Chinese supper, and a public meeting. Then I decided to stay over a day for a medical gathering. Ho Kum Tong, a wealthy Chinese, provided another luncheon in his beautiful home. In Hong Kong I heard rumors of a practical scholar in eugenics, in which the Chinese were very much interested. He was said to have, in addition to a wife, 30 concubines, by each of whom he had had 3 children. One of the Negro offspring, tall, kinky-haired, and oblique-eyed, was a most extraordinary-looking youth. He did not appear to belong anywhere. The daughters were much larger of stature than the average Chinese, all were educated and doing excellent work. Not only the features of the cultured types on the island, but even those of the coolies, the longshoremen, struck me as growing less oriental and more Anglo-Saxon, the foreheads fuller, the eyes less slanting. When I reached Japan I found that westernization had leaped ahead. Tokyo was not the same city I had seen in 1922, automobiles and wide-paved streets, many bicycles, many men and small children in European dress. Everywhere also was an atmosphere of tenseness on account of the assassination of the cabinet members about 10 days before. Telephone communication in English was forbidden. People in Yokohama were unable to get to Tokyo because all transportation was cut off. War seemed inevitable. Baroness Ishimoto told me the activities of her organization had been curtailed, but articles and discussion and the spreading of knowledge had continued. The dissemination now was as it had been in France, from house to house, family to family, by word of mouth instead of under proper auspices. At the end of a dismal voyage to Honolulu, I had hardly registered at the hotel when I heard a feminine voice in my ear, "Are you Mrs. Sanger?" "Yes." "Dar." Muriel Cass, as this welcoming committee turned out to be, knew that I was recently out of a hospital, and disappeared for a few moments to telephone for a doctor. When he arrived she said, "All we want of you is to give Mrs. Sanger something to keep her going. She's got 8 lectures to deliver." I felt like a poor old war horse being fed the last measure of oats. I had a horrible memory of 2 weeks of fog and rain and cold at Memorial Hospital in Hong Kong, and now here I was to die in Honolulu. But Dr. Cass, an efficient, self-sacrificing manager, did the most amazing things for me. She ordered the telephone operator to switch every call to her. There I was, quite alone. Nobody could see me or even talk to me. I must conserve my strength for the meetings. Repeatedly she rushed me to and from halls, put me in cars, and trundled me off to bed. Really I was better after each lecture than I had been before. When I left Honolulu she herself was so worn out she had to take a vacation, but I was nearly well. The hospitality and luxuriance of this Pacific paradise were almost indescribable. Hula-hulas at the hotels, bathing on the beaches, outriggers swooping in, the native women in great flowered Mother Hubbard's twining leis, the songs they sang, the air of leisure and fun and play, these made Honolulu a city apart. It was the sounding board of the Orient, people going, people coming back, but all there to enjoy themselves. In Honolulu I repacked and, to save space, stuffed Grant's tiger skin in the trunk around my box of Darjeeling tea. When, 4 weeks later, I ripped off the cover at Willow Lake, it was reeking with camphor. I tried to aerate the leaves, dry them out, fumigate them with sunshine, but it remained mothball tea. One package I had given away before I discovered the tragedy. Its receipt was ignored. No thank you letter, no mention of it. The other friends to whom I had planned to present this choice gift had to go without. I spent the summer at Willow Lake and in the winter, remembering Arizona from the time I had been there with Stuart, went out again in response to the summons of the desert. My husband and I found a house near Tucson of adobe, trimmed in blue. The mountains, not distant or aloof or towering over all, reached into the sky, but they were also somehow intimate, cupping the town gently on all 4 sides. You settled there in the Catalina foothills and felt such a part of the whole. The first thing when you opened your eyes, before actual dawn, you beheld the gold and purple and then the entire sky break into color. In the evening the sunsets were reflected on the mountains in pink lavender shades. Sometimes the glow sprayed from the bottom upward, like the footlights of a theater, until the tips were aflame. Sunset vanished as quickly as sunrise, never lingering long. When the marvel of spring came to the desert, you saw the cactus and the flowering, saw the brown floor change to delicate pale yellow, stood in awe of nature daring to live without water. You were reminded of the futility of wearing out your life merely providing food and raiment. Like the challenge of death, which so many of the people there were gallantly facing, the desert itself was a challenge. Chapter 39. Slow grows the splendid pattern. There is no force in the world so great as that of an idea when its hour has struck. Victor Hugo. Looking back at the past is like peering from some promontory upon a varied landscape. The years run through it like a road winding through a valley. With the passage of time you get a far-sweeping view, and the small details become blurred and difficult to recall. I wonder whether there should not be a school course to emphasize the importance of keeping diaries, so that you would know the really momentous happenings to put down. Mostly you scribble notes intended to call up a picture rather than an actual account of what has happened, memoranda of dates, engagements and events, leaving the results to recollection. Some inequality in this chronicle as to what is significant and what is not, some gaps in my remembrance of events, may have been the result. It is strange what tricks the mind can play. My father, the person who had done most in shaping my growth, died in 1926 at the age of 80. The day he was buried in Corning I was passing the bank on the corner of the town square with my brothers Dick and Bob, and we chanced to glance simultaneously at the clock tower. Faintly startled, we gazed at each other and Dick exclaimed, "Look at that little tiny thing. I've always thought it was as big as the Eiffel Tower." In all of our travels each of us had been convinced that nothing ever was so tall as that tower. That can happen to so many youthful memories. Months and miles that seemed so long then are so short later. The same year that took my father summoned also my sister Mary, whose cruel immolation at the shrine of family duty had obliged her to forego marriage. Even though I had seen her but seldom, she, too, had had an important influence over me and remained a dear presence whose loss I felt deeply. Out of 11 children 7 are still living. Families have a separate and distinct role in your existence. They are closer yet more apart than friends, but often you discover that you have nothing save the ties of childhood to keep you together. What I have been able to contribute to the birth control movement has been the result of forces which set a clear design almost from infancy. Each succeeding circumstance tracing the lines more sharply, my being born into a family so large as to be in part responsible for my mother's premature death. My preparation as a nurse, which awoke me to the sorrows of women, the inspiration of having come into contact with great minds and having claimed many as friends. It may have been destiny as some have said, I do not know. To have helped carry the cause thus far has been at times strenuous, but I have never considered it a sacrifice. Every conscious hour, night and day, in any city, in any country, has brought its compensations. My life has been joyous and exulting and full because it has touched profoundly millions of other lives. It is ever a privilege to be a part of something unquestionably proved of value, something so fundamentally right. From time to time wonder is expressed that so much has been accomplished in so short a period. The fact remains that in an era when huge fortunes have been spent in alleviating human misery, progress has been painfully slow. Countless women still die before their time because the bit of knowledge essential to every life is still not theirs. Birth control must seep down until it reaches the strata where the need is greatest. Until it has been democratized, there can be no rest. It is true that great advances have been made in the realm of theory. You can almost tell people's age now by their attitude towards birth control. To the young it is merely one of the accepted facts. If questioned, they assume the whole matter must have been settled long ago. Over and over again in the past a new epoch has adopted a concept censured by the preceding one, and has wondered derisively how its forefathers could have been so blind to anything so obvious. The use of anesthetics for mothers in childbirth was once condemned as an unholy attempt to escape the biblical curse pronounced against all women, and, similarly, evolution as striking at the roots of Christianity. Battles over impiety, heresy, blasphemy, obscenity have been fought, temporarily lost, and finally won. Science whittles away such obstructions little by little. The moving finger writes, and having writ moves on. In January, 1937, in that same town hall where 15 years before I had been forbidden to speak, and whence I had been haled into court, I was honored with a medal. Pearl Buck said on one occasion, "The cause conquers because youth is for you." I have lived in China so long, and know what it is to wait until the old ones die and the young can do what is necessary to be done. I am glad both my sons are doctors with a background of human interest to which has been added a scientific quality of mind that can aid in pushing the horizon of service further into the future. I am often asked, "Aren't you happy now that the struggle is over?" But I cannot agree that it is. Though many disputed barricades have been leaped, you can never sit back, smugly content, believing that victory is forever yours. There is always the threat of its being snatched from you. All freedom must be safeguarded and held. Jubilation is unwarranted while the world is in warring turmoil, each political unit trying to hold on to what it has, some threatening to take it away and others looking covetously towards outlets in countries not yet completely filled. The application of the movement to nations which should, in the interests of peace, control their populations, must endure. Before 1914 the world trend was towards unity and peace. But a typhoon then caught us and turned us upside down. We began to whirl violently in one direction, that of individual and national emancipation, until at last the great wind blew crowns from the heads of tsars and kaisers, sweeping power into the hands of the populace. When that war had first burst upon a shocked world, people everywhere stood aghast and wept for the slaughter of men they did not know. But after 4 years, in self-defense, they armored themselves against the emotion which should be aroused by any cruelty, and became calloused and hardened until the deaths of thousands left nations unmoved. Then came the vortex, the center, of the storm, and we awaited breathless the approach of the opposite edge. Everything had been lashed down in readiness, the lifelines had been strengthened. Finally, all we had considered constant in rational thought, morals, ethics, started to go with equal violence in the other direction towards dictatorship and nationalism and race prejudice, a giving over of individual freedom. The immediacy of the deaths of women in childbirth seemed so small in comparison, of so little consequence, no longer were felt the pains of problems which used to be of such deep concern. Over and over again I hear, "How do you fit birth control into a world in which dictators are clamoring for more and yet more people?" I can only answer that momentum must now derive its power from some other source than arousing sympathy. The present insensitivity is due to a horror of hovering peril. Many will be swept away and destroyed, but when the battered hulls of the various ships of state emerge into calmer seas, a lesson may have been learned, perhaps, whereby these vessels may be made more seaworthy. The Greeks, with their innate genius for dramatizing basic truths in images of telling beauty, established of old the relay torch race, or lampidophoria, in honor of the Titan Prometheus, who had bestowed the divine gift of fire upon humanity. The contest was held at night, the great flambeaux being appropriately kindled at the altar of Eros. Participation was not a distinction indiscriminately conferred. Those elect were fitted by discipline to hand on the vital flame, just as parents need training before becoming eligible for their grave responsibilities. The figures speeding around the course symbolized the passing on of the spark of life from generation to generation. Each runner must deliver his torch undimmed to his successor. "Build thou beyond thyself," said Nietzsche, and this the birth control movement is doing. All peoples will in the future have greater regard for the quality of the bodies and brains which must be equipped for the task of building the future civilization. Birth control will be the cornerstone of that great structure.